I crossed over to the child body in perfect world. My body is weak, only strong than a normal-looking person. I am hopeless. How to live in this life in perfect world? Unexpectedly bounding check-in system. It didn't only check in various places and also give me reward. Chapter 51 Brother Tuoba, Jinpeng spreads its wings. Tuoba Kwang jumped up from under the stage, stepped on a big hole abruptly, and the cracks spread like spider webs. The disciples in the audience exclaimed, "This Tuoba Kwang's body strength is so great that even the ground of diamond rock was cracked by him." Tuoba Kwang opened his hand, and the bone knife on the ground flew back into his hand spontaneously. "Although you will be severely punished by the academy if you miss a match, I don't care," Tuoba Kwang said softly to Shi Zhang. As soon as the words fell, the rune appeared on the bone knife in his hand, exuding a faint hazy brilliance, and he lifted the knife and slashed at Shi Zhang. The bone knife was still 1 meter long in his hand. The moment he raised his hand and waved it, the light of the knife in his hand exploded to tens of meters in an instant, and in the blink of an eye it reached the top of the stone bell, emitting a bright light. Oh! The hearts of everyone in the audience jumped. This Tuoba Kwang was too dangerous. He was still talking 1 second, and killed him the next second. Cruel and merciless was not enough to describe his dangerous degree. On the other hand, Shi Zhang, although he had defeated the 5 members of the Tuoba family before, and his fighting strength was outstanding, but at this age, he should have been at his peak fighting strength just now. Facing a Tuoba Kwang who opened up 8 holes in the sky, the chances of winning were pitifully slim, and they also encountered a sneak attack. Some female disciples couldn't help covering their eyes with their hands, afraid of seeing blood dripping. Shi Zhang used the sacred method of fighting to evolve the precious technique of Suani, which instantly made this primitive technique stronger. The golden thunder on his arms was shining like little dragons, wrapping around his hands. Bang! There was a heavy metal collision sound, like a big bronze bell in a temple being hit. Shi Zhang turned sideways, supported his arms with golden thunder, and hammered on the side of the bone knife with a fist. There was a hole in the body of the knife, and his fist print appeared on it very clearly. FCK! Everyone in the audience couldn't help swearing. They shook the treasure with their physical strength, and even smashed it into a piece. Is this good man a real dragon cub? How could there be such a terrifying strength and body? Shi Zhang was also slightly surprised by the result of this blow. He originally expected to knock it away, but he didn't expect that this holy method of fighting was too domineering, and it actually raised the power of the sacred treasure technique by several levels. Threat me! Shi Zhang opened his palm, and the lightning that was as thick as an ordinary person's forearm directly blasted down, and the golden thunder and lightning drowned Tuoba Kwang. Many places on Tuoba Kwang's body were injured by golden lightning, and he was scorched black. Coming from an ancient family, he could tell that this was the Suani treasure technique, but he keenly felt that this Suani treasure technique was just a shape, and the true meaning of the attack was changed. It was replaced by a terrifying technique, which was so powerful that it was outrageous. Golden rock spreads its wings. Tuoba roared furiously. Countless dense runes emerged from his body. His body seemed to have turned into a little golden rock, flapping his wings, scattered part of the golden thunder and lightning. You dare to be called Jinpeng? Shi Zhang is very familiar with Jinpeng's aura. After all, there is a pure-blooded golden winged rock in his race bag, and the other party is probably a mixed-blood descendant of Jinpeng. Unashamedly call it Jinpeng. He didn't directly use the Golden Rock's dragon fighting skill, but once again used the word fighting to evolve a part of his true meaning to add the power of Jinpeng, but there was no dragon fighting figure behind him. 2 golden winged rocks appeared on the martial arts arena at the same time. People in the audience could tell at a glance that the one transformed by Shi Zhang was more pure. With a little blue color, the two hadn't fought yet, but their aura was instantly crushed. Shi Zhang dissipated the Suani treasure technique, and rushed to Tuoba Kwang in stride, and the fist that turned into Jinpeng's wings smashed directly at him with the force of collapsing mountains. At this moment, Tuoba Kwang was very flustered, because when Shi Zhang's Jinpeng treasure technique appeared, he could feel that his treasure technique became unstable, and the blue light and golden light on his body flashed alternately, greatly reducing its power. When Shi Zhang rushed forward, the treasures on his body almost dissipated immediately, which made him unbelievable. My Jinpeng spreading wings came from a remnant with the blood of the Jinpeng god. Its blood was already very strong, but when facing the opponent's Jinpeng technique, it was completely suppressed. Could it be that his original treasure technique came from a real golden winged rock? Tuoba Kwong had a thought in his mind that made him feel absurd. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through Tuoba Kwong's mind. Shi Zong's aura was like a rainbow, he had nothing else in his eyes, he didn't care what the other party thought, and the golden fists fell one after another. Shi Zong's physical strength surpassed that of the heirs of the heaven-ranked primordial beasts by a large margin when he was in the blood-moving state, and now he has the spiritual nourishment and tempering absorbed by the 8 caves, and has undergone a complete transformation in the process of practicing the Willow God art. How terrifying is the power of the flesh! At this moment, with the power of Jin Peng added to his body, even a mountain can be knocked down with one punch. Tuoba Kwong's primitive treasure technique was already sloppy, and when Shi Zhang punched him 3 times, his whole body flew horizontally, a large piece of his chest was sunken, and his ribs were pierced through the skin. But he is worthy of being a strong man who has opened up 8 caves. The knife slashed at the stone bell. With the strength of Shi Zhang Jinpeng added to his body, his fighting spirit was ignited to the extreme, like a real fighting saint, who dared to penetrate the world. Facing the bone knife that exploded over, Shi Zhang let out a long whistle, shaking the entire martial arts arena trembling, looking at the sharp blade that could cut through the void, his blood spurted out, his fighting spirit was surging, and he even swung his fist to smash the blade. Is he crazy? This idea appeared in everyone's mind, including Tuoba Kwong himself. He didn't expect that a person who was not even a teenager would be so terrifying, and he would be seriously injured in 2 or 3 moves. But all of this is coming to an end. This great good man is still too young. He was dazzled by the chance of victory. He didn't retreat or avoid. If he dared to strike the bone knife head-on, he would definitely be split in half. You must know that he once used this bone knife to cut off a mountain with a height of more than 100 meters. While everyone waited with bated breath, Shi Zong's fist bumped into the blade of the bone knife. Dang! There was a crisp sound, and the ancient knife, which was tens of meters long, flew into the sky, and a white fragment broke off from the knife body, tumbling in the air, flying very high. Everyone's heart seemed to have stopped beating at this moment, and this moment became extremely long. The ancient knife drew a long arc and fell to the ground with a clang, as if hitting everyone's hearts. The scene was completely silent, and everyone stared blankly at the figure surrounded by golden light like a war god. In their eyes, that figure who was not tall and straight became so lofty and majestic, like an ancient sacred mountain between heaven and earth, unshakable. Chapter 52 The Treasure Art of the Town House, The Inheritance of Kun. Tuoba Kwong's right arm was shattered when Shi Zong's fist hit the bone knife, and his internal organs were severely injured again. With a face like gold paper, he staggered and knelt down on the ground, spouting blood with fragments of viscera from his mouth. Threat me! Shi Zhang rushed over and kicked him on the chin, where the jawbone instantly broke into countless pieces. Tuoba Kwong flew out powerlessly, dragging a long bloodstain on the ground. Shocking, the flesh and blood on half of his face disappeared in the friction, and he passed out directly. The battle ended very quickly, and Shi Zhang under the rage was absolutely terrifying. Although Tuoba Kwong was also an 8th cave heaven, the combat power of the two was not on the same level at all. Even his precious skills were restrained by Shi Zhang, only the result of being tortured and killed. Shi Zhang picked up the damaged bone knife. This bone knife is indeed extraordinary. With the power of the Jinpeng added to his body, he suffered serious injuries to the bones of his hand when he shook it hard just now, but green energy appeared on the wound. Lu Shenfa activated independently and quickly healed his wound. His sharp eyes swept over all the people present, and said word by word, "Don't. Me. The members of the Tuoba family were frail and sifted by the eyes. They never dreamed that this kind man would actually. It was so terrifying that even Tuoba Kwong, whom they had always regarded as a god, was beaten to the point where only half of his life remained. Hiss! How cruel! Seeing Shi Zhang, the disciples on the field did not hold back. The disciples of the ancient family, and couldn't help but gasped. Shi Zhang patted the dust off his body, and walked towards the martial arts pavilion without looking back, until his figure disappeared in the martial arts arena. Only people from the Tuoba family dared to carry the fainted Tuoba Kwong to treat him. What happened just now? Shi Zhang didn't take it to heart at all, because he had already seen the elders and the dean of the academy on the clouds. How could such a big movement be hidden from them? But the other party never came down to stop it, as if acquiescing average. If it wasn't for the dean's voice to Shi Zhang at the end, telling him to be careful, the other party's head would have turned into a rotten watermelon long ago. Zulu Academy is indeed very big, with criss-crossed buildings, like a huge maze. The stone clock turns 7 turns and 8 turns to find the martial arts pavilion. This martial arts pavilion has a total of 5 floors. It is grand and magnificent, with ancient vicissitudes. When approaching, there is a sense of precipitation from the ears. The stone bell went straight to the 5th floor. The first 4 floors were filled with common treasures, while the 5th floor was where those rare treasures were stored. Between the stairs on the 4th and 5th floors, an old man dressed in black was lying on the wicker chair with his eyes closed, as if he was fast asleep. Xizhang stopped and bowed to him. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, he stepped on the stairs leading to the 5th floor. At this moment, the eyes of the old man in black slightly opened a crack, and Xizhang suddenly felt the majestic blood energy of the other party, like a dormant dragon waking up. Xizhang's back felt a little cold, but this feeling only lasted for a moment and then disappeared. The old man turned around and continued to close his eyes. He thought to himself, sure enough, the people who can guard the Sutra Pavilion will not be simple people. This old man can at least rank 3rd or 5th in the academy. Compared with the first 4 floors, the 5th floor looks very empty and dark. There are spider webs on the bookshelves, and the ground is covered with a layer of yellow dust. It even feels a little desolate, as if no one has set foot on it for a long time. There are only 2 or 3 wooden shelves in the entire huge space. On the bookshelves made of blood dragon wood, there are ancient yellow books with curled corners. Xizhang stepped forward to read them one by one. These are very rare treasures. If they were placed outside, they would be enough to be the treasures of a tribe with a population of tens of millions. But there are hundreds of copies here, which is enough to show the profound heritage of Zulu Academy that has been passed down from ancient times to the present. These treasures are very rare, but they are still not high grade. One of the biggest forces in the dignified wasteland can never have only these. Xizhang read through the books carefully and got a little gain. After flipping through the ancient books on these shelves, Xizhang searched every corner of the 5th floor, for fear of missing something. Until he searched the entire 5th floor, he still couldn't find the town hall treasure of Zulu Academy. Where is it? Xizhang looked around and scratched his head. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the clue. This clue comes from the wall above the head. The entire 5th floor is very dimly lit. Even the wall above the head is the same. Generally it is not noticeable at all. But just now Xizhang saw some patterns on the wall above his head. Xizhang focused his attention. A hazy silver light radiated from his eye sockets, and the scene above his head instantly came into view. It was a huge mural, occupying all the space on the 5th floor. In the painting was a magnificent, boundless black sea. I don't know who painted it. Although there are only a few strokes, it seems to present the black sea in front of the stone clock, and he can barely hear the sound of the raging waves while standing below. Where Xizhang looked, a huge fish fin appeared in the black sea surface, and the sea surface was gradually rising, as if there was something huge hiding in it. This mural seems to be able to completely swallow the light. Even if Xizhang's eyes glowed with silver light, which greatly enhanced his eyesight, he could only see a small area. Xizhang had no choice but to raise his head and walk towards the center of the 5th floor. The murals became more and more as the stone clock moved. The Black Sea was turbulent, and thousands of bucket-thick lightning bolts hit the sea, illuminating the whole world brightly. The behemoth is about to drill out. In the end, the wide sea rose sharply, and the huge monster showed its true colors. It was a black strange fish covered in pitch black. If it wasn't for the lightning that illuminated the world, it would have seemed a part of the Black Sea. This black strange fish has a round body, small eyes, and flapping 2 fleshy fins. Every time it falls, it will shake the sea area. Only the upper body of this strange black fish was exposed, but it seemed to fill up the whole world. It was thousands of miles wide, and it couldn't even fit into this boundless Black Sea. Is this Kun? Xizhang was shocked. Kunpeng is one of the 10 evils of the ancient times. As long as it grows up normally, it will be a supreme existence at the level of an immortal king. I didn't expect that this Zulu Academy would have Kun's complete treasure technique. The mural stopped here. This huge Kun protruded its upper body from the boundless Black Sea. If it can turn into a pung hanging from the sky, it will truly become one of the 10 evils of ancient times. Xizhang sat cross-legged on the spot, his eyes shot out like substantial silver light, shining on the final scene of the mural. This is one of the strengths of the innate holy body Tao embryo, which can gain insight into the origin of the Tao. Chapter 53 Lunar Sun, 9 Holes. The silver light from Shizong's eyes fell on it, and the giant kun seemed to be alive, fighting and jumping in the Black Sea, trying to turn into a pung. On the 5th floor of the martial arts pavilion, he sat for 3 days, feeling the power of the kun. At the same time, he sent a sound transmission to Xiaojin, making him fold its wings, and then released it to share enlightenment. The power of the kun is the power of the Taiyan, and the power of the pung is the power of the sun. The two are twins. There are no runes or bone inscriptions in the whole mural, only real artistic conception, like the boundless Black Sea and kun fish in front of you, filled with the power of the sun. When the 4th day came, Xizong finally comprehended the power of the yin. With a thought, his right arm was immediately covered with black runes, and the runes emitted a faint light, like the blackness of the sea. The fog caused the temperature of the entire martial arts pavilion to drop instantly. Xizong opened his palm, and a black vortex appeared in his hand instantly, as if it could swallow everything, and at a glance, it seemed to be able to suck people's mind into it. Xiaojin's body also began to change, and the golden hair was gradually dyed black with the power of the sun. Another 2 days passed. Xiaojin came out of that wonderful state of enlightenment, the hair on his body and his eyes turned black gold, the light was cold, and his power became more powerful. The golden winged rock was originally one of the descendants of the Kunpeng branch. After Xiaojin realized the power of the kun, his bloodline turned against his ancestors, and he was evolving towards Kunpeng, one of the 10 evils. In the past 2 days, Xizong has been reading other treasures on the 5th floor. Although they are not very strong, some of them are unique in various specific aspects, which are worth learning. Suddenly, a tyrannical force erupted from his body, knocking down all the bookshelves, and an invisible ripple emanated from his body, penetrated the wall on the 5th floor of the martial arts pavilion, and spread towards Zulu Academy. Everyone in Zulu Academy was startled, and they couldn't help looking towards the martial arts pavilion, where the tyrannical aura was still surging, as if a supreme being was awakening. Oops, Xizong suddenly felt a little flustered. It has been more than half a year since he opened the 8th cave. Already at a critical point. When I read these original bone inscriptions just now, I realized something. This critical point was suddenly broken, and he was about to open the 9th cave. However, he is currently on the 5th floor of the martial arts pavilion. If he breaks through here, this floor will be reduced to ashes, and all the ancient books recording the original treasure techniques and the mural above his head will be destroyed. Xiaojin, come in. Xizong felt the surging Xianxia in his body was glowing, but he was still suppressing it forcibly, and put Xiaojin into the human race bag again. At this time, the black-clothed old man who was lying on the rattan chair turned into a gust of wind and charged over instantly, rolled up the stone bell, broke the window, and jumped into the void, flying towards Zulu Lingshan. The strength of this black-clothed old man is absolutely terrifying. Xizong can hardly see the surrounding scenery clearly, and only feels that he is moving at a very fast speed like flying through the clouds. Suddenly, Xizong felt that his feet were on the ground again, and when he took a closer look, he was already on the top of Zulu Lingshan. The sea of clouds was vast and the dome was shining brightly, like a fairyland. But he was not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery at the moment. The old man in black put him here and flew away. Xizong no longer suppressed him and sat cross-legged on the ground. All were scattered, and the sky was bright and clear. All of his 8 caves emerged independently. Suddenly, under the influence of an inexplicable force, all the aura in this world surged towards the stone bell. Even the Zulu Lingshan, which is particularly rich in aura, was completely taken out and became completely indifferent to the outside world, too. His body was like a vortex in the sea, absorbing a large amount of energy, and being submerged by the light rain formed by the spiritual energy. All these auras were poured into Xizong's body, his body swelled up, every pore was spraying hazy essence, which was about to reach saturation. Boom! Xizong's body made a loud noise, and the surrounding soil and rocks exploded directly, and the attic collapsed in pieces. Everything was as fragile as paper, and was destroyed under this violent energy. One of the 8 caves appeared again. This cave was much more powerful than the previous 8 caves. The sun was shining brightly, and the magma was gurgling, as if real, gushing out a large amount of energy. The stone bell reached the Juko cave heaven, broke through the shackles, and came to a new world. The spirit of the Juko cave heaven was all condensed into bright runes in the air, like Xiaji, Pusho, Zhongliang, Chengwang, Chongqi, Emperor Zhong, or all-powerful ancient beasts. The stone bell is immersed in it, and even the runes recorded in the middle layer of the original truth that contain the origin of heaven and earth from the avenue are branded in the air and surround them. His body seemed to be transparent, and all the gleaming runes passed through his body, making a clanging sound, resonating with the world. The stone bell seemed to have turned into these ancient fierce beasts at this moment, fighting against the gods like the catalogue of the god of war, and it seemed to be transformed into a rule in this world, a kind of origin. All the senior officials of Zulu Academy were alarmed. They stepped on the air and surrounded the stone bell. "This kid is amazing, with a bright future," the old man in black exclaimed. "He was the one who brought Shi Zhang here on purpose before, and the dense fog of aura here is more conducive to Shi Zhang's breakthrough." Sure enough, I saw the right person. The dean also had his eyes glowing, staring at the stone bell on the top of Lingshan like a treasure. During the 5 days when Shi Zhang entered the martial arts pavilion, the Tuoba family dispatched elders to come to the academy to ask for an explanation, forcing the academy to hand over Shi Zhang. But the dean first told what happened, and then directly refused. At that time, the cabinet was full of swords, and the atmosphere was very tense. The dean's attitude is very decisive, and he is very clear about what happened. The members of the Tuoba family were the first to kill, and Tuoba Kuang also threatened Shi Zhang with Shi Zhang's younger brother. It is reasonable to fight back. Besides, Shi Zhang is only half his age, so his potential must be much greater than him. On the other hand, the dean is very clear about the purpose of these ancient aristocratic families for letting their disciples join the academy, and Shi Zhang is the real contender for the academy. Therefore, based on emotion and reason, the dean made up his mind to protect Shi Zhang, and would never give in. For this reason, members of the Tuoba family left in a huff, and the two forces were at a complete stalemate, and Zulu Academy put the treasure on Shi Zhang. Seeing Shi Zhang's breakthrough, everyone was very excited. At such a young age, there are 9 holes in the sky, and there is hope of hitting the 10 holes in the future. From Shi Zhang, they saw a brighter future for Zulu Academy. Maybe one day they could regain the power of the ancient times and command all parties. All the previous sacrifices were worthwhile. In the end, all these luminous runes disappeared into the body of the stone bell, and the light disappeared. Shi Zhang opened his eyes, and the bright eyes flashed. The opening of the 9th cave allowed him to enter a brand new world, and he realized the most primitive power and true meaning of the runes, which made his runes attainment skyrocket, no less than a radical change. Even the level of life seems to be sublimated. Chapter 54 In Baidwan Mountain, reading books precipitated. When Shi Zhang withdrew from the state of enlightenment, he saw a large group of people floating in the air looking at him. Zulu Lingshan has been devastated and changed its appearance. The attics on the top have all collapsed, a large amount of earth and rocks have been turned down the mountain, and even the spiritual energy has become much thinner. Shi Zhang felt embarrassed again. He had only been here for half a month, and he had already caused several damages on Lingshan Mountain. He also saw half of the plaque of Sovereign Courtyard in the ruins of the attic on the side of the peak. At this moment, the old dean's face was full of red, and the smile on his face was overflowing. He flew to Shi Zhang, and patted him on the shoulder excitedly. "Good boy." Seeing the ashamed expression on Shi Zhang's face, he laughed loudly. Said, "These things are all dead things, they are nothing, just build them again." "Yeah," Shi Zhang nodded. He originally came here just to find a backer, but he didn't expect the academy to value him so much and cultivate it with all his heart. From this moment on, he has a little sense of belonging to this place. "Thank you, senior." Shi Zhang bowed to the black-clothed old man in the martial skill pavilion to thank him. The old man in black also had a satisfied smile on his face. He nodded lightly, and flew to the direction of martial arts pavilion again. After everyone left, the dean asked Shi Zhang if he would like to go to Baidwan Mountain for training, and told him about the situation of Baidwan Mountain. Baidwan Mountain, Shi Zhang thought of Xiao Budian. The two hadn't seen each other for half a year. He should have joined the Budian pavilion, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would go too. "Okay," Shi Zhang replied. "There is still some time before the opening of Baidwan Mountain. During this period, you should try to improve your cultivation. It is very dangerous there, and there are pure-blooded ancient beast descendants hunting it," the headmaster warned. Shi Zhang began to look for an opportunity to become stronger again in the academy. He found that Zulu Academy was worthy of being a power handed down from ancient times, and its foundation was astonishingly deep. It exists in every corner of the academy. The first thing he noticed were the ubiquitous murals, which may be new to freshmen for a while, but will soon be ignored. But Zhang saw the changes of the years, the changes of history, and the great wisdom of the predecessors in these murals. The largest mural records the first dean of Zulu Academy, who was a real strong man who swept away all enemies in the troubled times, announced the establishment of Zulu Academy to all the forces in the wasteland at that time, and beheaded him on the spot. A pure-blooded adult fierce beast who came to provoke troubles used its blood to write the plaque of the cabinet. It is unparalleled in domineering. There is also a celebrity and sage in the academy. Although his cultivation base is not very strong, he has risen all the way and become one of the most important advisors of the ancient country. The murals record several turning points in his life, most of which were almost fatal crises, but he was able to turn the danger into a breeze and reach a higher level, which made Zhang feel quite a bit. This is the way of life, and it is also very important. There is also a sage who has almost no cultivation, but has become one of the elders of the academy, because he has been studying the way of swords all his life, and his attainments are astonishing, and he has stepped ahead of many great powers. Under this mural, there is also a shallow gully. At a glance, one would think it was caused by damage to the wall. But when Zhang touched this gully with his hand, a huge and sharp will surged into his mind instantly, as if a peerless heavenly sword was slashing before his eyes, shining brightly like a galaxy. Zhang immediately sat down cross-legged, carefully comprehending it for a whole day and night. In the end, he learned the true meaning of this senior swordsmanship. This gully was actually a trace of original sword energy left behind by him on purpose. He left his understanding of the sword to future generations, but it was ignored and dusted for many years. Zhang bowed deeply to the portrait of the senior on the mural. This is a respectable senior who devoted his whole life to kendo. In addition to people, these murals also recorded several shocking events, such as the colorful auspiciousness falling from the sky, the destruction of the ancient country, and the appearance of terrifying creatures, all of which made Zhang a lot of money. At night, Zhang came to the martial arts arena, and used the innate ability of the sacramental body, the innate ability of affinity with the Tao. Zhang's eyes revealed a hazy silver light, observing the traces left by those battles that took place here seemed to gradually surface before Zhang's eyes. He saw the process of many battles, and there were many things to learn from them. When morning came, Zhang walked to the gate of Zulu Academy again, and looked up at the huge plaque that existed since the academy was founded. This plaque has witnessed the rise and fall of Zulu Academy from its establishment to the present, full of antiquity, and more importantly, Zhang saw a special power on this plaque. The power of faith. Since the establishment of Zulu Academy in ancient times, it has gained a great reputation in the wilderness, and it has been passed down from generation to generation. It has been read countless times, and it has produced a kind of power. After a long period of accumulation and precipitation, this almost non-existent power has actually manifested on this plaque representing Zulu Academy, adding an inexplicable aura. Although Zhang didn't know how to practice this kind of power, it broadened his vision and perception of the world once again. After that, Zhang went to the martial arts pavilion again, starting from the first floor, browsing those relatively common primitive treasures. Most of these treasures are recorded in ancient books in the form of bone inscriptions, and they all come from different beasts. Although some ferocious beasts are one of the weaker branches of ancient ferocious beasts, the blood in their bodies is very thin, but even so, the original bone inscriptions in their bodies still carry traces of the origin of ancient ferocious beasts. Zhang captured it very keenly with the innate sacred body and Taoist embryo. In the future, it will evolve with the holy method of fighting, and it can also play a part of the true meaning of the ancient beast treasure technique. Zhang immersed himself in it for 10 days, until he read all the books on these 3 floors. When he entered the 4th floor, he found that the books here were not records of treasures, but the insights of former sages. This made him very happy in his heart, and immediately immersed his mind in it, like a hungry desert, greedily absorbing the rain in the books. After leaving the martial arts pavilion, Zhang returned to Zulu Lingshan again. The aura here has been restored, and the attic on the mountainside has been rebuilt. Zhang is very satisfied with the harvest in the past half-month. Although most of these can't directly improve his combat power, they are accumulated in his mind as a kind of accumulation, which will have unimaginable benefits for future growth. After returning to the attic, Zhang sat cross-legged on the bed. The spirit mountain was full of aura, and Zhang decided to use this free time to cultivate another kind of treasure in the cave to prepare for future spiritual cultivation. His 9 caves emerged on the surface of his body, 2 of which contained the red Suani and the golden rock, and Zhang was about to accumulate Kun's precious skills. Chapter 55 Lunar Sun, Chaotic Green Lotus. He formed a black rune with the power of the sun, and placed it in the crater. After absorbing a large amount of gushing spirit, the rune emitted a clear light, as if it had life, and the rune imprint gradually distorted, and finally turned into a pitch-black coon fish. The moment the coon fish appeared, the golden-winged rock that was originally in the cave flapped its wings and flew out of the cave, across the 3 caves in the middle, and landed on the coon fish. There was a wonderful change between the two. The coon fish began to decompose into a thick black smoke, enveloping the golden-winged rock. When the smoke cleared, the coon fish in the cave had disappeared, and the golden-winged rock that was originally golden in color also turned into a black-gold color, and its power became even stronger, and there was a domineering arrogance in its black eyes. This is a fusion. Has it evolved into Kunpeng? Zhang felt the breath of the treasure in the cave, which was already several times stronger than before. At this time, the inexplicable power in the blood in Zhang's body suddenly stirred up, driving Xianxia in his body, spewing out light, and unexpectedly showing a strange phenomenon behind him. Different from the previous vision of the fairy king coming to the 9 heavens and the banished fairy riding the golden light in the moon, this time behind Zhang there is a vast expanse of whiteness, as if the world has not yet opened, and the world is chaotic, and nothing else can be seen. Suddenly, a little green light appeared in the center of the vision, which immediately breathed life into this world. The green light swayed and gradually expanded, and the white mist faded away. Only a young green lotus rooted in the chaotic mist could be seen, which was indescribably mysterious and strange. This green lotus has 9 petals in total, the buds are tightly closed, exuding a hazy brilliance, and an incomparably rich vitality emerges from it. The chaotic green lotus. Zhang was astonished. In the memory of his previous life, this was the vision of the holy body, and now it suddenly appeared on his body. What surprised him even more was that the green lotus swayed slightly and escaped from the vision behind him, turning into a cyan streamer and appearing in the 9th cave. The chaotic mist in the vision also poured into the 9th cave together, making it a vast expanse of whiteness. The green lotus rooted in the crater was baptized by the strong essence sprayed inside, and the blue light on its body suddenly bright and dark, very mysterious. Zhang didn't expect that his vision turned into a treasure and existed in the cave, which made him a little at a loss. However, in the memory of the previous life, the Qing Emperor was formed from a chaotic green lotus since the beginning of the world. Zhang felt that his green lotus might endow him with spiritual wisdom and possess extremely strong combat power. At this moment, the door of the attic was knocked. Zhang put away the cave, got out of bed, and opened the door. Baidwan Mountain is about to open. I'm here to inform you to go. Standing outside the door was a heroic beauty who was the goddess of war. Are you going? Zhang asked. The goddess of war smiled sweetly. Only monks of the cave realm can enter Baidwan Mountain. Your cultivation has surpassed the cave realm. The goddess of war smiled confidently, with a detached demeanor. It's natural. My wife is amazing. Zhang laughed. Get lost, little brat, said the goddess of war, turning around and walking down the mountain. Zhangdian obediently followed behind, and the two walked to the depths of the academy. In the end, the two reached the deepest part of the academy and came to a circular altar. The diameter of this altar is tens of meters, and there is a circular gap in the center. The rest of the place is engraved with all kinds of runes, densely packed, the denser the closer to the center, but it is very dim, without any energy fluctuations outgoing. The old man in black who was in the martial arts pavilion was already waiting for them. The goddess of war stepped forward and bowed. Old Zhang. A smile appeared on his face, and he nodded to him. Afterwards, the elders of the academy continued to bring their disciples, about 12 or 3, these were the best among the disciples of the academy, and they would go to Baidwan Mountain together with Zhang. When everyone came together, an old man in blue appeared holding a white bone ball with both hands. This bone ball was engraved with runes, and these runes seemed to be alive, flowing on the bone ball. The light is so bright that no one can look directly at it. The old man in Xing Yi was very old, his hair and beard were like snow, his face was sacred, he was still muttering something, and very carefully put the bone ball into the groove in the center of the altar. Suddenly, the altar seemed to be lit up, and all the light on the bone ball flowed to the runes through the grooves on the surface of the altar. These runes were activated, no longer dim, and became shining, flowing with mysterious energy, and cyan runes appeared in the air, covering the altar like a sky. Mr. Zhang stepped onto the altar, followed by all the disciples, and Shi Zhang also stepped up, feeling the energy flowing from the sky-like runes above his head. The blue light was bright, and the runes above the head began to rotate regularly, reflecting each other with the runes on the surface of the altar, and a powerful energy burst out instantly. Shi Zhang felt dizzy, and the spirit and body seemed to be separated by this power. Time and space suddenly became disordered, and white mist rose from under their feet, drowning them all. I don't know how long it took, this feeling gradually disappeared, and the brilliant sunlight penetrated through layers of mist and shone in. Shi Zhang took a closer look, and found that he was actually in another space, like a huge courtyard. This is the teleportation altar belonging to our Zulu Academy, which has been handed down since ancient times. Zhang Lao explained. Shi Zhang lowered his head, and found that there was an identical altar under his feet, and the runes on it were gradually dimming, and soon became the first thing everyone saw. Under the leadership of Mr. Zhang, everyone walked out of the yard one after another, and what they saw was a scene of heavy traffic, as if they had come to a lively street, and the sound of hawking and shouting could be heard endlessly. This was originally the territory of the country of Ji. Like the country of stone and the country of fire, it was an ancient country. It used to sit on hundreds of millions of miles of mountains and rivers. Unfortunately, something happened. The country of Ji declined and the spirit of worship died. This ancient country completely disappeared in the years. In the torrent, Zhang Lao sighed. Many forces have been passed down from ancient times, with profound foundations, but unfortunately they are still in danger of extinction. For example, Butian Pavilion, I heard that their sacrificial spirit is about to sit down, and there is no strong man comparable to it in the door. It is very likely that they will end up in the same end as this Jigyu. Zhang Lao looked at the vicissitudes of the ancient Duankong city and felt a lot in his heart. There is no eternal power, only the strong ones who change. This is also the reason why Zulu Academy will vigorously cultivate Shizhong, hoping that there will be a peerless powerhouse in the gate, so as to ensure the continued prosperity of the academy. Chapter 56 Goodbye Shi Hao, 9 Steps to the Sky. Shi Zhang wandered around the Duankong city together with everyone, hoping to see the little one. But Duankong city will only be opened every few hundred years, and the wasteland will shake, and all major forces will send people here to enter Baidwan Mountain to compete for the holy medicine, precious bone, immortal spring and the inheritance of the sages. This is a land of good fortune, where people can be completely reborn and soar into the sky. Some of those who have come here from past generations have become emperors, lords, and some even proved to be gods, leaving endless legends. So the place is crowded with people, and there is a large black area, people coming from all directions. Although Shi Zhang intends to look for it, he still hasn't seen the little one. Elder Zhang told Duankong City to be the passage to Baidwan Mountain. No matter what happened, no fighting should take place here, otherwise Duankong City might be destroyed, and they would never be able to enter Baidwan Mountain again. Whether it is the human race or other races, they tacitly maintain this balance, and it must not be broken, otherwise they will be jointly attacked by the forces of the wasteland, and no one can bear the consequences. In addition to the human race, other races will also send their descendants to Baidwan Mountain for training. They are likely to encounter the real descendants of gods and the cubs of ancient pure-blood beasts. Everyone listened carefully, and suddenly the entire sky became dark, and there was a giant bird covering the sky in the sky. Its wings were thousands of meters long, blocking the sunlight above its head. Everyone in the academy turned pale. What a powerful existence it was, and just a leak of energy made their souls tremble slightly. Not only them, but most of the people in the city felt chills. How powerful should the offspring of this kind of devil bird be? How many human arrogances can compete with it? Many people had a premonition that Baidwan Mountain would be extremely terrifying this time. They wondered how many talented people would die in blood. This is a real devil bird, here to send his offspring into Baidwan Mountain. Zhang Lao explained. Not only that, but there are 3 men in the city, a fat body with 1 head and 2 bodies, and 9 lions with 9 heads, all of which are extremely domineering and exude a terrifying aura. I don't know when Baidwan Mountain will be opened, and everyone has lived in Duankong City, and they can see a large number of racial geniuses coming here every day, making Duankong City more crowded and prosperous. Shi Zhang would go to the city every day to look for little ones. From time to time, huge beasts and demonic birds came, and the terrifying aura was like an abyss, like an ocean, turbulent. However, what upset him the most was that there was a reward order for him and Xiao Budian in the city. It was jointly issued by the Yu clan and the Tuoba clan. The rewards were very generous, including treasures, primitive treasures and elixir. 10 days after the crowd came to Duankong City, Shi Zhang finally saw Xiao Budian among the crowd. Xiao Budian was surrounded by a group of powerful remnants, and the Budianj brothers who were walking with him were a little shivering. On the contrary, Xiao Budian was not afraid, and was still muttering something, but the scene was very noisy, and Shi Zhang only heard the words, "Fat long worm." This little guy. Shi Zhang smiled and shook his head, but completely forgot that he was only 9 years old, so he quickly approached. When Shi Zhang approached, he saw that the disciples of Butian Pavilion were dragging the little one, while Shi Hao pointed at the winged Fat Yi with 1 head and 2 bodies and shouted, "Fat Chong Chong, Baidwan Mountain, I will definitely stew you." These words are full of the breath of a bare child. Fat Yi was tens of meters long, covered in crimson, with thick scales, 6 legs and 2 pairs of wings. He was spitting out a scarlet letter, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. "In Baidwan Mountain, I will eat your body alive. You stick out your tongue at me again, and I'll tear it off right now." Xiao Budian jumped, and the disciples of Butian Pavilion on the side couldn't hold him anymore. "My battle pet really has character." The 9-headed lion walked over with domineering steps. It was covered in golden light, as if cast from divine gold. It had 9 heads and exuded a terrifying aura. Its voice was like thunder. Just a single word shook the space. Humming, extremely domineering and terrifying. "I also lack a servant of the human race." A humanoid creature made of stone said, and the aura exuding from his body was no lower than that of a 9-headed lion. "This natural-born stone spirit is really terrifying. I heard that he has torn several heirs of great powers. His body is extremely terrifying, and he is said to be invincible in the same realm." Someone told his origin. "I don't need any servants, but hearing that he has made a lot of fame in the false god realm makes me want to tear it apart." The white tiger roared from a tall chariot. "This young man of the human race is in danger. He was targeted by such a few terrifying remnants. It seems that he will either be accepted as a combat pet or killed soon." Many people shook their heads and sighed. Boom! Suddenly there was a soft sound from the sky and the earth. Although the sound was not loud, it reached everyone's ears clearly, as if it sounded directly in their minds, and the noisy sound at the scene disappeared instantly. Boom! The voice became clearer, like a hammer hitting their heads, making their ears buzz, and everyone followed the sound. It was a human youth dressed in white with a yellow coarse cloth bag hanging around his waist. He walked out from the crowd, and his sharp eyes were staring at the few primordial remnants that he had spoken earlier. Where did this reckless boy want to be reduced to eating blood? Fei Yi asked with a serious look on his face. Shi Zhang didn't reply, and took another step. Only then did everyone see that there was nothing in front of the young man, but he was hanging in midair, as if he was stepping on an invisible ladder. "It looks like I'm going to add one more battle pet." The 9-headed lion opened its mouth wide, with 2 rows of sharp knife-like teeth standing inside, which were very penetrating. Shi Zhang took another step, and his body rose even higher, almost level with the 9 lions. Hearing these primordial remnants speak rudely to the little one, Shi Zhang directly used the holy method of fighting to evolve, stepping into the sky. There are 9 steps in total, and each step will elevate one's aura. After taking 9 steps, the opponent will be oppressed by the whole world. It is another attack method to distinguish treasure skills from spiritual attacks. The first 2 steps of the stone bell covered everyone, and from the 3rd step, the stone bell concentrated this power and influence on these few ancient relics and stone spirits. These survivors all sensed Shi Zhang's targeting, and turned their heads to show a murderous intent towards Shi Zhang. Shi Zhang took the 5th step, and the driver on the white tiger chariot fell down headlong, spraying blood from his mouth and nose. As a human race, I feel superior to others when I serve as a servant of a ferocious beast. I am ashamed of the human race. I should be punished. Shi Zhang took 2 steps in succession, and his momentum became stronger. Make a sound, press forward and press the past. Fat Yi began to feel a little untenable, the bones of the nine-headed lion creaked, as if a mountain was pressing on it. Chapter 57 Overwhelming Momentum, Blowing Away Fat. Shi Zhang didn't stop, and took the 8th step. Fei Yi flew out directly, spitting blood, as if hit by an ancient savage dragon. Everyone was horrified that this human youth was too strong. Before he could make a move, he blasted an ancient relic into the air. His domineering aura was unparalleled. But this also showed that the strength of the 9 lions, the 100 tigers and Shi Ling on the field was far better than that of Fei Yi, who was blown away. But even so, they were oppressed by that powerful aura and couldn't move. The bones on their bodies rattled, as if they were overwhelmed and would break at any time. Fat Yi in the distance got up, with murderous intent in his eyes, looked at Shi Zhang in the midair and said fiercely, "Flesh body is not my strong point. When you enter Beidwan Mountain, I will burn your body and soul with the fire of heaven." Shi Zhang is at this moment hanging in midair, leaning forward slightly. His feet seem to be stepping on the bodies of these ancient remnants, making them unable to lift their heads. That's a great benevolent person from the false god realm. A crowd of onlookers recognized Shi Zhang. Wow, it's really as domineering as the rumors. Everyone exclaimed and finally knew why the boy made the move. In this situation where everyone is in danger after seeing the primordial remnants, this young man can suppress 3 powerful primordial remnants and a natural stone spirit with his own strength without making a move. How amazing is this? Peerless. The momentum of the stone bell reaches its peak, like a god descending into the world, majestic and majestic. The legs of the 9-headed lion and the 100 tigers went limp, and they almost fell down. Shi Ling also had his legs bent, but they were still struggling. Shi Zhang yelled loudly, and kicked down again. His power suddenly rose, his black hair danced wildly, like a god of war descending to the world, and his might shook the 10 directions. Boom! The 9-headed lion couldn't hold on anymore, its huge body collapsed, its limbs trembling violently. Shi Ling felt that the sky had collapsed on him, but he was so weak that he couldn't move. The white tiger also fell on the chariot, his expression was dim, his eyes were dull, and he was no longer as powerful as before. The surrounding audience were all stunned, looking at the godlike young man in the air, and then at the listless primordial remnants in front of them. They felt dreamlike and unbelievable. The stone bell fell from midair. Xiao Budian immediately jumped over with joy on his face. "Brother, you are really amazing. I've grown taller." Shi Zhang smiled and patted the little boy's head. He was very happy when the brothers met again. "Ha ha." Xiao Budian smiled happily, and stood on tiptoe to compare with Shi Zhang. After a while, Xiao Budian remembered to introduce Budian Pavilion's seniors to Shi Zhang. Looking at the young man with a warm smile in front of him, the disciples of Budian Pavilion were a little lost, and it was difficult to connect with the god-man who swallowed mountains and rivers just now. The brothers got together, and the two seemed to have endless topics to talk about, telling each other what happened in the past 6 months. The little thief told Shi Zhang that he took away all the precious bones for the exam when he was recruiting people in Budian Pavilion, and as a result, there were more than 3,000 freshmen in that world, and the faces of the elders in the door were all black. There is also Xiao Tian, who patted him 2 bricks during the entry test, making him stand tall and sit by the lake looking up to the sky and screaming. Shi Qingfeng also took the token and directly entered the genius camp. Some elders valued his character and planned to accept him as a disciple. Hearing Xiao Budian talk about this, Shi Zhang laughed happily. It seemed that the kid was not bullied, so he was relieved. The two chatted for a long time. Shi Zhang ordered some dishes, and the little one ate a big chicken leg and ate it, saying, "Brother, when we get to Beidwan Mountain, let's hunt some relics to eat. It is said that it is a big chicken leg. Make up." "Okay." Shi Zhang smiled, and wiped off the oil on his face. This little guy was still as ruthless as he remembered from his previous life. When the two of them walked out of the restaurant, it was getting dark, and there was a large group of people outside the door. The news of Shi Zhang's efforts to suppress the 3-headed survivors and Shi Ling had already spread in Duantian City, and the reputation of the great good man became more and more fierce. Xiao Budian went back to Budian Pavilion, and Shi Zhongwen returned to the territory of Zulu Academy, practicing in the courtyard with peace of mind, and improving his cultivation as much as possible to deal with the next danger in Beidwan Mountain. 10 days later, the stone bell that was practicing was interrupted by a loud bang, and he walked out of the courtyard. All the creatures in Duankong City were startled, and they all poked their heads out of the building. Shi Zhang saw the vast expanse at the end of the land in the distance. The torrential rain was pouring, mixed with lightning and thunder, and the chaotic mist was churning, as if the world had been opened. In the thunder and lightning, Ying Yueyu could see that a world was manifesting, and as the chaotic mist churned, the scenery of that world became more and more clear, as if appearing out of thin air. Beiduan Mountain is about to open. The creatures in the city were very excited. After waiting for so long, this day is finally coming. Get ready, Beiduan Mountain is about to open. A monk shouted, and the sound spread throughout the city. All of a sudden, all the creatures started to move. The divine bird and the sky-cracking demon butterfly flapped their wings. They had the advantage of controlling the sky and quickly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Let's go, Elder Zhang shouted, and all the disciples of Zulu Academy followed Elder Zhang, following the crowd towards the direction of the manifestation of that world. The golden giant, the white tiger, the golden-winged roc, the brave, the real Zhao, all these ancient beasts that are rare to see on weekdays all appeared, and they all wanted to win the opportunity to enter Beiduan Mountain earlier, and seize the greatest opportunity in it. Good fortune. During this journey, Shi Zhang felt keenly that there were several undisguised murderous auras rushing towards him. He turned his head and saw ancient fierce beasts such as Fei Yi and Shi Ling who had been suppressed before, but most of them were human races, with murderous intent and a fierce look in their eyes. They were members of the Yu clan and the Tuoba clan, and they wanted to kill themselves more than the ancient beasts. Hey, Shi Zhang sneered, already made a decision in his heart. Since they are sworn enemies, there is no need to let them come out alive. Don't come with me later, Shi Zhang said to his brothers at Zulu Academy. Although he is not afraid, once a war breaks out, these people are likely to be targeted together, and following him will put them in a very dangerous situation. Okay, be careful, the disciples of Zulu Academy replied. They knew that Shi Zhang would fight against several powerful races as soon as he entered Duankong City, so they also had some scruples. In the crowded crowd, Shi Zhang could clearly hear the banging of pots and pans. He smiled inwardly, and approached the sound. Sure enough, Shi Zhang saw that Xiaobudian was carrying a huge chalky sack, shaking it, and the sound of the banging of pots and pans came from there. Shi Zhang yelled, the little one turned around, and shouted excitedly, "Brother!" Shi Zhang trotted over, and the little one shook the chalk sack behind him, with a smug face as if asking for credit. This will be our tableware later. Steaming, cooking, frying and roasting are all complete. Okay, Shi Zhang touched his little head, took out the ethnographic bag and put all these things in. Chapter 58 9 Lions, besieged by fierce beasts. The outside of Duankong City was already completely white, and following a loud noise, the chaotic mist rolled like white waves and rushed directly into the city, as if this was already the edge of heaven and earth, and there was no way forward. However, those races that swarmed away never stopped. The divine birds in the air folded their wings, like sharp arrows leaving the string, pierced into the chaotic mist with a whoosh, and disappeared. Everyone was scrambling to jump into the chaotic mist, trying to get the upper hand. Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian rushed there, sticking close to each other, not being scattered by the flow of people. The two jumped up from Duankong City, jumped into the chaotic mist, passed through layers of mist, and came to another world in an instant. Shi Zhang's first feeling is that this small world has a strong aura, which is almost comparable to that on the Lingshan Mountain, and cultivation will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. This alone is enough to make people crazy. The green mountains are beautiful, the waterfalls are flying, the green lake is clear, the aura turns into white clouds and mist, and the sunlight passes through, refracting colorful neon lights, just like a fairyland. Brother, there is an elixir. Xiao Budian shouted at Shi Zhang with sharp eyes. Just as Shi Zhang was about to leave, the creatures that continued to pour in behind him attacked him. Some creatures who thought they were powerful wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate some competitors to reduce the chance of being robbed. There are also many races who are warlike and bloodthirsty by nature. They have been suppressed for a long time in Duankong City. Now they come here as if they have been released, and they can't wait to let go of their nature. Shi Zhang didn't show mercy, and directly blasted several creatures into a rain of blood, shocking the crowd at once. After recognizing that this was the great benevolent man, many people had self-knowledge and avoided Shi Zhang. But even so, there are still some people who don't believe in evil, and attack Shi Zhang one after another, snatching the elixir. The little boy scolded lightly, jumped up like a little golden rock, struck all the enemies across the board, and smashed a hidden tree ant alive with his physical strength. His physical body was extremely powerful. Many people feel unlucky when they see the battle. These two brothers are so fierce, how can others fight? Although other people will form alliances, most of them use each other, and even stab each other at critical moments, but they obviously will not appear in this way. Situation. Shi Zhang made a strong move, beheaded several opponents one after another, pulled out the 5 elixir plants on the cliff, and put them into the human race bag. After such a toss, the two of them could be said to have reached the end. There were not many creatures in the mist, and they all rushed into the depths of Baidwan Mountain like a tide. Hey, Dahe, I want to eat a bear's paw. Seeing a bear fall behind, Xiao Budian yelled. The bear is also a powerful beast. Hearing someone shouting from behind, he felt angry. The runes on his body were flashing, and he was ready to fight. I ran away with my fat buttocks, for fear that my feet would not be able to run fast. Big Red, I want to eat roasted wings. The little one lifted up a huge boulder weighing tens of thousands of kilograms and threw it towards the sky. The big red bird frowned when it saw the stone bell. Don't dare to look back. Brother, you are so fierce, you are so scared that the bear's paws and roasted wings are gone. The little boy said. Shi Zhang shook his head with a smile. There will be some later, the braised lion's head will definitely not escape. He entered Baidwan Mountain on the way. He could clearly feel a few strong murderous auras, including the ancient relics he suppressed. Although they haven't appeared yet, Shi Zhang feels that they will definitely cause trouble for him. Let's go. The place was already empty. Shi Zhang greeted the little one and walked deep into the woods. There were no ferocious beasts or humans in the next section of the road. Shi Zhang felt that something was wrong, and no one picked the elixir on the cliff, which made people suspicious. Sure enough, a gigantic monster suddenly jumped out from the top of the cliff, and from the sky, a huge tiger paw covered the two of them. Shi Zhang sneered, jumped up from the spot, swung his fist, and smashed on the paw with a violent wind. When the two collided, the white tiger was thrown tens of meters into the air, and fell to the ground. Its 4 feet were ruthlessly grabbed into the soil, leaving a long trail. Then it stopped and pointed at the stone clock and the little one growled. At the same time, the former Fei Yi, 9-headed lions, and Shi Ling unexpectedly appeared one after another, surrounding the two of them, and a strong murderous aura surged in this space. Shi Zhang was not surprised. Only these powerful ancient relics could join forces so that no other creature dared to stay here. Braised lion's head, steamed white tiger, stewed snake soup, and a pile of stones can be used as a dining table, not bad. The little one smiled, with crystal saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. Shi Zhang didn't speak, just looked at them with a half-smile expression on his face. These few are all powerful relics of the ancient times. Usually, they are the only ones who hunt and kill others. Who would dare to attack them, but now they are despised by the two human races, making them furious. Don't think that we really can't kill you, it was just that we couldn't shoot in Duankong City before, but it's different now. Fei Yi said with a bright red letter. Oh, then what? Shi Zhang still had the same expression. Today I want 2 more slaves. The 9-headed lion's body shone with golden light, and its powerful aura surged. This remnant was extremely powerful, and its blood was very pure. The flesh and blood of the powerful human race must be more delicious. The white tiger stepped forward, and the 4 powerful beings released their own terrifying aura. Hovering in the air. Brother, I'm hungry, Xiao Budian said, breaking the previous peaceful atmosphere. Looking for death, the white tiger roared, roaring and rushing forward. A hazy layer of blood mist appeared on the surface of the body, with a strong killing intent. Shi Ling didn't open his mouth, but every step he took made the mountains tremble and the lake rippling. This kind of natural stone fetus is simply the darling of the heavens. Its physical body is extremely powerful, and it is said to be invincible in the same realm. Fei Yi also opened his huge mouth, and a fire dragon sprayed towards the two of them. The trees on the way turned to black ash when they touched a little spark, and even the boulders were baked and cracked. A wave of heat came oncoming, and the temperature was extremely high. Shi Zhang took the lead in the attack, the blood in his body surged, his fighting spirit was instantly ignited, and the purple gold body protection precious light emerged on the surface of his body, blocking the fire dragon completely. The 9-headed lion also moved, pressing forward with domineering kingly steps, but was blocked by the little one. Little lion, you are walking too fast, is your head too heavy? Let me remove some of them for you, to ease your pain. The 9 lions were furious, roaring and rushing towards the little one. The trees were uprooted by the airflow it brought up. It was strong and mighty, its big golden claws fell, and it hadn't touched it yet. Little one, the boulder beside him exploded directly. The little one avoided it vigorously like a spirit ape, with runes appearing on its body. With one arm, and like a golden winged rock, it slashed across the sky, fighting with the 9-headed lion. Chapter 59. The White Tiger attacks and kills Shi Ling. The white tiger who set off first had already come close. Its white fur was covered with a layer of scarlet blood, and its 2 rows of fangs like sharp knives were intimidating. White tiger attack and kill technique. The white tiger roared, its body swelled up, and its power became even more powerful. And the tiger's claws were also extended, reflecting the cold light. The ancient ferocious beast like the white tiger has controlled the power of killing since ancient times, and its attacks are the fiercest. Now when it is unleashed by this white tiger, the aura of the Beast King is so powerful that it makes the whole world tremble. There was still a distance of 7 or 8 meters between the two, and Shi Zhang could smell the strong smell of blood emanating from it, as if it had just been killed from a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. The white tiger leapt out and raised a huge tiger claw to cover the stone bell. The stone bell raised his fist to the sky without fear, and the purple golden light overflowed and collided with it like a shooting star. The white tiger's body shook violently, and it flew upside down and hit the cliff, causing a large amount of earth and rocks to collapse. It trembled for a while, shaking off the earth and rocks on its body. The human body in front of it was more terrifying than it imagined. Even after using the racial treasure, it was still defeated. After repelling the white tiger, Shi Zhang took the initiative to meet Shi Ling. This Shi Ling was not only physically strong, but also moved very quickly. He swung his fist at Shi Zhang dozens of times in an instant. Shi Zhang didn't retreat, and blocked all these attacks with fast strikes. Huge fist marks appeared on the ground behind him, all of which were blown out by the fist wind brought out by Shi Ling's fist swing. In the last blow, the fists of the two collided together, and a turbulent aftermath swayed like invisible ripples, and all the surrounding woods and boulders exploded. Shi Ling backed up again and again, almost unable to stand on his feet. The arm was hanging down weakly, with many cracks on the arm, and blood fell drop by drop on the dead leaves. Shi Zhang was a little surprised. This Shi Ling's body was really solid. He had used all his strength just now, but the opponent's arm didn't explode. This natural race really lived up to its reputation. If other people know that Shi Zhang thinks this way, they will definitely spit out a mouthful of old blood. The physical body of this kind of creature is not much worse than that of a real pure-blooded ancient beast, but the runes are weak. The upper hand is not satisfied yet. Shi Zhang wanted to kill and move forward again, but he felt a hotter temperature rolling towards him. Shi Zhang turned his head and saw that the crimson fat body was covered with the light of the runes. It must have used primitive magic to make the temperature of the fire dragon sprayed out of its mouth soar. A golden rune floated on Shi Zhang's arm, filled with powerful energy. He opened his fingers, and thousands of golden lightning bolts fell from the sky in an instant, engulfing the fat head. The fat body was hit by the golden lightning, and a large scale on its body was shattered, and it was scorched black by the electricity, emitting a faint smell of meat. Oh, the smell of barbecue, it smells so good, it makes me even more hungry. While fighting the 9-headed lion, the little one still twitched his nose and took 2 strong breaths of the aroma in the air. Suddenly, there was a whirring sound of piercing through the air, and accompanied by the sound of stones and trees exploding, the white tiger swung a blood-red horse from its long tail, pulling towards the stone clock with overwhelming force, and all obstacles in the way all burst into pieces. Shi Zhang turned sideways, with flowing silver light in his hands. He grabbed the thick and long tail of the tiger, and then exerted force all over his body. Huey fell over his shoulder. This gigantic monster with the head of a hill rose directly from the ground, rolled 180 degrees in the air under Fei Yi's disbelieving gaze, and then slammed down hard. The whole world seemed to jump. All the stones with a radius of hundreds of meters rose from the ground, and a deep hole was smashed into the place where the white tiger was, with its feet on its back. The white tiger roared like thunder, which was a great shame to it, and it struggled to get up. The stone bell ignored it, and landed with another heavy kick. The whole earth was shaking, and the smoke and dust rose to the sky. He still wanted to continue to attack, but Shi Ling on the side had already gotten close to him, his previously damaged arm had recovered, and there was a metallic light flowing all over his body, and his aura was stronger than before, which must have stimulated his own body primitive treasure. Shizong's expression was indifferent, his body glowed with divine brilliance, his crystal-clear flesh was glowing, and a circle of golden lightning was wrapped around his arm, like a golden little dragon, swallowing thunder. The two were close to each other, punching and kicking, colliding violently, golden lightning and metal light scattered, and every time they collided, there was a thunderous noise, and all the boulders and trees within a radius of 100 meters centered on them were all crushed. The aftermath of the force smashed into dust, and a large vacuum appeared. Fat Yi at the side was startled. Although it is also an ancient relic, its physical body is not its strong point. If it were to fight against one of them, it would be beaten into a rain of blood within a short while. That kind of domineering power is too terrifying. Even a mountain will collapse. Both of them were as fast as lightning, and they fought fiercely on this land, releasing the most primitive physical strength. Like a tornado, all the surrounding boulders and ancient trees burst, and the dust flew up, submerging the two. Shizong opened and closed, the blood in his body seemed to be boiling, and his fighting spirit was surging. Since his rise, very few opponents, physical bodies could collide with him at the same level, but this Shi Ling did it. After hundreds of blows, there was a dull crash. Then a figure flew upside down from the thick yellow dust, turned into a stream of light and hit the cliff wall. Fei Yi and the white tiger who had just got up took a closer look, and it turned out to be Shi Ling. At this moment, Shi Ling is very miserable, his body is cracked, a large part of the cliff is stained red with blood, the metal light on his body is dim, and even his eyes are somewhat dull. Fei Yi took a breath, he knew how strong this stone spirit's physical body was. After using the race treasure, it was no weaker than a real pure-blooded ancient beast, and now it was defeated by a human with a pure physical body in a head-to-head confrontation, power defeated, which made it feel like a wild night. Is this the human race? I'm afraid the real dragon cub is nothing more than that. The blood-red white tiger screamed wildly, and rushed towards the stone clock again. It opened its mouth and sprayed out a piece of white runes, all over the sky. The white tiger belongs to gold. These runes carry innate golden energy and are extremely lethal. Like an impact on Shizong. Shizong used the precious light to protect his body again, and the purple golden light emerged from his body surface, setting him off like a god. The congenital golden energy impacted on it, making a piercing sound of metal collisions, and a large number of sparks burst out at the same time, like the handover of gold and stone. A large area of land and forests behind Shizong became a sieve, and countless black holes were shot out from the bounced innate golden energy, densely packed. Chapter 60 Tianpeng fights the dragon, fighting characters evolve. Shizong used the sacred method of fighting to evolve the treasure technique of Suani, and his whole body was full of golden light. Suddenly he trembled, and all the golden light on his body flowed onto his arms. His right arm became as if it was made of divine gold, shining so brightly that people couldn't open their eyes. As soon as Shizong punched out, these golden lights instantly transformed into a golden little dragon, lifelike, defying the innate golden energy, roaring and rushing towards the white tiger with its teeth and claws open. This is the magic of the 9 secrets. Shizongbin has mastered the true meaning of the Suani treasure technique, and evolved it with the sacred method of fighting. The power of the rune can only release golden thunder and mist. This little golden dragon flew up against the innate golden energy and hit the head of the white tiger. At this moment, there was thunder and light on its body, and the golden lightning completely enveloped him. The white tiger's wailing shook the whole field, and the surface of the big lake in the distance kept shaking. This little golden dragon is a stone bell that erupts all the concentrated essence of thousands of lightning bolts in an instant, and even a mountain will fall apart in an instant. When the golden thunder light dissipated, the majestic white tiger turned black all over, with not much hair left, and there were still a few flames burning. This white tiger is indeed powerful, far superior to ordinary remnants, especially in the case of using the white tiger attack and kill technique. Its physical body is unbelievably tyrannical, forcibly resisting the destructive power of thousands of lightning bolts. It smells like meat again. Xiao Budian yelled. He performed the golden rock fighting dragon technique, and his whole body turned into a little golden rock, which instantly spanned a distance of hundreds of meters and hit the 8 lions, causing it to fly horizontally for a few seconds 100 meters. When he stood up, he had become 7 lions. Isn't it much easier? Would you like to unload a few more for you? Xiao Budian smiled, adding the power of Jin Peng at this moment, instantly breaking the previous deadlock and taking an absolute advantage. Two giant roars came at the same time, one was a seven-headed lion and the other was a white tiger. They knew that they were invincible with their bodies and runes, and they were ready to use their treasures to suppress and kill their opponents. The seven lions opened their mouths and spat out, and 9 flying swords were sacrificed, which were made from the teeth left by the elders of the clan. Xiao Budian took out the Suan Ni bone mirror, and illuminated streaks of fairy light to resist the 9 flying swords, and approached the 7 lions at the same time. Xiao Budian is very smart, knowing that his treasure is not the upper hand, and the key to his victory is the power of Jinpeng to strengthen his physical body. But the white tiger was even more astonishing. 28 spears with canine teeth stood beside it like pillars supporting the sky, with terrifying power to tear the sky apart. This is a treasure left by a semi-pure-blooded adult white tiger. He has used this to kill many powerful opponents. The white tiger roared loudly, its killing intent reached its peak, and it moved the 28 spears at the same time, shooting at the stone bell with a force that would destroy the world, completely covering the stone bell without leaving a single gap. At this moment, the mountains were shaking, and the earth was cracked one after another in this terrifying energy fluctuation. The blood in Shi Zong's body seemed to be on fire, and the blood energy rushed from his body to the sky. This terrifying power not only did not make him feel a little bit of fear, but on the contrary, he was full of fighting spirit, wanting to pierce the sky. He roared to the sky, facing the tiger tooth treasure that fell down with 10,000 hectares of force. Shi Zong did not retreat but advanced, striding forward. The holy method of fighting is running in the stone bell again. 2 lifelike golden dragons are wrapped around his arms. Looking at the huge pillar falling down like a meteor in front of him, he roars, mobilizing all the strength in his body. The veins on his body are like horned dragons generally. It exploded and smashed down hard. Break it for me. Shi Zong's fist landed on the huge crystal fang, and suddenly golden light burst out, and thunder and lightning erupted. With a loud noise, an obvious crack appeared in the middle of the fang. The white tiger was really stunned now. It couldn't be more clear about the power of this treasure. It was left by an adult semi-pure blood white tiger in the clan. Even the mountain under it was like paper. Today, it was broken by a 9-year-old human race. After finishing this tiger tooth treasure, the bone spears falling from the sky finally had a gap. Shi Zong jumped up, stepped on the torsos of other tiger tooth treasures in midair, and killed the white tiger. The white tiger was frightened. Originally, it was the remnant of the ancient ferocious beast that advocated attacking, but even though it tried its best in this battle, even using the race's primitive magic, it was suppressed by the human race in front of it. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. And just now it saw with its own eyes that the human race, which was as fierce as a savage dragon, forcibly smashed the invincible treasure given by the clan, which made it feel the taste of fear for the first time since its birth. Seeing that humanoid Tyrannosaurus approaching, it opened its mouth again, and it was covered with a silver-white robe, which was covered with runes, and the rays of light were bright and dazzling. White tiger treasure clothes, is it useful? Shi Zong sneered. His body was shining with golden light, and the golden runes shone in the air, spouting a rich golden glow behind him. These golden splendor and runes condense into a big black golden sculpture, like pouring divine gold. The gilded body is full of strength, exuding a kind of peerless domineering who is fighting for the front. The sharp eyes in the eyes are like substance, like living things stared straight at the white tiger. The white tiger was stared at by the divine Peng, and a chill appeared in his heart, like a prey about to be hunted. Life and death were beyond its own control. This is Jinpeng, it speculated in its heart, but Jinpeng also knew one, and it definitely didn't have such a domineering aura. This kind of eyes, like a supreme creature overlooking all living beings, is invincible. Could it be that the golden-winged rock's bloodline returned to its ancestors? It guessed tremblingly in its heart. The picture of Tianpeng fighting the dragon. This is a picture volume condensed by Shi Zong's combination of Jinpeng Belangshu and Tianken Belangshu, which somewhat reproduces the demeanor of the ancient 10 fierce Kunpeng. I saw that the aura of this small world instantly turned into a rain of light, pouring on Shi Zong's body, making him exude immeasurable brilliance, and his state reached its peak. With a long howl, his body disappeared in an instant like a rock hitting the sky, and he appeared in front of the white tiger in the blink of an eye. Shi Zong was like a human-shaped skypung, with black golden light surging on his body, and violent power surging. He raised his fist at the white tiger in front of him like a hill, and the light on his arm was so bright that this small world was illuminated white. At the same time, the Tianpeng behind him also fluttered out of the picture, and crashed into the white tiger with devastating power. Boom! Like a loud bang, the huge white tiger flew out and hit the cliff. Accompanied by billowing thick smoke, it actually penetrated the mountain and flew out from the other side of the mountain. Chapter 61. The smell of meat is overflowing, refine it for your own use. Shi Zhang took a look at Xiao Budian and found that he had already gained the absolute upper hand. Now only 5 heads of the 9-headed lion remained, so he grabbed a tiger-toothed spear, his body turned into a streamer, and quickly chased him from the collapsed cave, up. After the white tiger penetrated the mountain, it dragged out a long gully on the ground. Looking closely, it was still covered with blood and fur. Shi Zhang followed the ravine, just in time to see the white tiger struggling to get up from the ground. At the moment it is miserable, its whole body is tattered, its fur has fallen off in large chunks, and it hangs danglingly on its body, revealing the flesh and blood inside, and bones can be seen in some places. A large piece of the chest was sunken, and a large amount of blood flowed from its mouth, even with some broken flesh. Shi Zhang's all-out attack was too terrifying, even the white tiger's treasure clothes couldn't protect it well, and it was seriously injured. Seeing Shi Zhang chasing after him, the white tiger spread its 4 legs and wanted to run. It didn't have the arrogance of the king of beasts at all. It was really frightened by the beating, and it didn't even feel the power of the powerful treasure given by the clan. No sense of security. Want to run? Shi Zhang sneered, raised the tiger-toothed spear that surpassed 10,000 caddies with his right hand, pointed it at the white tiger's back, and threw it out. Hoo! There was a sharp sound of piercing through the air, and the tiger-toothed spear came in an instant and hit the white tiger. At this moment, Shi Zhang added the power of Tianpeng, and the tiger-toothed spear he threw contained so much power, the huge white tiger flew out again for hundreds of meters and fell to the ground, spraying blood from his mouth and nose, staining a large area of land red. Even so, the white tiger still shook its limbs and struggled to get up. Shi Zhang chased after him, picked up the tiger-toothed spear at the side with both hands, and swung it fiercely at the white tiger. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the whole earth shook. The white tiger wailed and struggled violently, and the white tiger's precious clothes on his body also glowed, and the runes circulated, releasing this huge force. But as Shi Zhang swung down the crystal white tiger-toothed spear, the light of the white tiger's treasure clothes gradually dimmed, and the howling and struggling of the white tiger became weaker and weaker, and finally stopped all movements. The white tiger was already dead, and the spiritual imprint on the tiger-toothed spear dissipated, and it immediately became an unknown thing. Shi Zhang used the power of bone inscriptions to shrink it, put it in the human race bag, and then dragged the white tiger by the tail. It drags back. When the stone bell passed through the cave, Xiaobudian also cut off the last head of the 9 lions with the scissors made from the pangolin jawbone, and was sitting on its huge body smiling at the stone bell. Shi Zhang dropped the white tiger's body, found Shi Ling who was dying on the cliff, and then punched its head. It's a pity that Fei Yi twisted his body and slipped away immediately when he saw that the formation was not right. The little one wanted to stop it, but the 9 lions were too ferocious, and he needed to go all out, and that Fei Yi sacrificed a Vulcan streamer. A sea of flames cut off the road, and then fled. Brother, it's time for a big meal. Xiao Budian smiled. The battle made his whole body dirty, only a pair of eyes were still bright, looking at the bodies of the white tiger and the 9-headed lion. Okay. Shi Zhang also smiled, took out the pots and pans from the ethnographic bag, filled a large cauldron with water, and began to clean and dissect the white tiger's body. On the body of the white tiger, Shi Zhang also found a universe bag, which should be used by the white tiger to collect the opponent's treasure. Unfortunately, Shi Zhang used his own power to kill it from the beginning to the end, making this treasure useless. Land. Shi Zhang put away the white tiger armor and the rest of the tiger-toothed spears and handed them to Xiao Budian. The little guy is very happy. He has always wanted to have this kind of treasure, so that he doesn't have to carry those pots and pans on his back in the future. The two threw the washed 3 heads of the 9 lions into the cauldron, and a raging fire was lit underneath. Watching the original clear water gradually turn into a white thick soup, the smell of meat overflowed, making the little one swallow wildly. These ferocious beasts could split mountains and ground, and their bodies were as indestructible as divine gold, but once they died, the Xianxia in their flesh and blood would gradually disappear, and they would no longer have that kind of power. The 2 front legs of the white tiger were cut off and strung on an iron frame. A fire was set underneath with branches, and the little boy smeared honey on the iron frame while turning it. Smelling the sweet aroma of honey and meat, seeing the yellowish color of the tiger leg, dripping a series of oils, the little boy felt that his tongue was about to melt in saliva, and he waited eagerly for the tiger leg to be cooked. Xizong paid attention to the lion's head in the cauldron, and when the soup in the cauldron was boiling, he poured the seasoning into it, and also threw in 2 of the 5 elixir plants he picked earlier. Immediately, this fragrance became stronger, which made Xizong's appetite whet. Xizong released Xiao Jin from the human race bag. At this time, Xiao Jin had black and golden feathers all over his body, and he was very majestic. Little Jin, why did you turn black? Little Dot asked in surprise when he saw the golden-winged rock that had changed color. Xiao Jin gave him a supercilious look, and told Xiao Budian what happened. Xizong passed Kun's original treasure technique and the only true meaning of the holy method of fighting to Xiao Budian, but he had to spend time studying to get familiar with it and master it. Have you mastered Lu Shenfa? Xizong asked. Not yet. God Lu asked me to think about my age. There is a great danger of extinction in my practice now. Xiao Budian said. Xizong once again told the little one not to force himself. Brother, you are so powerful, even God Lu praised you. The little one looked at Xizong with admiration. Xizong smiled wryly. In retrospect, if he hadn't been swimming and drowning in the winter in his previous life, his soul traveled here and was reborn, and he had truly experienced life and death. He wasn't even sure if he could survive it. He was really almost dead at that time, and all consciousness was far away from him. Xiao Jin swallowed a large amount of flesh and blood of the white tiger and 9 lions. The golden light on his body was shining brightly, and his aura exploded. After a full hour, the 2 tiger legs were finally roasted, golden and shiny, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, which made the 2 brothers move their index fingers. Xiao Budian directly hugged a tiger leg and bit it, soaking his face in grease, while Xizong used a knife to cut off the meat from the tiger leg. After the 2 tiger legs were eaten, the lion's head in the cauldron was also healed, with a rich aroma and sweet soup, all of which fell into the stomachs of the 2 of them. After eating all this, the little boy's stomach was already plump, and he was lying on the stone to rest. His mouth and nose were emitting energy. But Xizong felt that he didn't want to finish it, so he carried 3 more lion heads into the tripod. Brother, others say I'm a foodie, so you can eat better than me, haha. Xiao Budian smiled, and spit out a white mist of essence with 1 mouthful. Xizong thinks it's normal, he has a higher level of cultivation, and he can refine more energy, which is naturally more edible. For example, an adult golden-winged rock eats Jiao Jiao every day. After eating these, Xizong felt that his whole body was hot, and his body was spraying out thin energy, and his blood rumbled. The flesh and blood of these remnants contains a large amount of divine essence, and together with the elixir, it will have great benefits after eating. Chapter 62 Fire Emperor's Daughter, Flirting. At night, Xiao Budian made a rumbling sound, and every inch of flesh and blood on his body was glowing, as if there were gods living there, and 6 caves emerged independently. Next to the 6 caves, there appeared a crater, again, which was brilliantly radiant, spewed spirits, and attracted light and rain from the sky, after absorbing the divine substance in the flesh and blood. Xiao Budian broke through again, reaching the cultivation base of the 7 caves of heaven. Xizong also felt that his cultivation had improved a little, but it would be more difficult to break through as he got further behind, not to mention that he had already broken the limit, and to surpass it, he needed more accumulation to open up the 10th cave. After eating and drinking, the 2 brothers packed Xiling, the remaining 9 lions, and the flesh and blood of the white tiger, and then took Xiao Jin to the depths of Beiduan Mountain to find opportunities. Xizong didn't receive Xiaojin into the race bag again, and Beiduanshan will encounter many situations that will help Xiaojin grow up. I have to say that the allure of the golden-winged rock is absolute. Even if many people lack experience and vision, seeing the golden feathers of the little golden crow think it is a golden-winged rock with a bloody head, so these people come to snatch it regardless of life and death. Because as long as a creature like the golden-winged rock is an adult, it must be a peerless powerhouse who can compete with the gods. From the human point of view, Xiao Jin is a living treasure. Facing those who wanted to kill and take away Peng, Xizong did not soften his heart, and swung his butcher knife to kill them all. To Xizong's surprise, Xiao Jin now has a very strong combat power. Those who entered Baidwan Mountain and survived are definitely the best among them, but they were still torn apart by Xiao Jin's wings. After learning the Kun method, Xiao Jin's blood returned to his ancestors, and he already has a little Kunpeng's aura, and his combat power is astonishingly strong. The two walked all the way, walked out of the mountains, and came to a vast plain, filled with green smoke and white mist. A desolate atmosphere spread over the surface, the pale yellow weeds were as tall as half a person, and some wolves howled from time to time. It looked like a remote place. The two of them and the rock didn't stop, passing through the wormwood that was half a person's height. The breath of the golden-winged rock released, startling the nearby giant wolves to flee in a hurry, saving a lot of trouble. After walking for nearly an hour, I walked out of the range of the wormwood. A stone mountain lay in front of me, majestic and towering into the clouds, like the backbone of heaven and earth. Although this mountain stretches for tens of thousands of meters, there is no vegetation on the mountain. The strange rocks are jagged and bare, which makes people feel weird. There are countless black holes on the mountainside. The black hole seems to be connected to hell. There is a dark wind blowing through the cave, which makes people creepy like howling ghosts. Shi Zhang saw many creatures gathered at the foot of the mountain, and there were big birds hovering in the sky, all of which were relics of the ancient times, circling the stone mountain, as if they were looking for or investigating something. The two brothers approached the foot of the mountain with Xiao Jin. In Shi Zhang's previous life memory, there was a descendant of the wolf god here, so he would not miss it. The wings of the golden-winged rock spread tens of meters, and it quickly attracted the attention of the group of people. Seeing Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian approaching, many people showed murderous intent in their eyes. Shi Zhang had a panoramic view of the reactions of these people, and sneered in his heart, he has already opened up 9 caves, and he has nothing in Baidwan Mountain, so it is hard to find opponents. Oh, you're here too, big fat man. Xiao Budian suddenly exclaimed joyfully, and waved happily at the man. Huolinger heard that there was a great fortune in this divine cave, and had summoned a large number of helpers. She was about to search in depth and was ready to go, but she heard the voice that impressed her deeply. Who do you think is the big fat man? Huolinger gritted her silver teeth and turned her head. Shi Zhang looked at the beautiful woman in a fiery red dress, with a slim figure, fair face, black eyebrows, and a pair of bright eyes, and guessed her identity in his heart. Of course it's you, look how good I am. Xiao Budian patted his chest while talking. Not only Huolinger's complexion was tender and red, but even her followers' faces were a little dark, but in front of Huolinger, she couldn't let go of her figure and care about a 7 or 8-year-old child. What, you all look at me like this, do you also want to lose weight? 1 elixir per person, I guarantee that you won't become fat people. Xiao Budian said carelessly, his eyes flicking Huolinger. The meaning was obvious. Ah, Huolinger went crazy, and rushed towards the little one. She is the princess of the fire country, and she is surrounded by stars and moons wherever she goes, but she is bitten by a kid who is still changing her teeth. The big fat man yelled. Xiao Budian ran away directly, unwilling to fight fiercely with Huolinger, and shouted while running, Big fat man, you are so fat, how can you catch up with me? Listen to me, there is still time to lose weight. Shi Zhang stood aside and did not make a move. He could see that Huolinger was not really angry, but just irritated by what the little one said. These young couple. Shi Zhang shook his head and smiled wryly. In his previous life memory, this Huolinger was the little one's real lover who married, perfectly explaining what it means to love each other and kill each other. Hearing what Shi Zhang said, many of Huolinger's admirers at the scene immediately looked badly at him. Shi Zhang didn't care. If these people were placed in the world he lived in his previous life, they should be called dog-licking. A large fire ignited on the wilderness at night, and 2 silhouettes could be vaguely seen chasing and jumping, but this little guy was too nimble, and Huolinger couldn't do anything to blast out one fire dragon after another. Shi Zhang was interested in watching the two fight, but a discordant voice came from his ear, this golden-winged rock should be ownerless. The silver-blooded giant, 5 or 6 meters tall, stared straight at him with big eyes. What do you say? Shi Zhang responded. His words were calm but his heart was filled with killing intent. Aren't these 9 lions going to take the brat from the false god realm as their battle pet? Why can't they be seen? Originally, I wanted to snatch it from him, but now I think his brother seems to be pretty good. Shi Zhang sneered, decisively as soon as he shot, his figure jumped up like a sky pung, he caught the person who made the sound, and raised his hand with a palm. Bang! There was a loud noise, and a humanoid creature with a pair of gray-black wings flew upside down from the crowd. Everyone turned their heads to look and recognized its identity. It was a member of the Yu clan, a strong man with very pure blood, known as the King of Yu, with strong combat power and a great reputation. However, everyone was even more amazed at Shizong's domineering determination. Facing such a strong man, he also shot directly, showing his invincible mentality. The King of Yu flew out, the gray-black treasure armor runes on his body flickered, and the black light flowed. It was obviously a treasure, removing the power of the stone bell. Beiduan Mountain is full of dangers, and each of these powerful races has life-saving treasures bestowed by their elders. Are you looking for it? Shizong raised his hand, a string of bracelets hung on his wrist, made up of 9 crystal tiger teeth, shining brightly. Chapter 63 The Feather King Falls, Xiao Jin's Prestige. The face of Yu Wang with 2 gray and black wings turned blue and purple. It didn't expect this, great good man, to be so decisive, and even less expected that the opponent was so powerful. Just this one palm hurt him even through the armor. What a powerful combat power this must be. It wondered if it would have killed it with one palm if it didn't have this precious armor. When Yu Wang saw the string of bracelets on Shizong's wrist, his heart felt ashamed. It thinks that it is better than the 9-headed lion, but not too much. Even the treasure of the 9-headed lion is in the hands of the other party, which means that the other party has encountered an accident. It immediately regrets it so much that its intestines are green, flapping the wings on the back to escape. Can you run away? Shizong sneered, and was about to go forward, but there was a loud eagle cry in the air, and then a huge black shadow passed over his head, accompanied by a clear child's voice, "Master, let me do it." Shizong saw that it was Xiao Jin who made the move, and Yu stopped. He really wanted to know how strong Xiao Jin is now. As soon as King Yu fanned his wings to fly into the air, a violent gust of wind came from behind him. When he turned his head, he saw that black gold divine bird had come to kill him. PFF'd. There was a sound of flesh and blood entering the body. Although Xiao Jin was huge, he was not clumsy at all. He spread his wings and arrived behind Yu Wang. The black golden claws flowed with metal-like light, and the cold light penetrated directly. A large amount of blood sprayed up on King Yu's shoulder, grabbing a piece of flesh alive. King Yu writhed and rolled out hundreds of meters, and instantly knew that the speed of the golden-winged rock was definitely faster than his own, and if he kept running away, he would definitely be torn to pieces bit by bit. Those claws were too terrifying, comparable to a powerful treasure. They even tore a corner of its body armor in an instant. Yu Wang turned around, faced Xiao Jin, spread his wings, a large number of feathers fell off from the wings, emitting a dim light, and shot towards Xiao Jin like sharp arrows. Xiao Jin folded his wings and opened them suddenly, bringing a violent gust of wind and blowing these feathers to pieces. Even if it hit it, its power was greatly reduced. Accompanied by clanging metal collisions and sparks, all the feathers are blocked by it. The silver-blooded giant was also taken aback. This person was so strong, so he hurriedly ran into the distance with big strides. Shizong wanted to chase after him, but Xiaojin's immature voice came from the sky, "It can't run away." Xiaojin spread his wings tens of meters, and the black golden light soared. He arrived in front of King Yu and slammed into him fiercely. Shizong could tell that Xiao Jin had used his original treasure technique, but it was the golden-winged rock in its own right, so there would not be a dragon fighting figure behind it like a human being. There was a clear bone-cracking sound from King Yu's body, a mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth, his body fell from the sky like a meteor, making a big crater on the plain. The loud noise spread far away on the plain, and the smoke and dust shot up into the sky. "Oh, I ate the bird's wings." Hearing the sound and seeing the shadow falling from the sky, Xiao Budian quickly got rid of Huolinger and rushed over, plunging headfirst into the dust and smoke. Xiao Jin drew a jet of black golden light from his body, and chased the silver-blooded giant in the direction where he was escaping. Not long after, Xiao Budian led the dying Yu Wang out of the smoke and dust, frowning. His little face was full of disgust. "I thought it was a big bird. Why is it in the shape of a human? I can't get my mouth off." Xiao Budian fiddled with the gray-black feathers, his eyeballs rolled around, as if he was debating whether to cut it off as a bird. Chicken wings were grilled and eaten. Seeing the disgusted expression on Xiao Budian's face, King Yu was furious. He is the pride of the Yu clan, but he did not expect to end up in this situation, being treated as food, and even disgusted. But even though it was full of anger in its heart, it didn't have the strength to resist. Under Xiao Jin's blow, all the bones in its body were broken, and its internal organs were torn apart, just hanging there with a sigh of relief. Why is this bloody golden-winged rock so terrifying? King Yu couldn't accept that he died under the claws of a bloody demon bird. It recalled in its mind the mighty momentum of the golden-winged rock swallowing mountains and rivers, which is definitely not something a mixed-blood rock can have. Could it be? That's an unjust death. Yu Wang finally guessed Xiao Jin's real identity, and breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it, let's keep it and exchange it with others. I'm afraid I'll react if I eat it. After hesitating for a long time, the little one gave up and used the universe bag to pack Yu Wang's body. It's okay, there are other things here. Shi Zhang smiled, and the little one turned his head when he heard the words. His eyes scanned the non-humanoid survivors on the field, and swallowed saliva in his throat. Everyone on the field took a step back unconsciously. The two brothers were too cruel, worthy of being the twin pits of the false god. At the same time, they looked in the direction of the silver-blooded giant's escape with sympathetic eyes. The silver-blooded giant on the plain was running desperately, even using the treasure bestowed by the clan. His body turned into a silver horse in the rapid run, but he still couldn't pull away from the golden-winged rock behind him. Distance. The golden-winged rock is too fast, with its wings stretching for hundreds of meters. Its body is full of light, like a small sun, and it can feel the light coming from the golden-winged rock thousands of meters away. Monstrous blood. The golden-winged rock gave a long cry, and the loud and clear crow shook the field. Its body was covered with runes, and the black golden light radiated. Its speed increased again, and its two claws with metallic luster directly hit the head of the silver-blooded giant. The silver-blooded giant's scalp felt numb all of a sudden. Feeling a deadly threat, he hurriedly moved the treasure to cover his head. Hey! There was a sharp rubbing sound, and the silver-blooded giant blocked Xiao Jin's fatal blow with the treasure that helped it escape, and saved his life, but his own speed also slowed down. Xiao Jin's claws were blocked, and it slashed across the silver-blooded giant's head, but it passed the silver-blooded giant in an instant, and lay in front of it. The silver-blooded giant took off the treasure on top of his head, but when he saw several deep ravines left on it, his back felt cold. Xiao Jin turned his figure around and flapped his huge wings to kill him. Seeing that there was no way out, the silver-blooded giant gritted his teeth and prepared to fight to the death. This silver-blooded giant is famous for its natural strength. An adult silver-blooded giant can move mountains and fill seas, and tear apart fierce beasts, with infinite strength. And the silver-blooded giant in front of him was even more pure-blooded. He had killed many strong men as soon as he entered Baidwan Mountain, which made his confidence explode, and he challenged Shi Zhang. The silver-blooded giant's physical body is very strong, and it is difficult to find an opponent in the same realm, but this time it found the wrong opponent. Xiao Jin was originally a pure-blooded golden-winged rock. When he became an adult, he could hunt dragons for food and slaughter gods. What's more, his blood had already appeared to return to his ancestors, and he was approaching the ancient 10 evils. Similarly, after realizing the existence of the original true solution, the combat effectiveness is amazing. After hundreds of blows, the silver-blooded giant was already soaked in his own blood, his treasure was half destroyed, his body was broken in many places, and even his ribs were grabbed by the golden-winged rock in front of him. Chapter 64 Silver-Blooded Giant, Treasure of the Wolf Clan. The silver-blooded giant used his original treasure technique. His body grew to 8 or 9 meters, and his tyrannical aura surged. But it knew that this was not enough. Silver flames burst out all over its body. It was burning its essence and blood, fighting desperately to maximize its combat power. Every time the silver-blooded giant landed, it would cause the plane to vibrate, and every time it punched, there would be a violent explosion of air, and its strength was astonishing. Xiaojin did not show any weakness, and his body once again burst into black golden light, like a round of black sun, exuding a terrifying aura. With the addition of Tianpeng dragon fighting technique, its power skyrocketed again. The fierce confrontation between the two made the plain full of desolation. Xiaojin's wings cut out rifts of hundreds of meters from time to time, and the silver-blooded giant's fists also smashed big holes. The sound of bang bang was endless. Ujin and Yingwei radiated light, accompanied by gusts of gusts. Both saw blood, both sides were fighting with pure physical strength, primitive and wild, blood flying everywhere. In the end, the treasure of the silver-blooded giant was cut open by Xiaojin with the wings of the golden rock, and its claws landed on the head of the silver-clawed giant, and a large amount of yellow and white matter flowed out from several huge holes. The battle came to an end, and Xiao Jin grabbed the body of the silver-blooded giant and flew back to Xizhong. He was still on the ground with a bang, splashing a lot of dust. All the people present were terrified. This is a silver-blooded giant famous for his physical body. After using the primitive treasure technique and burning his blood, he was still killed. What a horror! The golden-winged rock was flying in the sky, its body was stained with the blood of the King of Feathers and the silver-blooded giant, and its evil spirit was so heavy that everyone completely dispelled their thoughts about the golden-winged rock. Only then did everyone understand that this kind man and the milk baby are not to be messed with, and that this golden-winged rock can sweep away all enemies without their own hands. It's in human form again, it's useless at all, Xiao Jin, you should eat it. The little one pouted, and poured out the body of King Yu from before. Okay, Xiao Jin was very happy, folded his wings and landed. It's a waste of everything. Many people complained in their hearts that there is a large amount of divine essence in these flesh and blood, which can be refined into precious medicine, and it is so wasted. These two bodies finally fell into Xiao Jin's mouth, and its aura rose again, becoming a bit stronger. According to Xizong's inference from the original true interpretation, Xiao Jin is not far away from transforming into a human form. After such a long time, Huolinger also calmed down, and the two sides began to discuss how to enter the cave. Not only them, many human races and remnants entered the God's Cave during the battle between Xiao Jin and the silver-blooded giant just now, but they haven't come out until now, and haven't made any noise, as if they disappeared into the sea. From the eyes of everyone, this dark God Cave looks like ancient beasts with huge mouths, waiting for them to enter. Xizhong decided to go in and take out the wolf god's egg. He has the willow magic method, so it is very difficult to kill him as long as he is not killed instantly. If he is really in danger, he can put the little one in the human race bag. With the power of Jinpeng added, it shouldn't be a big problem to escape. In fact, many brave people with high skills have already entered the cave, and Xizhong and Xiao Budian started to rush towards the mountainside. The two chose a larger cave and drilled in. The moment they entered, Xizong's eyes shone with a silvery precious light, which was incomparably brilliant. The silver pupils, between opening and closing, seemed to contain the power of heaven and earth. This is the supernatural power awakened by the innate holy body and Taoist body after he opened up the 9 caves. Xizhong named it the Taoist Eye, which can understand the avenues and rules of heaven and earth, and detect possible dangers in the cave. The cave is dark and damp, and it is all made of a smooth black stone. From time to time, there are drops of water dripping down, which are infinitely magnified in this empty cave, which makes people feel weird. After walking for a while, countless forks appeared in front of everyone, as if entering a maze. Xizhong observed carefully with the Taoist eye, finally chose a hole, and drilled in decisively. But at this time, there were some discordant voices in the team. Huolinger's followers were here to express themselves, and now they were naturally unwilling to let them follow a young boy, and proposed to go through other channels. Huolinger wanted to dissuade her, but the others insisted on not listening, so she had no choice but to let them go, but she still chose to follow the little one. For some reason, she felt that although this little kid was ungrateful, he was trustworthy at critical moments. Xizhong took the lead and asked the others to follow behind him, because he had found some remnants of the formation in his Daotation eyes, and the dangerous aura filled it. Another step forward, Xizhong saw that there were severed corpses lying on the remnant formation in front of him. The cut surface was very flat, cut off by a very sharp force, and the blood had not dried up. It seemed that they were the previous group of entrants. The damage is here. At the same time, there were a lot of screams from the rock wall and behind, which should be from those who entered other passages, and they probably followed in the footsteps of these people. In the memory of the previous life, this place should be the cave of a god wolf. The wisdom of this kind of fierce beast is no match for humans, and it is normal to lay these things. After Xizhong observed for a while, a silver moon flew out from his fingertips, knocking open the eye of the formation, and the killing power in it disappeared instantly. In the previous experience of Zulu Academy, Xizhong had read the experience of some formation masters, and knew a thing or two about formation. The key is that the Taoist heavenly eye is 2 against the sky. Xizhong can clearly see the energy flowing in the formation, and it is easy to decipher it with a little knowledge in this area. A group of people entered in a single file. On the way, They encountered the formations set up by the wolf god many times, but they were all seen through by Shi Zhang with the Taoist eye, and a group of people entered without any danger. After walking tens of thousands of meters, the passage finally came to an end. At the end was an irregular cave, filled with silvery white moonlight, and faint energy flowed in it. Shi Zhang looked up and found that the top of his head was not empty. What caused this scene was that all the cracks in the cave were flowing with a silvery glow like water slurry, making everyone feel that the pores were open and the whole body was comfortable. Shi Zhang speculated that this should be a big plan laid down by the wolf god before he was alive. He used this black stone to guide all the moonlight energy from the entire mountain here. No wonder the mountain looks dark from the outside, so that's how it is. Huoling'er observed the cave wall with a pair of big agile eyes, and said to herself, "Creatures like wolves have a mysterious sense of the moon. Many ordinary wild wolves will howl at the moon when the moon is full, and bathe in the moonlight to gain the power in it." All the people present were looking for the things left by the wolf god. They were knocking on the rock wall. If the wolf god put all his heart and soul into laying these things down, the things in them must be shocking to the world. Chapter 65 The Golden Egg, the Wolf King is born. Shi Zhang calmed down and found that these silver energies were finally gathered in a black stone in the center. So he walked forward quickly, held his breath, felt carefully, and even heard a slight heartbeat coming from inside. It should be here. The stone bell rang, and the black stone really cracked. Dazzling golden light shot out from the gap, and at the same time, hazy mist came out from inside. Everyone was instantly attracted by this strange phenomenon, and gathered around one after another, staring at the black stone curiously. This stone is no different from the black stones that make up this mountain. If the stone bell hadn't cracked it, probably no one would have noticed it. This wolf god is quite scheming. Shi Zhang laughed, and knocked twice with his hands again, and the big black stone shattered, revealing the true face inside. At the beginning, the fairy mist lingered and spewed out, engulfing everyone inside. It was full of life energy, and there was also a burst of bright golden light, which made people unable to open their eyes. At this time, Shi Zhang heard a loud cry. It was from Xiao Jin, who stayed outside, and it should be warning everyone of the danger. Shi Zhang stretched out his arms, and took out the thing emitting golden light. It was a golden egg the size of a water basin, covered with golden runes, and a powerful force emanated from it. "This is the descendant of the wolf god," Huoling'er exclaimed. Her pretty face was full of surprises. "There are inscriptions on the wall of the god's cave, so it's true. It's so strange that this wolf can lay eggs." Xiao Budian smiled, and everyone was immersed in the joy of getting what they wanted. But as soon as he finished speaking, the mountain trembled immediately, and stones fell from the top of his head, and the magnitude turned out to be larger, as if thousands of troops were attacking. Not good. Shi Zhang's face changed. Most likely the restriction left by the wolf god was broken by himself, but the wolves on the plain sensed it and wanted to tear them apart. "Get out!" Shi Zhang yelled, put the egg into the human race bag, and urged everyone to leave quickly. Hearing the vibrations from around them, the mountain seemed to be collapsing. Everyone's faces turned pale. They had already penetrated tens of thousands of meters into this god cave. The person closest to the entrance of the cave ran to the passage, and the rest followed behind. There was no other way here, so they had to go back the same way. Shi Zhang stayed close to Xiao Budian, fearing that he would be scattered by the wolves later. If his life was really in danger, he would immediately put him into the human race bag. The formation of the tunnel has been cracked by Shi Zhang, and everyone ran with all their strength, but they all felt a strong killing intent coming from the entrance of the cave. After running along the original road for about 3,000 meters, the person in the front screamed, "Oh my god, there are so many wolves." A large pack of wolves appeared in front of everyone. Some were 4 or 5 meters high, and some were silvery white. Some have gray-black hair, some are khaki yellow, but they all exude a ferocious aura, and their bright red eyes are full of bloodthirsty killing intent. Countless packs of wolves poured in like a tide, and they all had only one purpose: to tear apart the intruders who robbed the offspring of the god wolf. The monks in the front were quickly killed by wolves. The bloody mouth was big enough to swallow a person. Some of the stronger ones killed a few wolves, but they were overwhelmed by the following wolves. Soon there was no sound. "Get out!" Shi Zhang yelled, and 5 rounds of silver crescent moons appeared behind him, and he sacrificed them. The silver light was shining brightly, and instantly cut several giant wolves in two. The little guy also made a move, a golden light shot out from the Suani mirror, piercing through a row of giant wolves. The rest of the people also showed their magical powers. Those who came to Baidwan Mountain and survived until now are not weak. All kinds of magic tricks came out, and a large group of wolves fell down in an instant, but this was just a drop in the bucket. More wolves he rushed forward in an instant. In an instant, many people were buried in the mouth of the wolves. These wolves were very ferocious, and they were not afraid of life and death, and rushed into the crowd to kill. The purple gold body protection light appeared, and Shi Zhang shot with all his strength, and giant wolves were constantly blown up by him, and the bones were scattered everywhere, and the little ones were also glowing all over. The wolves. Huoling was surrounded by a group of people dressed in black, and a dim light appeared on her body. It should be that the treasure gifted by the Fire Emperor played a role. The wolf who approached her was either bounced off or killed. Even if everyone tried their best to attack, they couldn't resist such a large number of wolves, and the screams continued, accompanied by the sound of giant wolves chewing, which made people's hair stand on end. The stone bell came to the forefront, and the golden thunderclap was attached to the arms like two little dragons. Every punch sent out lightning splashes, and pieces of wolves were blasted to pieces. Follow! Shi Zhang roared, advancing against the tidal wave of giant wolves, displaying their unrivaled power to the fullest at this moment. Everyone followed behind Shi Zhang, hugged as much as possible, and approached the exit bit by bit, but from time to time, someone was snatched away by the giant wolf, and soon died after uttering a scream. While fighting, Shi Zhang kept an eye on the little one, fearing that something would happen to him, but Shi Hao was very brave, fighting among the wolves, and the giant wolves who approached him were killed one after another. Half an hour later, Shi Zhang led the crowd to the exit for another 2 to 3 kilometers. During this period, the wolves were killed by bombardment, but there was no sign of decreasing. Everyone began to get tired. There were no more than 10 people who survived here, and even 1 or 2 of the sealed people who surrounded Huoling were lost. Shi Zhang was soaked in wolf blood, and his clothes were ripped into strips, but his fighting spirit was still high, and the 9 mouths of the cave moved the void, providing him with an endless stream of spiritual energy, allowing him to maintain in peak condition. He is like a humanoid savage dragon, relying on his powerful strength to blast and kill the wolves one by one. He was also injured, but because of the Willow God method, the vitality in his body is endless, forming a cycle of his own, and the wolves on his body the injury quickly recovered. After another half an hour, the group advanced another 2 or 3 kilometers and reached the previous fork, but the wolves seemed to feel that they were about to flee, and became even crazier. Most of the people had already died in the wolf's mouth, and the light of the treasure on Huoling's body was also flickering. There were only a few sealed people who were by her side, and all of them were wounded, and their combat power was not as good as before. On the other hand, Xiao Budian was still fierce, and he did not show exhaustion at all. The number of wolves killed by him was already unknown. But at this time, a silver wolf with a height of 12 or 3 meters walked through the passage, bared its teeth at the crowd, its big copper eyes were full of murderous intent, and there were runes on its body, shining brightly. This is a real wolf king. The original treasure bone was born in his body, and he has mastered the power of runes. He is so powerful that everyone's hearts fell to the bottom instantly. Chapter 66 Tianpeng Bolong, Kill the Wolf King. The powerful enemy is coming, but the giant wolves are still coming. Shi Zhang doesn't want to fight, and is ready to fight quickly. The black golden light on his body was shining brightly, and a picture of a sky pendant fighting a dragon appeared behind the stone bell. The power of ancient beasts swept the entire passage, and ordinary giant wolves stopped suddenly, shocked by this aura. But the Silver Wolf King was not afraid at all. He raised his head to the sky and howled, and those giant wolves attacked again, frantically rushing towards the crowd. Facing the Silver Wolf King, which was more than 10 meters high, Shi Zhang jumped straight up, spouting energy from his body, instantly spanning the distance between the two, and raised his right hand, chopping down like the wings of a sky rock. Dense runes appeared on the Silver Wolf King's chest, emitting light, blocking his body like armor. Shi Zhang's right hand drew a flash of black light, and he had jumped into the air, slashing at the head of the Silver Wolf King. Bang! There was a sound of gold and stone colliding at the place where the two met, and sparks flew everywhere. The rune on the Silver Wolf King's chest was blown open by the stone bell, and Tianpeng behind him flew out of the picture with a long roar, and rushed towards the Silver Wolf King with a destructive momentum. Boom! The silver light and the black gold light shone, and the giant wolf more than 10 meters high was knocked and flew upside down, and many ordinary wolves behind it were smashed into blood mud. The Wolf King stood up, with blood flowing from his teeth like sharp knives. He was seriously injured, his eyes became more murderous, and he roared and rushed towards Xizong. Xizong was not afraid. The power of Tianpeng added to his body, and at the same time mobilized the body-protecting precious light in his blood, and rushed forward against him. This Silver Wolf King can be said to be the guardian of the God's Cave. He has been leading the Wolf clan on this great plain. He is very powerful as the guardian of the descendants of the Wolf God. With the power of Tianpeng added to his body, Xizong did not kill the opponent quickly even when he reached the strongest combat power. This Silver Wolf King is a native creature of Baiduan Mountain, and is not restricted by the cultivation of outsiders. It's scary. Veins burst out on Xizong's body, and his whole body was glowing with flesh and blood, like a god of war, fighting fiercely with the Silver Wolf King. At the same time, there were more and more wolves in the passage, almost filling the passage, making it difficult for everyone to move, and several people died tragically on the wolf's mouth in an instant. Xizong jumped left and right on the rock wall of the passage, and launched an attack on the Silver Wolf King. Every punch that landed brought a dazzling golden thunder. There is a feeling of madness at the sight of blood. PFF'd. Xizong couldn't avoid the wolf claws for a while after punching the Silver Wolf King twice in a row, and was landed hard on his body. Flowers. At the same time a huge force came and slapped the stone clock on the rock wall of the passage. The Silver Wolf King is extremely powerful. He slammed the stone bell into the rock wall with one claw, and the dust flew up. When the stone bell jumped out, he saw that the sealer beside Huolinger had lost another one, and the others were also gone. All were seriously injured. Moreover, the radiance of the protective treasure on Huolinger was so dim that it was almost invisible. Although she was trying her best to make a move, flames spewed out from her hands, but facing the raging pack of wolves, she was like a sailboat in a storm, crumbling. "Brother, protect your daughter-in-law," Xizong shouted at the little one in a hurry. Xiao Budian killed a giant wolf with one punch, heard Xizong's voice, and subconsciously responded, "Okay." After Xizong shouted, he continued to devote himself to the battle, but vaguely felt that something was wrong, but in front of a strong enemy, he didn't think about it. Lu Shenfa had already repaired his injured body. He jumped up from the rock wall again and fought with the Silver Wolf King. Purple golden blood surged in Xizong's body, and Shenxi was sprayed out of the flesh and blood. The 9 holes connected to the boundless void, and a huge amount of energy gushed out. Xizong felt that the blood was burning, making him more and more brave as he fought. A channel hums. The Silver Wolf King has already received countless punches. Even if it is copper-skinned and iron-framed, it feels like it is going to be smashed. All internal organs have been severely injured, and blood is constantly dripping from the mouth. Xizong yelled, using the sacred method of fighting to evolve a fairy sword, which contained the will passed down by the swordsman elder of the Zulu Academy, and cut it down with a sword, bursting out with dazzling fairy light. The rune on the chest of the Silver Wolf King was cut off, a long bloody mouth was cut, almost extending to the abdomen. A black round tripod emerges, with a solemn atmosphere, with the sun, moon, mountains and rivers on it, and the patterns of ancestor sacrifices appear. This is the black tripod of Shikyun, which has a great background and mysterious power. He slammed into the Silver Wolf King fiercely. There was a long trembling sound. The skull of the Silver Wolf King was actually cracked. Xizong's heart tightened. He clenched his fist with one hand, attached to it with Suani Thunder, and held a fairy sword in his other hand, and took the initiative to attack and kill. The two sides fought fiercely again. The Silver Wolf King knew that he was about to die, and fought back frantically, causing Xizong to be injured in many places and almost torn apart. After hundreds of blows, Xizong found his chance and landed with a punch. Golden thunder splashed everywhere. The Silver Wolf King suddenly backed up, and the crack on his skull got bigger. Xizong took the opportunity to raise the fairy sword, and cut down from the crack, finally killing the Wolf King. Boom! The body of the Silver Wolf King more than 10 meters crashed down. Xizong scattered the thunderbolt and fairy sword in his hands, opened the human race bag and took the body of the Silver Wolf King into it. When Xizong turned his head, there were only 10 people left with him, including the little one. Xizong pointed the human race bag at them, and shouted, "Don't resist." Okay. The rest of the people responded. Shi Zhang urged the human race bag in his hand, and put them all in. After all, this human race bag is just an imitation. Although it contains life energy and can collect living things, Shi Zhang once tried that it can only hold 10 living things at the same time. Shi Zhang wanted to try to see if he could bring more people out, but unfortunately the wolves were too ferocious, and they went on one after another. Even though he was at the front, he couldn't bring more people out. Shi Zhang tied the human race bag back around his waist and rushed into the wave of wolves. Given his strength, escaping was not very difficult. He jumped up and down like a spirit ape, avoiding most of the giant wolves, and the rest those who stood in the way were killed by his punch, and soon returned to the cave entrance on the mountainside. As soon as he got out of the cave, Shi Zhang saw Xiao Jin, who was fighting the giant wolf. He was guarding the entrance of the cave, trying his best to reduce the number of wolves. It's a pity that there are so many caves in this god's cave, and they are interconnected inside. Even the golden-winged rock can't do anything. Little Jin, Shi Zhang shouted, and instantly attracted Xiao Jin's attention. It spread its wings and flew towards Shi Zhang at a high speed. Shi Zhang exerted force with his feet, and stepped on a big hole in the ground. He was ejected and landed on Xiao Jin's back. Chapter 67 Eggshell Hatching, Son of the Wolf God. Xiao Jin let out a long cry, spread his wings, and drew a black gold streak from his body, and fled away quickly. From Xiao Jin's back, he could see that a pack of wolves was rioting on the vast plain. The originally hidden wolves were rushing towards the god's cave in all directions, like 100 rivers converging into the sea. Those wolves seemed to be able to perceive the position of the god wolf eggs, and they all turned their heads to follow Xiao Jin's body, roaring and jumping, and some of them were powerful enough to activate the original treasure technique, trying to knock down the man in the sky. Seeing the colorful treasures bombarding past, Shi Zhang felt a little lingering in his heart. There are too many wolves. If they are trapped in the cave of gods, they will definitely be torn to pieces. Originally, there were so many people entering the god's cave. Besides those who followed Shi Zhang, there were also those who took other paths at the bifurcation intersection, and other teams, but now Shi Zhang came out alone. Xiao Jin was extremely fast. After flying with all his strength for half an hour, he finally got rid of the wolves, escaped from the plane, and landed in the forest. Shi Zhang jumped off Xiao Jin's body, and at the same time released everyone from the race bag. The dozens of people in front of them are very miserable, covered in wounds, dripping with blood, and some even have a broken arm. Xiaobudian and Huolinger are fine. Xiaobudian is powerful, and Huolinger has many treasures and is well protected. Hey, fat man, why is your face so red? Is it hot in my brother's interspatial treasure? Little Dot looked at Huolinger's blushing cheeks and smiled. What's rare is that this time the little one called Huolinger, the big fat guy, didn't get angry. She just said nothing, and then turned to help other people recover from their injuries. Shi Zhang came back to his senses. At that time, the situation was critical, so he said it as soon as he said it, and didn't pay much attention to it. After everyone finished healing, Shi Zhang took out the divine wolf egg that was the size of a water basin. The golden wolf egg was covered with runes, shining brightly in the night sky, very dazzling. Xiao Budian stared at the god wolf egg carefully. His little face was reflected golden. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said to Shi Zhang, "Brother, let's stew it and eat it. The god wolf egg must be very nourishing." Huolinger had already calmed down at this moment, as if nothing had happened. When she heard Xiao Budian say this, she immediately objected. "No." Little boy said, "This is the egg of the god wolf. It will definitely hatch the offspring of the god wolf. We should let it grow up." Huolinger argued with reason, for fear that the little one would really boil the future god in a pot of hot water. This is the heir of the wolf god, who already has the potential to become a god, and the wolf god has set up such a big hand to collect moonlight essence to nourish the wolf eggs, and the future potential is unimaginable. Oh, the little boy raised his chin and said thoughtfully, "You can eat roasted whole wolves when you grow up. You are smarter, junior sister." Huolinger didn't know how to reply. No matter what she said, this puppet always thinks about eating, and it really feels like playing the piano with a cow. Shi Zhang just smiled and didn't speak, watching the future young couple bicker. Suddenly, the ball in his hand cracked open with a crack. Huolinger turned pale with shock. "Naiba, did you knock on it secretly?" The little one hurriedly took out a big basin from the Chenkin bag and put it under the wolf's egg to receive the egg liquid. Nonsense, I like to eat boiled eggs. I don't like egg soup, so it's all right now, I can only drink a bowl of shenlang egg soup alone, do you want to add chopped green onion? He really had this idea just now, and since he was arguing endlessly, he just kept breaking it and smashed it. No one can save it, so they can only share the egg and eat it. But before he could do anything, the wolf egg split open on its own, which made him feel joyful inside. At this moment, another big crack opened in the divine wolf egg, revealing a rich golden light inside, as if a god was being born. The little one swallowed saliva frantically, and found a pile of dry firewood, ready to start. Slowly, there were more and more cracks on the golden eggshell, and finally it fell to the ground with a thud. When everyone took a closer look, they found a small creature curled up in Shizong's hands, covered with cyan hair, a pair of small transparent fleshy wings on its back, and two crystal clear horns growing on its head. Very cute. It's really a god wolf. Everyone exclaimed, this wolf has wings and horns, it's so strange, it's worthy of being a descendant of the wolf god. Shizong supported it with one hand, and a golden rune appeared on the other hand. He pointed his index finger at it, and golden lightning shot out immediately, heading towards the son of the wolf. Huoling was shocked and wanted to rush over to snatch it. But something that surprised everyone happened. A small golden whirlpool appeared on the fur of the son of the god wolf, swallowing all the golden lightning shot by the stone bell. At the same time, the fleshy wings on its body began to solidify, growing cyan hair came out. The body of this little god wolf is also gradually getting bigger, it gradually opened its eyes and stood up. Huoling also stopped, staring blankly at the little wolf. It's actually absorbing energy and growing. Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. This little divine wolf is so extraordinary that he showed such supernatural powers just after he was born. Brother, you are so powerful. Xiao Budian said. Everyone was surprised, but Shizong seemed to have expected it. Go on, Shizong yelled, and lightly tossed the little wolf to the little boy. He was not interested in this thing, it seemed useless in his memory, it might as well be used by Shi Hao to make Huolinger happy. Then, Shizongtu took out the silver wolf king's body from the human race bag, and cut it open together with Xiao Jin. After Xiao Budian took the little wolf, he didn't understand what his brother meant. He swallowed. Just when Huolinger saw him, he threw himself on him desperately, terrified that the little wolf would be eaten. Xiaobudian hugged the little god wolf with a confused face and started to run away, while Huolinger chased after him. In the end, Huolinger lured the little wolf over with food, but it only lasted for a moment. After eating the heart of a remnant, the little wolf jumped back onto the little one, rubbing its head affectionately. Tiny neck. You go to her first, eat her and drink her, and come to me when you grow up. The little boy said to the little wolf. He just saw the little god wolf eat a remnant heart bigger than it in a few mouthfuls, who can afford it? Go, she is the princess of the fire country, you have everything you want to eat. The little wolf said. The little wolf understood, nodded, and then reluctantly jumped on Huolinger, but still carried with wary eyes. Huolinger was about to go crazy, obviously the little one was the one who wanted to stew it, so he chased after him to snatch it. Xiao Budian hugged it and ran away, but the little god wolf seemed to have misunderstood it, thinking that he was the one who wanted to eat it, and Xiao Budian became a positive role, protecting it. Chapter 68 People from Prince Wu's mansion, goodbye Tuoba. When Huolinger came back with the little god wolf in his arms, Shizong had already torn the silver wolf king's body open, and the little boy quickly came over to help, setting up the pot, chopping the meat, and lighting the fire. The process was smooth, I don't know how many times he did it. This silver wolf king was more than 10 meters tall, and the little boy took out all the tableware, roasting wolf hearts, frying wolf steaks, cooking wolf head soup, and was extremely busy. Let me just say that I am a good baby. Those people outside are ignorant and still laugh at me. Now if they know, they will definitely envy me. Xiao Budian looked at the tableware she brought and nodded in satisfaction. Huolinger took out several different elixirs and added them in, saying that this would maximize the effect of the divine essence in the wolf king's flesh and blood. I can't see that, junior sister, you know how to eat better than me. Xiao Budian laughed. Who is your junior sister? Huolinger rolled her eyes at the little girl. Obviously this kid is a freshman who started this year, so she called her junior sister one by one. After an hour, the food was cooked one after another. Everyone started the fire and took out a few jars of good wine. Everyone ate, their mouths full of oil, their bodies glowed, their pores opened, and their spirits spewed out. Many people had hidden wounds in the battle just now, but now they were healed by the sufficient divine essence, and they all expressed their gratitude to Xizhong and Xiaobudian. Xiaojin also devoured a large amount of the Silver Wolf King's flesh and blood, and the black gold light on his body became even more intense. Xizhong felt that it had reached a critical point, and it was just a step away from transforming into a human form. When everyone was full, Xizhong felt a little unsatisfied, so he took off another wolf leg and roasted it on the grill, spreading honey while roasting. These flesh and blood tempered by the spirit of heaven and earth are very delicious, and they also contain a lot of divine essence. Eating them can also improve your cultivation. Xizhong felt that he was about to become a foodie. After eating and drinking, Huoling'er left with her followers. Only then did the little one ask, "Brother, why did you tell me to protect my wife in the god's cave just now? Where did I get my daughter-in-law?" Xizhong showed a meaningful smile on his face, and he patted the little one on the shoulder. "From now on you will all know." The two continued to walk deep into Baidwan Mountain, and from time to time they could see the light of runes shining in the air in the distance. It should be that someone broke out in a war, but it didn't last long before it went dark, and I don't know who wins. The Baidwan Mountain is rich in aura, and the two picked a lot of elixir, but most of them were taken by tigers. The rarer elixirs were guarded by fierce beasts, and it took a lot of effort for the two of them to get them. In a dragon crocodile pool, they started a battle with a large number of dragon crocodiles in order to pick a saliva grass. Golden thunder and silver crescent moon burst out, runes filled the sky, and the two sides fought fiercely. This side of the dragon crocodile pool is at the bottom of a cliff, and on the cliff wall there are 3 saliva plants. Each leaf of this elixir is in the shape of a dragon, and it contains a large amount of life essence. It is also very precious when combined with other materials, and it can temper the muscles and bones. The two brothers took Xiaojin to fight with this group of dragon crocodiles for a long time without success. There are hundreds of dragon crocodiles in this group, and there are even a few extraordinarily powerful dragon crocodile kings, tens of meters long, with a body of copper skin and iron bones. It had swallowed the saliva grass. Its power was so strong that even the cliff was split by its tail. The sound was so loud that it spread far away. Xizhong jumped up and down among the many dragon crocodile species like a spirit ape, stepping on their bodies to keep approaching the cliff, but unfortunately he was always stopped by those extraordinarily powerful dragon crocodile kings, and with a flick of his long tail, I don't know how much 10,000 caddies of force, even a small mountain can be smashed to the ground. Xizhong was swept back by the dragon crocodile king's tail several times. He couldn't help being furious, and he used the holy method of fighting to transform into a fairy sword, and chopped those dragon crocodiles. Finally, he successfully harvested these 3 plants of flood saliva. A thick tail swept over. Xizhong resisted the blow in order to pick the saliva grass, and flew hundreds of meters, but fortunately, he almost escaped from the dragon crocodile pond. He called the little one to retreat, and then let go. 2 legs ran out. Xiaobudian also jumped on Xiaojin's back and followed the direction of Xizhong. This place is too scary, and his cultivation level is not enough. If he meets him alone, he will have to escape for his life. When these dragon crocodiles saw that the saliva grass was taken away, they even chased it out of the pool, and flattened a large forest into the ground. It was extremely terrifying. In the end, after chasing for several kilometers, Xizhong was no longer reconciled. Return. When Xiaojin caught up with Xizhong, he was sitting on a big rock to heal his injuries. The force of Dragon Crocodile King's tail was too strong, and his internal organs suffered a lot. This kind of dragon and crocodile not only flows the blood of ancient fierce beasts, but more importantly, the native creatures of this world are not limited by their cultivation and are terrifyingly strong, which means that Xizhong, an evildoer who is comparable to the heirs of a real dragon, can bear it. Anyone who is in the cave realm will be shot to pieces there. 1 plant per person. Xizhong threw the saliva grass to Xiaobudian and Xiaojin, and swallowed it together with other elixir. Immediately, the bones in his body rattled, and his body became stronger again. What a good thing, how about sharing it with me? At this moment, a group of people rushed out from the woods and stopped in front of Xizhong and Xiaobudian. It's you. The person who spoke earlier saw Xiaobudian's pupils shrink. When Xizhong looked at the word, Wu, embroidered with gold thread on their clothes, he guessed their identities instantly. The people of Prince Wu's mansion. The leaders of Prince Wu's mansion felt like they had nowhere to go, and it took no effort to get it. They came here to take a look after hearing the loud sound of the battle between the stone bell and the dragon crocodile. Someone ordered them to kill. At this time, another group of people dressed in purple came out from the woods. Among them Xizhang was very familiar. They were the people who tried to attack and kill him in Zulu Academy before, but were beaten into cripples by his own hands. But Tuoba Chuan and Tuoba Kuang were cured, and they were staring at Xizhang with resentful eyes. I heard that there are rumors in the mansion that you are Shi Ziling's parent and child, are you? The leader of Wu Wang's mansion stared at Xiao Budian, hoping to see something. Hee, what a coincidence, they are all gathered together. Xizhang laughed, attracting everyone's attention. Great benevolent man, I will definitely smash you to pieces this time. Tuoba Kuang gritted his teeth, hating Xizhang to the extreme. Really, the face has grown. It took a lot of money, and your family is really willing. Xizhang said with a smile. He played a heavy hand at that time, and almost defeated Tuoba Kuang before passing. In less than 2 months, he actually ran to Baidwan Mountain alive and kicking. The number of people entering Baidwan Mountain is limited. It seems that the Tuoba family has spent a lot of effort to get it. Chapter 69 Nine-Mouth Caves, Kill All. You are really crazy. The leader of Prince Wu's mansion looked at Xizhang. The Yu clan specifically asked us to kill you, and now they are all together, so I don't have to look for them one by one. Indeed, yourselves stretch your neck over here. Xizhang laughed, not panicking at all. Don't think that you can go crazy just because you have 8 holes in the sky. The means of the ancient family are not something that you, a mountain villager, can know. Tuoba roared, and at the same time, 7 or 8 people in black cloaks came out. Isn't it just a few old bastards who are old and put on an old face to suppress the realm? You are only promising. People who have lived for decades are still in this small world of the cave realm and need help. Xizhang sneer. You're courting death. Tuoba Kuang was furious when he was exposed, and led his family members to rush over. Regardless of whether you are that evil seed from back then, my Wawang mansion will kill you. The man from Wawang's mansion said, looking at the little one with a cold killing intent. Your whole family is evil. Xiaobudian seldom gets angry, but now he is really angry. Wu Wangfu is covering up Shi Yi's evil deeds, and wants to kill him. Let him burst into a killing intent that he has never had before, and the whole people are slaughtered like a golden rock. And Xizhang rushed towards the Tuoba family. Although the Wawang mansion is powerful, it is only a princely force in the ancient country. Life is in danger. But the Tuoba family is a real ancient family with a rich background, and they sent so many sealers at once, which made Xizhang feel quite threatened. However, Xizhang still has absolute confidence in himself. As he kills more and more enemies, he gradually develops an invincible mentality, firmly believing that he is the strongest in the same realm and can suppress all opponents. Die, Xizhang yelled. A dazzling golden light erupted from his fist, and immediately a golden little dragon roared and rushed towards a sealer of the Tuoba family. Bang! The body of the man in black was hit, and was instantly surrounded by thousands of dazzling thunderbolts. The thunder and lightning blended together, and his body exploded directly, with blood spattering. The Tuoba family was terrified. The other party was just a boy of 8 or 9 years old, and he killed a sealer with one blow. How outrageous it was! Tuoba Kuang was even more terrified. He fought against Xizhang 2 months ago. At that time, he was far from being so strong. It means that he broke through again and opened up 9 caves just like the legendary person. The other members of the Tuoba family also realized this, and felt a chill in their hearts. This is not bad. If this young man is allowed to continue to grow, maybe the Tuoba family will be expelled one day. The only way is to kill the opponent in this Baidwan Mountain. Otherwise it will be even more difficult if he goes outside and has the protection of Zulu Academy. Kill him regardless of the cost. The leader of the Tuoba family yelled. With the runes flowing on his body, shining with precious light, he rushed towards the stone bell without fear of life and death. Xizhang rampaged in the crowd. His tyrannical body became his most terrifying weapon. Anyone who touched him was broken, and every time he punched, someone was blasted into a rain of blood. But after Xizhang killed one of the sealers in an instant, the remaining 7 felt threatened, and even moved in a group, chasing Xizhang and launching an attack. A group of old bastards, After so many years of practice, they are almost in the coffin, and they need to join forces to deal with me. Shi Zhang shouted and ran, making the 7 very angry. Zuzi, a sealer shouted loudly, "Old waste, you have lived for so long to transform into a spiritual realm. If you don't need others to do it, you can find a piece of noodles and hang yourself." Shi Zhang fought back while slaughtering the members of the Tuoba family. The 7 sealed people were astonished to see their clansmen die tragically one by one. However, Shi Zhang Tianpeng's power was added too fast, and they tried their best to catch up but couldn't catch up. Shi Zhang didn't run away, but kept chasing and killing those ordinary Tuoba family members with his speed. With his current cultivation base of 9 caves, it is not difficult to kill these people. Fold. The 7 sealers chased after Shi Zhang, and Shi Zhang chased and killed their family members, and started a chase in the woods. Xiaobudian also broke into the crowd of King Wu's mansion, and directly performed the Tianpeng fighting dragon art. This kind of Tianpeng power evolved from the power of Jinpeng is even more domineering, and everyone wailed everywhere they passed. King Wu's mansion didn't open up 8 caves. The strongest person is just the same as Xiaobudian, but Xiaobudian is so tyrannical. He can break the limit in the realm of moving blood. How can they compare? Seeing the clansmen fall down one by one, the people of Prince Wu's mansion were terrified. Seeing that the little boy was young, he thought that he wouldn't have a high level of cultivation and could be easily killed, but it turned out that he really killed himself. One of the people who had opened up 7 caves punched Xiaobudian, the former's arm exploded directly. Xiaobudian jumped up like a golden rock, using his palm as a knife, and cut off the opponent's head in one fell swoop. The little guy ran into the flock like a tiger, and he was so angry that he slaughtered among them, flying stumps and broken arms. The leader of King Wu's mansion trembled when he saw Xiaobudian's tyrannical combat power. This boy is no worse than Yer in the past. It's here. Xiaobudian was surrounded by golden light, with one leg sweeping towards the leader of the Wu palace with unparalleled strength. The leader of King Wu's mansion also has the cultivation base of 7 caves, and he belongs to the best among people. Seeing that the little boy has already slaughtered him, his arm is covered with runes, emitting light, and he raises his arm to try to block the little boy's blow. Boom! When the two really came into contact, that person could truly feel the tremendous force that could not stop everything. His arm was directly shattered, and his body flew hundreds of meters horizontally, knocking down a row of towering trees one after another. Old tree. Xiaobudian leapt dozens of meters like a Jinpeng, followed closely behind and grabbed the man. "I am the natural-born supreme, the son of Shi Ziling," Xiaobudian said in a deep voice. "It's really you." The man was terrified, and he survived after being dug out of the supreme bone. According to ancient records, if such a person waits for a nirvana, he will be even more terrifying, surpassing the past. Yer is invincible, he will definitely kill you in the future. The man knew he couldn't survive, and threatened with a stern tone. If he really had the heart of invincibility, he wouldn't have taken my supreme bone. In the end, he's just guilty, Xiaobudian said, smashing his head with a punch, and throwing his body aside. Chapter 70 Dazzling Xiaojin, Tuoba died madly. In the sky above this battlefield, there is a black golden sun shining brightly in all directions. It was Xiaojin who was attacking with all his strength. A pair of giant wings slashed down like heavenly knives. Nothing could stop him. The rocks of more than 100,000 caddies, and the big tree hugged by several people, all exploded into powder. Someone sacrificed a treasure and shot out beams of precious light, but they were all blocked by Xiaojin. The giant claws that looked like divine gold grabbed the opponent's treasure and directly blasted the opponent's treasure to pieces. The disciples of Prince Wu's mansion are far behind compared to the ancient relics such as the silver-blooded giant and Yu Wang. Xiaojin can even scratch their treasures, not to mention their strength is now a step closer. Xiaojin is gradually approaching Kunpeng, one of the 10 evils of ancient times. How terrifying is his physical body? In the same realm, the pair of indestructible claws is the strongest treasure. Xiaojin swooped down from the air, and the 1-meter-long rock claw instantly chopped off several disciples of Prince Wu's mansion in half, blood gushing high. Everyone present regretted it. Why did they take the initiative to provoke 2 legendary evildoers and a real ancient divine bird? When I saw the black golden-winged rock earlier, I thought it was a mixed blood, and I thought it could be dealt with, but it was only when I really fought against it that I realized what it meant to be terrible. There was a one-sided massacre at Prince Wu's mansion. Their corpses were hanging on rocks and branches, which was horrible. And Shi Zhang killed almost all the members of the Tuoba family here, leaving only those few sealers and some relatively powerful disciples. Take my palm, Shi Zhang yelled, jumping up high, reminding Tuoba Kuang, who was fleeing in a hurry. Tuoba Kuang heard the whistling of the palm wind behind him, knowing that he could not escape, he could only bite the bullet and turn around, shouted loudly, and exerted all his strength. Glowing runes appeared on his arms, and his hands superimposed, turn around. The next moment, Shi Zhang's palm arrived. He didn't use any magic tricks, but just relied on his physical strength to strike this palm. Boom! Sand and rocks flew in the woods. Tuoba Kuang's hands exploded directly, as if his body was hit by an ancient magic rhinoceros. His body flew backwards, hit the mountain, and collapsed a large piece. This is the growth after breaking the limit. As soon as the 9th cave was opened, Shi Zhang rose to a new world, which was a qualitative leap compared to the previous 8 caves. With a long whistle, Shi Zhang turned into a beam of light and appeared in front of him, picking up the dying Tuoba Kuang. Tuoba Kuang, if you are crazy, you must have the capital of being crazy. In your next life, you will be called Tuoba Son. Remember to keep your head down and be your grandson. Shi Zhang sneered. At that time, he didn't take the other party's life in the martial arts arena, and his ability was not worth letting himself remember. It had passed like this, but he had to run in front of his own eyes to die. Crazy. The 7 sealers at the back were so dumbstruck that they frantically approached this side, trying to save the most talented junior of the Tuoba family. You want it? Then give it to you. Shi Zhang used his palm as a knife to cut off his head, and threw it to the sealer who was chasing him. Crazy boy. The 7 sealers hugged Tuoba Kuang's headless body and shouted to the sky. It's your turn. If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed. Shi Zhang's face was stern, and 2 golden dragons were attached to his arms, swallowing the violent thunder and lightning power. He was not worried that he would not be able to defeat these sealers and avoided them, but he just didn't want others to escape. As he said just now, if he wanted to kill himself, he had to be prepared to be killed. Zuzi, I'm going to peel you off and cramp you. The 7 sealers were crazy and like demons, their bodies were covered with glowing runes, their aura surged, and they rushed towards the stone bell. It's better for me to send you into the coffin. Shi Zhang's body was full of endless light, and golden runes in divine splendor emerged behind him. A picture of Tianpeng fighting a dragon appeared behind him, sentient beings. Shi Zhang knew that these veterans were difficult to deal with, so he used his strongest ultimate move as soon as he came up, reducing the number of opponents first. The aura inside Baidwan Mountain was already several times stronger than outside, and in the blink of an eye, the Xianxia within Shi Zhang's body reached saturation, emitting endless rain of light. Seeing the sealers rushing towards them with murderous aura, Shi Zhang's body shook, and he disappeared in place in an instant, arriving in front of these sealers in the blink of an eye. Shi Zhang raised his fist and exploded. The golden thunder dragon on his arm and Tianpeng behind him attacked at the same time. A violent explosion sounded, and a large crater with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared at the collision point between the 2 sides. In the thick yellow smoke, there are golden lightning and rune rays of light coming out of it, as well as crystal fragments of treasures flying. All phenomena are showing the horror of this blow. 5 black figures flew upside down from the big pit and hit the mountain. 4 of them vomited blood, and the other died directly. He was unlucky and hit a huge boulder, and his injured head became a rotten watermelon. After the dust cleared, 2 corpses were left in the center of the pit. Their bodies and limbs were separated. There were a few treasures around the corpses, but they were also broken. Shi Zhang's full blow was too terrifying. Blast them to pieces, including people and treasures. You old bastards are really afraid of death. You even secretly wore a treasure for self-defense. Wouldn't it be better to get into the coffin earlier? Shi Zhang said with a smile. The first sealer he killed did not have a treasure for protection. These people put it on halfway, for fear of being attacked and killed by Shi Zhang. But after all, Shi Zhang didn't stop, and the power of Tianpeng hadn't dissipated. He directly launched an attack on those 4 people at the same time. The 4 roared wildly, raising their strength to the limit, even sensing the power of Baidwan Mountain's rules. Rumbling thunder appeared in the originally clear sky, ready to bombard and kill outsiders who surpassed the realm of the cave. Take it easy, don't wait for me to strike and you will be struck to death by lightning. Shi Zhang said with a smile, and the immortal sword evolved from the fighting holy method, cut 4 people horizontally at the same time, showing his invincibility. Those 4 people used their means, and the treasures were released together, booming like a stone bell. A bone mirror appeared in the hands of the sealer who was the first among them, and a bright silver light shone from the smooth side, and all the trees in the middle were pierced, containing terrible penetrating power. Xizhang swept the fairy sword in his hand, and bounced the silver light away. At the same time, he had already rushed in, and the fairy sword exploded to tens of meters, and fell towards the sealer. A huge bone shield appeared under the Xizhang sword, and the fairy sword made a crisp collision sound when it was split on it. A deep mark was left on the bone shield, but it could not be broken. This bone shield was another treasured treasure sacrificed by another sealer in time to block the blow for their companions. After their cultivation reached the critical point, their combat power increased a lot, and even the treasured treasure they activated it is also a surge in power. Chapter 71 Kill the Sealer, a member of the Rain clan. At the moment when the Xizhang immortal sword was blocked, one of the sealers summoned a huge bull with primitive magic, which was 7 or 8 meters high, and the mountains shook when it ran. The Mangox lowered its head, and stabbed at the stone clock with its 2 thick and long horns like long hairs. Xizhang swung the fairy sword again, drew a flash of light, directly cut off the horns of the bull, then swung his left hand, and punched the bull's head fiercely. The bull cracked and shattered like ice crystals open. At this moment, another fire dragon brushed past Xizhang's body, even burning part of his clothes. Fortunately, Xizhang dodged in time. The temperature of the fire dragon was extremely high, and it fell on the ground instantly. The soil was burned to magma. Xizhang sacrificed the precious scissors obtained by killing the pangolin. This treasure is extraordinarily powerful. It comes from a pangolin king who really has the blood of the ancient horned dragon. There is a golden dragon pattern on the treasure. It is a very powerful artifact. Under Xizhang's control, the treasure scissors flew in front of the bone shield, cut the bone shield in half with a click, and even the sealer died. The remaining sealers were shocked. The opponent's treasure was too powerful, and destroying such a thick bone shield was as effortless as cutting a piece of paper. Die. Xizhang manipulated the bone scissors again, cutting the previous sealer who performed the wild bull technique into 2 pieces, and separated the body. This treasure scissors is really easy to use. Xizhang thought in his heart. Compared with the pangolin, the power he used now was more powerful, and he killed the 2 sealers easily. The remaining 2 sealers turned their heads and ran away. Their cultivation bases had reached the strongest, but they were still vulnerable after the other party activated the treasure. If they stayed, they would either be obliterated by Baidwan Mountain's rule power, or being cut off by the opponent's treasure. There is no way to fight back, and you can only die in vain. Want to run? Xizhang chased and killed them. Even though they ran separately, they still couldn't get out of Xizhang's palm. The golden ancient scissors clicked twice, and the 2 sealers were all wiped out. So far, none of the members of Prince Wu's mansion and Tuoba family escaped. They were all killed by Xizhang, Xiao Budian and Xiao Jin, and the battlefield was stained red with blood. Xizhang walked to Xiao Budian's side, and found that Xiao Budian's small face was full of worry. Even if he killed the man in Wang's mansion with his own hands, there was no smile on his face. They'll be fine. Xizhang stepped forward and gently patted the little boy's head. He knew that the little boy was worried about his parents. It is said that they were intercepted and killed by the Yu clan after they left the stone village. Shi Ziling's chest was pierced, and he was seriously injured and dying. Xiao Budian has been inquiring all the time, but has not gotten any news. When it was mentioned today, all the accumulated worries came out at once, making Xiao Budian feel heavy. However, in Xizhang's past life memory, Shi Ziling and his wife did not have any accidents, but went to the Bulao mountain. That's why Xizhang spoke so definitely to comfort him. Really? Xiao Budian looked up at Xizhang, his eyes full of hope. Of course, don't you believe what brother said? Xizhang laughed. The sad look on Xiao Budian's face gradually faded. In his heart, Xizhang seemed to know everything, and he believed every word Xizhang said. When you become omnipotent, all difficulties will be easily solved, so concentrate on practicing. Xizhang said. Okay. The little boy came out of the sadness, clenched his fists tightly, and his little face was full of determination. Xizhang simply cleaned the battlefield. Many people were killed in this battle, and they were all from big forces, especially the Tuoba family, who had a lot of good things on them, including 40 or 50 elixir of light, which fell into the pockets of the two of them, and gained a lot. Rich. It has been several days since they entered Baidwan Mountain, and the two of them still haven't entered the depths of Baidwan Mountain. In the memory of Shi Zong's previous life, there is a spring of immortality and a real elixir garden here. In order to speed up, the two decided to let Xiaojin take them on the road. Xiaojin fought in front of the god's cave and even beheaded two powerful ancient relics. At that time, many people witnessed that some people did not enter the god's cave, but left to find other opportunities. It came from Broken Mountain. Today's Xiaojin has a pair of wings and is more than 10 meters long. The black golden light shines brightly and exudes a powerful aura. Everyone in the middle avoids it and dare not provoke it. Feeling the scenery under him receding, Shi Zhang suddenly looked forward to the day when Xiao Jinzheng would become a kunpeng, soaring 90,000 miles, how domineering it would be, with the whole world at his feet. But even so, there are still some forces or individuals who think they are powerful, eyeing Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian, especially the Rain clan who hate them to the bone. The Yu clan has been humiliated many times by great benevolent people, and favorite animal milk. Even though the Yu clan is powerful and slowly suppressed the matter, the decree of the Rain God on the recording stone tablet in the Void God realm was torn apart. A record is like a bright red palm print, which cannot be erased no matter what. The Yu clan often saw people covering their mouths and sniggering in front of the stele, and looking at them with strange eyes, which made this ancient family very aggrieved. The reason why the Yu clan wanted to kill the two of them the most was that many people outside were guessing that the favorite animal milk was the son of Shi Ziling, who was once taken away by Shi Yi with disgraceful means. Back then, when Shi Hao's supreme bone was taken away, Shi Ziling rioted like a god in Prince Wu's residence, killing 1,000 people. Even the ancestors of the clan were defeated by him. In the end, he made a promise that as long as Shi Hao regained his vigorous vitality, he would immediately return the supreme bone. Now that he heard that beast milk the most was Shi Hao, whose supreme bone was taken away, the Yu clan patriarch personally ordered that as long as there was a slight possibility, he would be wiped out, and the son of Shi Ziling must not be allowed to return to the martial prince's mansion. Xiao Jin flew at high speed for several hours, and was gradually approaching the depths of Baidwan Mountain. On the way, several waves of lifeless people attacked Xiao Jin, and they were all torn apart. Unknowingly, the two of them entered an area shrouded in dark clouds, and the dark clouds gathered more and more, and the air was damp, which made people feel uncomfortable. Xiao Jin flapped his wings and wanted to leave that area, but the dark clouds above his head seemed to be conscious, following them all the time, lingering. Shi Zhang sneered, and used the Taoist eye to observe the surroundings, so that Xiao Budian and Xiao Jin were ready to fight. It is likely that the Yu clan is acting as a demon. Sure enough, under the observation of Shi Zhang Dao Taishan Eye, the energy source for manipulating the dark clouds was clearly captured. Go there at a lower altitude. Shi Zhang patted Xiao Jin, pointing to the canyon between the two high mountains. Okay. Xiao Jin flapped his wings and flew towards the canyon at top speed. In that canyon, dozens of members of the Yu clan were planning. When they heard that Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian were flying towards the depths of Baidwan Mountain, they immediately summoned their men to intercept and kill them. Chapter 72. The Yu clan twin heroes, combine to seal. They seem to have found us. Someone shouted. Immediately, some people began to panic. After all, these two people were famous for their killing. They just wanted to use the power of the formation to kill each other. If they really wanted to fight head-on, no one would know. What are you panicking about? How is it possible? We haven't made a move yet, said a man in a blue gown. The panicked crowd seemed to have found their backbone and began to calm down. Even if he finds out, so what? Am I still weaker than him? This man is one of the Yu clan's two heroes, Yu Ziqian, who has a special cultivation method and a strong cultivation base. Just when everyone nodded their heads and thought it was reasonable, there was a loud cry of a pung above their heads, and they looked up after hearing the sound. On the giant black gold bird exuding terrifying power, a figure jumped down from the sky. Yu clan, do you want to plot against me? Here I come, Shi Zhang shouted, his voice echoing in the canyon. He jumped down from Xiao Jin's back, his body was covered with runes and radiated light. From a distance, he looked like he was on fire. The golden thunder condensed in his palm and blasted down on the people under his feet. Boom! A golden thunderbolt as thick as a bucket exploded in the crowd of the Yu clan, and screams suddenly sounded, and the bodies of some members of the Yu clan were directly destroyed by the violent thunder and lightning power, leaving no bones left. At this time, the stone bell fell to the ground like a meteor, the ground under his feet crumbled, the mud splashed, and a huge pit appeared. Exercise the combined attack technique. Yu Ziqian shouted. Okay. A group of people responded at the same time. Slant wind, drizzle, cut stars and moon. This is the Rain clan's exclusive combined attack technique. The more people cast it, the more powerful it will be. Shi Zhang once fought against this technique in the false god realm, but that was at the beginning, and now those who can enter Baidwan Mountain are all leaders in the cave realm, and when they work together, the power is much greater than before. Under their control, the large dark clouds in the sky began to rain fine rain, which shone like a sharp knife with a blue cold light. The area covered by dark clouds instantly became riddled with holes. The mountains, boulders, and trees all had dense black holes. These raindrops were extremely lethal. Shi Zhang was bathed in the rain, and the purple gold protective light appeared on his body, setting him off like a god, and the raindrops fell on him, splashing dazzling sparks. Is this what the Yu clan is capable of? Shi Zhang yelled, not paying any attention to their joint attack skills, and his figure quickly shuttled among the figures. The blue light in the dark sky looks extraordinarily strange. Yu is crazy, I will fight you. Yu Ziqian took the initiative to kill. Jumping clown. Shi Zhang sneered, his body jumped up at a high speed, and he punched out with such force that the air exploded violently. A territory. Yu Ziqian roared, a bright light erupted from his body, his hands formed seals, and endless runes flew out of his palms, covering this space. Not. The mysterious seal in Yu Ziqian's hand changed again, and the dense runes in the air instantly turned into a small world, surrounding the stone bell. Shi Zhang was going to kill Yu Ziqian, but suddenly a hill appeared in front of him. He raised his fist and hit it, and the hill immediately burst into pieces, splashing earth and rocks. You want to trap me just like that? Shi Zhang looked stern, kicked his feet, and his whole body soared into the sky, and he was about to leave this small world built by precious techniques. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Just as Shi Zhang was about to leave this small world, an ancient picture scroll was spread above his head. The picture scroll trembled, and a force of sealing rushed out, allowing Shi Zhang to return to the ground superior. Shi Zhang knew this picture scroll from another member of the Yu clan Shuangji, Yu Zimo. He had killed it in the false god realm, but the picture scroll at that time was far less grand than it is now, covering the sky and covering the sun, and the runes inside were much more complicated than before. Beside Yu Ziqian, came out a woman dressed in green, with crystal clear body, willow leaf browed eyebrows, and bright eyes. Yu Zimo looked calm, without any emotional fluctuations in her eyes, she waved her bare hand. The faint metallic rays of light sprinkled from the picture scroll fell on the ground made by Yu Ziqian, giving off a hazy gleam, with a metallic texture, which made the small rune world where the stone bell was located more solid. Haha, let me see how you come out. Yu Ziqian laughed. If the treasures cultivated by the two heroes of the Yu clan are integrated, their power will be multiplied several times when they complement each other. Standing in that small world, Shi Zhang couldn't feel the existence of any spiritual power around him, and at the same time, there was an energy trying to seal his Xianxia and prevent it from circulating. You can do whatever you want, and I will break it with my own strength. Shi Zhang shouted, with a golden thunder and lightning dragon wrapped around his right hand, breathing out lightning, lifelike. Seal. Yu Zimo's vermilion lips parted lightly, the scroll trembled again, hundreds of metal-like runes flew out and landed on Shi Zhang's arm. The little golden dragon turned blurred and dimmed, leaving only a silhouette, its power greatly reduced. It's interesting. Now Shi Zhang was not in a hurry to go out. He opened the Taoist eye, and two beams of silver light shot out from his pupils, falling on his arm, carefully observing the composition of the rune. Shi Zhang felt the strangeness of this kind of power, and wanted to understand it thoroughly. In the future, it would be a good way to control the enemy by using the holy method of fighting to evolve. After a while, he had already comprehended the true meaning of the rune on his arm. Shi Zhang selected a hill, and the pale golden dragon in his hand quickly flew out, blasting it. In an instant, Shi Zhang carefully observed the changes of this hill. In his eyes, this small world is no longer a real thing, but is made up of runes all over the sky. He saw that the hill was composed of two different rune powers intertwined like a frame, which greatly increased the strength. The moment after being blasted away, these runes were scattered, but they did not disappear. In the air, they quickly gathered together again, and the hill reappeared. If you can't get out, die. Yu Ziqian thought that Shi Zhang was trying to figure out a method, but it didn't work, and a sense of arrogance gushed out of her heart. So what if you break Shi Yi's record? So what if you suppress the 3 ancient relics in Duankong City? It's not like being sealed by yourself like a headless fly. If you kill him today, you can step on him immediately. The reputation of Megatron Wang Yu makes me excited just thinking about it. Cyan runes appeared on Yu Ziqian's body again, and the dark clouds above his head began to roll, and bright white lightning came out from them. Chapter 73 Golden Winged Rock, Swallow Shaojin. Cyan runes appeared on Yu Ziqian's body again, and the dark clouds above his head began to roll, and bright white lightning came out from them. But at this time, the number of Yu clan disciples who performed Slanting Wind, Drizzle Rain, Slashing Xingyu and Moon is decreasing sharply, because Xiao Budian and Xiao Jin are chasing and killing them, and the dark clouds above their heads have dispersed a lot, and they are no longer so dense. Yu Zimo was about to make a move, but her body shook suddenly, and the runes that appeared on her body gradually faded. I don't want to take another shot. Yu Zimo refused. When she saw the runes on her body light up, her figure in the future gradually blurred. It was not until she dispersed the runes that the figure solidified. She practiced the picture scroll of a life, and gained a psychic ability. That feeling told her that if this treasure technique falls, she will die today. Yu Ziqian was in a hurry. Although the two of them were known as the twin heroes of the Yu clan, in fact, most people thought that Yu Zimo was the master and he was the assistant. The elders of the clan valued Yu Zimo more, because apart from her strong combat power, the most important thing is that she has a magical ability to see the past and the future. Anyone can have it. Forget it, let me kill him with my own hands today. Yu Ziqian turned his head back, holding a pang of resentment in his heart. Today he insisted on proving his ability to his tribe, telling them that he was stronger than Yu Zimo. Yu Zimo's eyes on the side began to dim. I can't see his future and past, and I can't see your future now, even the future of the Yu clan is blurred. Yu Ziqian was startled. He knows the magic of Yu Zimo's ability. If her figure is hazy in the future, it will either exceed her ability, or she will soon be erased from this world. Surrender. Yu Ziqian forced herself to calm down and summoned the power of thunder and lightning in the clouds. Boom, boom, the dark cloud rolled violently, and a bolt of lightning the thickness of a bucket shot out from within, turning the whole world pale, and rushed towards the stone bell below. Shi Zhang immersed himself in studying this small world. During the conversation between Yu Ziqian and Yu Zimo, he had almost understood the runes here. Die. Yu Ziqian's originally handsome face is now full of distorted madness. He is a little afraid of what Yu Zimo said just now, and he is extremely eager to see the great good man die tragically, and prove that it is Yu Zimo's ability gone wrong. Bang! The bolt of lightning precisely hit Shi Zhang's body. There was a loud bang, and the small world of rune evolution turned into a piece of snow white, filled with violent lightning power. Ouch! Shi Zhang's groan came from the thunder and lightning. Ha 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 ha! Yu Ziqian laughed wildly, and his voice spread far away. But his laughter stopped abruptly, because he saw the great good man staggered 2 steps after being struck by lightning. Then, nothing more, that's all. Impossible. Yu Ziqian yelled in his heart, this is the treasure of the Yu clan, who has opened up 8 caves, and he can split a mountain when he uses it, and the other party is firmly beaten at that moment. It turned out to be just a stagger. Is he the reincarnation of the real dragon? Yu Ziqian's face suddenly lost all color and turned pale. Shi Zhang gave Yu Ziqian a cold look. He already understood this small world pretty much, and there was no need to stay here. He stepped forward, and his figure flew towards the sky, and a golden thunder and lightning fell into the ground under his feet, and the rune world began to crack in large pieces. Shi Zhang has already understood the structure of this world, so he naturally knows how to break it. Seal. Yu Zimo lightly raised her plain hand, the ancient picture scroll rose in the wind, and instantly put the stone bell inside. At this moment, Yu Ziqian's face was full of decadence. It turned out that she was really just a foil, and Yu Zimo had sealed the great good man by herself. Let's go, Yu Zimo said, her face flushed. She was no longer as calm as water, and seemed to be struggling. What? Yu Ziqian was puzzled. Hadn't he already sealed the opponent? Go. Yu Zimo spoke again. Seeing her strange expression, Yu Ziqian felt a little bit in her heart, and immediately fled to a distance. It's late. Just as he was about to leave, Yu Zimo's voice came from his ear again. He turned his head and saw that the ancient painting floating in the air was changing in size, shaking violently, and gradually decomposing and fading. Boom! The ancient painting exploded, and Shi Zhang rushed out with a strong golden light all over his body. His face was stern and his eyebrows were full of murderous intent. Tianlei killed himself, so Shi Zhang's killing intent towards Yu Ziqian was even better. Shi Zhang rushed towards Yu Ziqian's escape direction like a golden rock spreading its wings in an instant. The stone bell with the power of Tianpeng was unimaginably tyrannical. It was just a punch, and it was useless for Yu Ziqian to sacrifice treasures one after another. It was directly blown into a rain of blood. When he turned around again, Yu Zimo was no longer visible, only an ancient painting of a peerless beauty was fading in the air. Something, Shi Zhang said softly. The beautiful woman in that ancient painting was Yu Zimo from before, who actually hid herself in a picture scroll and escaped. Xiao Budian and Xiao Jin also beheaded all the members of the Yu clan present, and no one left alive. Shi Zhang opened his palm, and there was a small world in his palm that was ups and downs. Mountains, rivers, trees and rocks were clearly visible. When Shi Zhang moved his mind, golden thunder and lightning appeared and wreaked havoc in it. That's right, Shi Zhang said with a smile. He was very satisfied with the result of this battle. He had already combined the Yu clan's township spells into one with the holy method of fighting. The Yu clan is an ancient family that has produced gods. On the one hand, it is not even worse than some ancient countries. This will be a very powerful treasure technique. Shi Zhang was a little eager to try, and wanted to find someone to try the power of this method. Xiao Budian met Shi Zhang, and before he could speak, there was an eagle's cry that shook the heavens above the sky. Following the sound, Shi Zhang looked up and found a giant golden bird soaring above his head, with its wings spread 17 or 8 meters wide, and the whole body exuded a rich golden light, like a small sun, with a terrifying momentum sweeping down. The giant bird swooped down and stood on the top of the high mountain. It was covered in golden light, like a giant beast made of gold. Its 2 big golden eyes shot out 2 real eyes, which were breathtaking. This is also a golden winged rock, with very pure blood, and it is obviously much older than Xiao Jin from its body shape, with a pair of eyes staring straight at Xiao Jin. I heard that there is a mixed-blooded golden winged rock here, who is here to hunt and devour you. Maybe I can go one step further towards pure blood. The big golden bird said to Xiao Jin. He didn't take Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian seriously. It directly explained the purpose of coming, and it didn't bother to cover up anything. It heard that other golden winged rocks appeared and hunted them directly. It was decisive and domineering, with an invincible spirit. The moment Xiao Jin saw the other party, his feathers stood on end, his pupils were like torches, and he looked at the giant bird on the top of the mountain. Standing tens of meters beside Xiao Jin, Shi Zhang could feel the monstrous fighting spirit, almost its like breaking through the body and bursting out. Chapter 74 Half-Blood Jinpeng, the Supreme Bird. Are you sure? Shi Zhang asked. No, Xiao Jin said, but I'm going to tear it apart. Okay. Shi Zhang felt the overwhelming fighting spirit from Xiao Jin, and he knew that this battle was inevitable, otherwise Xiao Jin would be weakened as Shang Kunpeng, the supreme divine bird approaching, the invincible power in his heart. If you fight, I won't intervene. Shi Zhang shouted loudly, and quickly left Xiao Jin's side with Xiao Budian. It's the same whether you intervene or not. The giant golden beast uttered words, fluttered its wings, and swooped down from the mountain. Xiao Jin showed no sign of weakness, flapped his wings, and drew a jet of black golden light to counter it. Just when the two were about to collide, dense runes appeared on Shi Zhang's body, exuding a mysterious aura. Get up, Shi Zhang yelled, and the runes on his body gushed out like a tide, scattered between the sky and the earth, and suddenly an almost invisible barrier appeared, covering the two. This is a combination of the One World Territory and One World Picture Scroll that Shi Zhang evolved with the holy law of battle, and combined with the advantages of the innate holy body, Tao Fetal Affinity and Avenue, such a magical enchantment was created. I don't have any other intentions, I'm just afraid that you will escape. Shi Zhang shouted. He didn't activate the seal and suppressing power inside, no different from the outside world. The point is that Xiao Jin is young, a few years younger than Shi Zhang himself, and the opponent is obviously much older than Xiao Jin. Zhang is a little worried that it will suffer from its age and fall, but he can't stop this battle. So this enchantment was released to ensure that Xiao Jin would not really die in this battle. HMPH. The golden giant looked at the stone clock and snorted coldly, but it didn't try to break free. It had its own means and was confident that it could break free at any time. In the 100-meter square rune world built by Zhang, the fiercest battle broke out between the two behemoths at the moment of collision. Both sides are golden-winged rock eagles, one wins because of his age, the other wins because of his pure blood. When the two collide, blood will splatter out. This terrifying ancient beast is extremely powerful, tearing and wrestling with each other, using both beaks and claws, and using the most primitive method to fight fiercely. Xiao Jin spread his wings, and the black golden light shone, and he slammed into the opponent with a huge force. The golden giant beast didn't show any weakness either, and let out a long cry. Its body was burning like a golden flame, and it flapped its wings to collide with it. Boom! There was a loud noise in the small world, two golden rays of light shone, and a powerful aftermath swept across, causing all the trees, mountains and rocks in this small world to shatter. The two golden-winged rocks retreated a certain distance from each other, and soon flapped their wings and flew back, wrestling close to each other. After a simple collision, the semi-pure-blooded golden-winged rock instantly understood that the other party was not a mixed-blooded golden rock like the rumors from the outside world. No matter the aura or combat power it displayed, it was very clear. He told himself that it was the real pure-blooded golden-winged rock. Very good, I devoured you, and I can immediately evolve into a pure-blooded golden-winged rock, soaring into the sky, and no one can stop me. The golden giant beast spoke out, and its claws were like sharp knives. Like grabbing into Xiao Jin's body, a large spray of blood was brought up. Xiao Jin didn't reply, but only expressed his attitude with practical actions. Its half-meter-long beak pecked hard into the opponent's chest, where the scales and armor were broken and blood spattered. The two fought fiercely in midair, sometimes intertwined and scuffled, sometimes separated, but they quickly rushed forward again, vowing to kill each other. Feathers and fresh blood kept falling from midair. Both sides were stained with blood, some of their own and the others, but no one retreated. They were still fighting fiercely, and the fierce fighting made the mountains tremble. The giant golden beast is twice as old as Xiao Jin. So far, I don't know how many battles it has experienced. Its attack methods are almost reduced to cost, and it gradually gained the upper hand. It all leaked out. And Xiao Jin was born as a real pure-blood Jinpeng, and he learned the power of the sun in Zulu Academy. He evolved into a Kunpeng, surpassing the pure-blood Jinpeng by a large margin. Although it is slightly inferior at the moment, it still has the ability to kill the opponent confidence. Xiao Jin is very clear that his disadvantage is that his age makes him not as experienced as the opponent, but he has read the original true explanation, which records various catalogues of God of War, and there are even battle examples of adult golden-winged rocks beheading gods, in mind. Now it is taking advantage of this battle to integrate the essence of those god battles and truly transform them into its own combat power. Zhang was a little worried watching from below. The fight between the two sides was too tragic. They both had the courage and style of fighting to go forward. Even the world cannot fully guarantee Xiao Jin's safety. You are too young, you are doomed to perish when you meet me. The half-pure Jinpeng said coldly, trying to shake Xiao Jin's will, and after gaining the upper hand, it repeatedly tore open wounds on Xiao Jin's body. Xiao Jin is still silent, but the fighting spirit in his eyes tells his opponent that he is extremely firm. If you look closely, you can see scenes of different fierce beasts fighting in Xiao Jin's eyes. The illustration comprehends the true meaning of the battle. Die! The semi-pure rock uttered a long cry, and the claws under its belly grabbed Xiao Jin's wings again, almost piercing through them, and blood gushed from several large holes. Taking advantage of the situation, Xiao Jin rolled over, folded his wings, and entangled with the opponent. His black golden claws cut into the opponent's chest, slashing a bloody mouth more than 2 meters long, almost ripping him open. The half-blood Jinpeng suffered from pain, fluttered its wings and struggled, throwing away Xiao Jin, the light in his eyes flickering. It can feel that the opponent's offensive is getting more and more fierce. The actions are simple and direct, but they contain terrifying lethality. The advantage it has established before is losing little by little. After the two separated, Xiao Jin went up again. Although it was injured more severely than the opponent, its momentum and fighting spirit became stronger. The true meaning of fighting in the God of War catalog was being absorbed and transformed by it little by little, becoming its own true fighting spirit, force. My lord, you won't survive. The half-blood Jinpeng flapped its wings and struck horizontally, releasing a large amount of golden mist from its body, colliding with Xiaojin again. Bang! The ground shook in the barrier, and a large number of trees, earth and rocks flew upside down. The half-blood Jinpeng felt something was wrong. The opponent's cultivation was obviously inferior to his own, and his physical body was even better than it. Previously, he had been relying on his combat experience to suppress the opponent. But this suppressing effect disappeared very quickly, and the speed of the opponent's strengthening was so amazing that it rose straight to the state of being equal to or even surpassing him. Just now the two collided with each other without any fanfare. Maybe outsiders couldn't see it, but they knew very well that it suffered a loss. The wound on the abdomen that was torn before opened a little again, and the blood couldn't stop falling. The half-blood Jinpeng decided not to fight in close quarters, but to use the advantage of his own cultivation to suppress the opponent with the power of runes. Chapter 75 Yuanqi Mountain Peak, Human Breed. The half-blood Jinpeng opened its huge beak, roaring the mountains and rivers, the mountains humming, and the golden runes all over the sky were intertwined on its chest, printing this small world in bright golden yellow. These dense runes are finally condensed into a golden sword. The sword glows with sharp cutting power, and the sword light soars into the sky. This is the original treasure technique born in the body of this half-blood Jinpeng. With its current tyrannical cultivation when it is activated, it is terrifying. You have been defeated. Xiaojin spoke for the first time. It is now seriously injured and its whole body is stained red with blood, but the invincible aura in its eyes is still there. It's too early to say that. Half-blood Jinpeng shouted angrily. The golden light on his body shone brightly, urging the golden sword to cut towards Xiaojin. Strong on the outside but strong on the inside, Xiaojin said. Since the opponent deliberately avoided melee combat, it has already lost, and it has long since lost the invincible momentum in my heart. Looking at the golden giant sword coming head-on, Xiaojin fluttered his wings, and the black golden light burst out from his body. His aura was like an abyss like the sea, and he instantly overwhelmed the opponent. The black golden light filled every corner of this small world, like a small sun. Comparing the treasure technique, how can I not be as good as you? Xiaojin performed the Tianpeng fighting dragon technique, with runes all over his body, and endless black light blooming. Facing the slashing of the golden giant sword, Xiaojin did not retreat or evade. He spread his wings, and the two black gold giant claws flowed with a light like divine gold. When he closed his claws, he actually directly grabbed the golden giant sword. When Tianpeng's power was added to his body, Xiaojin's body became stronger like a god of iron, capable of collapsing mountains, and a pair of rock claws were the most powerful treasures. Even though the golden giant sword in the claws vibrated and exploded with sword energy, he still held it tightly. Hold tight, can't break free. Clang! There was a crisp broken sound, and the golden giant sword was directly exploded by Xiaojin's claws. Although there was blood dripping from Xiaojin's claws, it still couldn't conceal that kind of overbearing power. I said before that you have already been defeated. You can still compete with me in your physical body. As a pure-blood Jinpeng, how can my treasure skills be inferior to yours? Xiaojin said coldly, and directly killed him. The two wrestled again, but this time the half-blood Jinpeng was completely at a disadvantage. Xiaojin's black gold claws were invincible, leaving many wounds on its body, and even its wings were almost torn off by Xiaojin. Half-blood Jinpeng paid a heavy price, and finally broke free from it, flapping its huge wings, trying to escape from this barrier. Bang! When its body was raised to a certain level, it suddenly bumped into the barrier in this area, stopping it and being unable to rise any higher. I said, just to prevent you from escaping. Shi Zhang said, and a large number of runes appeared in his hand again, flying into the barrier like water, making the barrier even more unbreakable. You can't stop me, the half-blooded Jinpeng said. A golden flame rose in this small world, and a golden fan appeared, burning with raging flames, causing the temperature of this small world to rise sharply, as if to generally ignited. This is a precious fan made from the wings of the golden crow. It is very powerful. With one blow, it can stop the flow of the Yangtze River, dry up a great lake, and melt a mountain into magma. Is the physical body treasure technique better than relying on treasure equipment? Shi Zhang sneered, and thousands of metal-like runes poured out of the small world covered by the barrier and fell on it, making the treasure fan that was originally burning with golden flames begin to wake up. The flame is also weakened and extinguished. What kind of treasure technique is this? Half-Blood Jinpeng exclaimed, this kind of treasure technique is too evil. Not only the enchantment created is difficult to break through, but even the treasure can be sealed. Fuck the little chicken, the little one beside him said with a smile, his teeth were shining brightly. HMPH, don't be complacent. The half-blood Jinpeng opened its beak again, and spit out a dusty stone. The body of the half-blood Jinpeng shone with precious runes, and the stone grew larger in the wind, becoming like a hill, falling down thousands of ways gray mist. This gray hill is very heavy, and before it touches the ground, a large piece of the land below it sank, as if a towering ancient mountain appeared, making the world a little overwhelmed. Open it for me, the half-blood Jinpeng shouted loudly. The gray hill was glowing with rays of light, and the barrier made a thumping sound, as if an ancient magic rhinoceros was hitting it, accompanied by a slight cracking sound. The enchantment can't bear such a powerful destructive power. Xiao Jin wanted to kill him, but he was also distracted by the light from the gray hill, and couldn't get close. Who can stop me? Half-blood Jinpeng shouted. It's the first time I've seen someone who is so arrogant after losing. Xiao Budian said, very angry with the half-blood Jinpeng. Wait for me to come out and turn you into a bloody mud. Half-blood Jinpeng said fiercely, staring at the little one with two gong-sized eyes. Essence magnetic peak. Shi Zhang had expected it long ago, and a large number of runes of flowing metal light gushed out from his body again, flowing into the barrier, and all of them were absorbed on the Yuan magnetic peak. Yuan Sifeng also began to dim and shrink, as if it was about to be sealed, and its power was greatly reduced. Its last hope of survival. Under the full urging of the half-blood Jinpeng, the Yuanqi peak became a little bigger and regained part of its power. This Yuanqi peak has a great origin. It was originally a sacrificial spirit rampaging across the earth, but it was defeated by an adult golden-winged rock and refined from it. It has unparalleled power and the barrier is about to shatter. Hey, do you really think you can get away? Shi Zhang sneered, took out the human race bag, unfastened the bag, and urged it with all his strength. Under the full urging of the stone bell, the human race bag woven like coarse cloth also began to bloom with precious light, rushing out a strong suction force, and attracted Yuan Sifeng. The golden divine flame on Jinpeng's half-blood became more intense, and he used all of his own divine light to activate this Yuan magnetic peak. Shi Zhang sneered in his heart. The 9 mouths of the cave moved the void, providing him with an endless stream of spiritual energy. The half-blood Jinpeng cultivation base was not as good as his, and Yuan Sifeng was sealed part of the power by Shi Zhang. How could he fight it? In fact, if Yuan Sifeng was not an adult half-blood Jinpeng who personally helped his offspring to refine, and his spiritual connection was very stable, he would have been directly suppressed by the power of the seal in the barrier. Under the urging of the stone bell, the red character on the ethnographic bag also began to rotate, and the suction increased greatly, and the Yuan magnetic peak gradually broke away from the half-blood Jinpeng's control and flew towards the direction of the stone bell. The hill-like Yuanqi peak became smaller as it got closer to the race bag, and the glow was dim, until it finally became the size of a fist and was put into the race bag. Xiao Jin, solve it, Shi Zhang said. Xiao Jin raised his head to the sky and let out a long cry, shaking the heavens. The power of the sky rock on it hadn't dissipated yet, and it rushed towards the half-blood Jin rock like a small sun, and blood spattered immediately. Chapter 76 Xiaojin transforms, purple-haired girl. The half-blood Jinpeng fought back vigorously, fluttering its wings and trying to escape, but the barrier that had been shattered by Yuan Sifeng before was repaired again, and it tried its best, but it could no longer shake it. Xiaojin is as imposing as a rainbow, with an invincible belief. Even though he was seriously injured, he never wavered in his will to win. With the power of Tianpeng added to his body, he was unstoppable, tearing open wounds on the half-blood Jinpeng one after another. No, I have practiced twice as long as you. Even if you are a pure-blood Jinpeng, you can't beat me. The half-blood Jinpeng was still struggling, but the defeat was set, and he was trapped by the barrier and couldn't escape. I'm not just a pure-blooded golden rock, Xiao Jin responded. His black gold eyes were breathtaking, and the indestructible sharp claws under his body cut a deep wound on the opponent's chest again, and even grabbed a bone. What? Half-blood Jinpeng's heart skipped a beat, feeling the aura that made its soul tremble, and finally guessed Xiao Jin's identity. The ending was doomed. Even though the half-blood Jinpeng struggled hard, it still failed to reverse its fate, and was finally killed by Xiao Jin, whose blood stained its originally golden feathers. Shi Zhang withdrew the barrier, and Xiao Jin grabbed the half-blood Jin Peng's body and swayed for a while, staggering to the ground. Xiao Jin's body was also covered with large and small wounds, and the opponent's cultivation base and combat experience were much higher than it. In the end, he was oppressed by the mist hanging from Yuan Magnetic Peak, and his body was already overwhelmed. Good job, Shi Zhang praised without hesitation. To be honest, he was not very optimistic about Xiao Jin at the beginning, so he arranged the barrier. He did not expect Xiao Jin's fighting will to be so tenacious against its opponent. Brother Zhang, help me protect the law. I'm going to undergo a transformation. Xiao Jin said. There was tiredness that could not be concealed in his words, but more excitement. Okay, Shi Zhang replied. He knew the importance of this half-blood golden rock to Xiao Jin. Even the little one didn't take out the tableware, but watched around vigilantly while swallowing. Xiao Jin began to devour half-blood Jinpeng's body, and every time he ate a mouthful of flesh and blood, the light on Xiao Jin's body became more intense, and the wounds on his body also slowly healed. When Xiao Jin devoured half of the half-blood Jinpeng, runes began to appear on his body. The brilliance was brilliant, and the black golden light shone so hard that people could not open their eyes. Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian were tens of meters away from Xiao Jin, and they could hear the roar of the blood flowing in Xiao Jin's body, like a big river surging in its body. There's movement. When Shi Zhang carefully observed the transformation that took place on Xiao Jin's body, he did not relax his observation of the surroundings. He keenly felt the void not far in front of him tremble, as if something was about to come out. Shi Zhang holds the fairy sword in his left hand, and the golden thunder dragon is wrapped around his right arm, ready to strike a fatal blow at any time. Xiao Jin is undergoing a crucial transformation and must not let it be interrupted. Then, a light blue divine carpet appeared in the void, with runes all over it, shining brightly and flowing with mysterious energy. It was none other than Huo Ling'er and her followers who were holding the little god wolf. Looking at the violent energy fluctuations from the black golden little sun behind Shi Zhang, her beautiful eyes revealed brilliance. It's you, the big fat guy. Why are you always eluding people, sneaking around everywhere, scaring your senior brother and me? Xiao Budian said carelessly. Huo Ling'er's face suddenly turned crimson, reddened to the neck, and her chest heaved violently several times before suppressing the anger in her heart. Seeing her appearance, the little one asked again, what if you are so fat and you are stuck in the void, what should you do? When the time comes, your head will come out, and it will still be stuck below the neck. If someone passes by, you will be scared to death. Don't make trouble yet. Seeing Huo Ling'er's prelude that was about to go berserk, Shi Zhang hurriedly stopped him, fearing that the two of them would fight again and it would affect Xiao Jin. Okay, Xiao Budian looked at the black golden sun that Xiao Jin had transformed into, and knew that now was not the time, so he got serious and looked around vigilantly. Huo Ling'er walked down from the divine blanket made of void animal skin, nodded to Shi Zhang, and then stood aside consciously, guarding against possible changes around her. At this moment, Xiao Jin was already wrapped in black golden light like divine flames, runes were intertwined, the brilliance was bright, and the sky was filled with divine light, and the situation inside could not be clearly seen, only more and more violent energy fluctuations came out. Unknowingly, half an hour has passed, Xiao Jin's body is still shining brightly, showing no sign of fading. The surrounding spiritual energy has turned into light rain, frantically rushing towards this place, and the violent energy spreads out like a huge tide, spread far. Shi Zhang was a little worried that this kind of violent energy fluctuation would attract some people with ulterior motives or the native creatures of Baidwan Mountain, but he didn't dare to set up a barrier on his own, for fear of disturbing Xiao Jin. Suddenly, Shi Zhang had a feeling of being spied on. Although there was no fluctuation in the void and no one could be seen around, the feeling was very real. Shi Zhang carefully felt the direction of this feeling, turned his head and looked into the depths of the woods. His eyes were like torches, and he quickly locked onto the target. Shi Zhang didn't go forward, but he believed that the other party already knew that he had found him. Sure enough, from the depths of the woods, a hazy figure gradually appeared, but his whole body was shrouded in the light of the divine ring, with a noble and holy aura, like a 9-day goddess coming by the wind, but it's a pity that he couldn't see his true face clearly. That figure slowly walked over, wearing a long white dress, with purple hair hanging down like a waterfall, and a white body with a hazy radiance. It should be a girl of 15 or 16 years old. Behind her, there are 4 or 5 people wearing black robes. Judging from the energy fluctuation stone clocks on their bodies, they feel that these should be sealers. This kind of black robe seems to reduce the chance of Baidwan Mountain's rules to perceive them. Who is it? Shi Zhang asked. The fairy sword in his hand sprayed out the sharp sword energy, as if to tear open the void. Looking at her purple hair, she is not human. She is probably some ancient beast like Teoti. Xiao Budian said. As soon as Xiao Budian's voice came out, Shi Zhang instantly felt the surging anger coming from the other party. Uncle Lin, who said that he wanted to catch a pure-blooded beast and bring it back to the village. Brother, do you think this is okay? The little boy realized it later and spoke again. The next moment, that beautiful shadow moved directly, the runes on her body flickered, the divine ring behind her glowed, and powerful energy fluctuations erupted from her body. She let out a soft chirp, turning into a stream of light and blasting towards the little one. Shi Zhang felt the burst of energy from the other party. He was definitely a strong man who opened up 9 holes in the sky. The little guy's cultivation base was a bit behind her, and he would definitely suffer a loss in a real battle. Chapter 77 Heaven and Man Unite, Suppress Yunxi. The immortal sword in Shi Zhang's hand drew out a bright sword energy, and slashed towards her, cutting a ravine of hundreds of meters not far in front of her as a warning. At the same time, he was also running the Dao Tai Tianyan, and the silver light flowed in his pupils, and he instantly saw clearly the face of the woman under the light of the divine ring. A pair of big eyes are vivid on the white and fat face, the willow eyebrows are curved, the nose is white, and the red lips are bright red, but the face is very cold, almost like a layer of frost. Yunxi of the celestial race. You want to block me? Yunxi asked, then turned to look at Shi Zhang. Yes, Shi Zhang didn't hesitate. No matter who it is, anyone who wants to hurt the little one is his enemy. Okay, Yunxi said simply and directly, abandoning the little one, turned around and attacked Shi Zhang. Shi Zhang arranged an enchantment around Xiao Jin, fearing that the aftermath of the battle between the two would interfere with it. At this time, Yunxi's slim figure drew a graceful arc, spotless, and raised a pair of lotus root arms to attack. She is very confident. Although the physical body is not her strong point, she also has the confidence to use it to suppress all strong men of the same realm. Shi Zhang had never been afraid of the physical competition. He took the initiative to disperse the fairy sword and the lightning dragon in his hands, and spread his fists, vigorously, without using any treasures, but only relied on his own physical strength to collide with them. Bang! There was a clear and crisp collision sound, and he bumped his fists against his palms. Shi Zhang stood still, but Yunxi backed away again and again, with both arms aching. Do you still want to fight? Shi Zhang asked. Yunxi folded her lotus root arms, and runes appeared on her body, glowing faintly. It's stronger than I imagined, but that's all. Her body was covered with silver white runes. Although there was no dazzling light, there was no powerful aura emanating, but Shi Zhang felt a faint threat. Under the blessing of rune power, her physical body began to become crystal clear, flowing with divine brilliance, and her gestures seemed to have established an inexplicable relationship with this world, making the small world around her resonate with it. Shi Zhang was a little surprised in his heart. This characteristic was somewhat similar to his own innate sacramental body, the unity of heaven and man, worthy of the title of heaven-human race. But the surprise was the surprise. He didn't retreat. He still used his physical strength to resist it, hitting her crystal-clear arm, leaving a row of light red palm prints. Yunxi communicated with this small world with her own blood, greatly improving the strength and tenacity of her physical body, but unfortunately she still couldn't take advantage of Shi Zhang's hands, and was hit with dull pain in many places on the contrary. Shi Zhang looked back at Xiao Jin and found that he hadn't been affected by him, so he calmed down and looked at the woman in front of him who had an irreversible relationship with the little one in his previous life memory and who was so competitive, and decided to let her feel what it means to be a human being. There are people outside, and there are days outside the sky. This guy, Yunxi looked at Shi Zhang's unwavering face, and suddenly felt that she was underestimated. But Shi Zhang really didn't do it on purpose, but physically, he was no match for Shi Zhang at all. Just the physique of the innate holy body and Dao womb makes Shi Zhang's physical strength absolutely invincible to anyone, not to mention that his physical body has been broken and reshaped many times, and it has already been as strong as divine iron. It's hard to stress him out. Suppress. Young Zai's pretty face was blushing, all because of Shi Zong's anger. She mobilized her whole body to attack, but the opponent remained calm and calm. Is this guy the reincarnation of a real dragon? Young Shi couldn't help but sigh. The other party's physical body was too powerful, surpassing anyone she had ever seen in the same realm. In the end, she gave up the idea of fighting for power with her body, and decided to suppress this arrogant opponent with the rune power she is good at. Following Yun Zai's soft scolding, the divine rings that had shrouded her back suddenly flew out. There were more than 30 of them, and they rapidly enlarged and flew to the top of the stone clock, overlapping layers, trying to imprison and suppress him. Shi Zhang raised his head, and there was a pressure like a hill coming from that circle of gods, a halo as thin as a cicada's wings, unexpectedly heavier than 1,000 hectares. However, Shi Zhang still didn't care much. He raised his fist to the sky, and with one punch, he exploded the divine ring that wanted to suppress him, turning it into a splendid rain of light. Gather. Yun Shi lightly raised her bare hands, and those broken divine rings gathered again, surrounding the stone bell. At the same time, all the divine rings that were covering the back of her head flew out, revealing her beautiful face. All the halos revolved around the stone bell, and there were a total of 108. These divine rings seemed to form a large formation, communicating with the power of heaven and earth, to suppress the stone bell. Shi Zhang felt as if he was caught in a mountain, and the surrounding space was trying to crowd out and suppress him. It's interesting. Shi Zhang's body shook, and he stretched his arms out. The 108 divine rings began to flicker, and the glow was dim, as if they were going to explode. Yun Shi scolded again. Her whole body exuded a hazy light, and her figure was gradually blurring, as if she wanted to merge with this space. At the same time, the surrounding auras were frantically rushing towards Yun Shi, and those divine rings were no longer dim, but became very bright and bright, with a dense glow, just like real objects. Shi Zhang suddenly felt that the pressure around him increased dramatically, many times greater than before, making him feel like he was stuck in a quagmire, and his movements became sluggish. Open it. The golden thunder and lightning shot from Shi Zhang's body, hitting the god rings, bursting out with brilliant light, and the god rings made a sound of shattering, with black cracks like spider webs all over the place. Yun Shi on the side was greatly surprised. She never thought that even in this state of harmony between man and nature, she could not suppress the man in front of her with all her strength using the divine ring, and the man in front of her seemed to have some strength left, and there was no difficulty on her face expression. It was the first time for her to feel that kind of powerlessness in a person of the same realm. She used all her skills and innate abilities, and went all out, but she was still powerless against the other party. Although she was somewhat reluctant, Yun Shi still decided to use the power of the treasure, otherwise she really had no choice. The two crystal pendants on her ears began to glow, and they separated voluntarily, like dancing butterflies, and flew to the stone clock, sweeping out beams of precious light, which contained powerful destructive power. When Shi Zhang's movements were restricted, he resisted a few rays of sunlight, which made him grin his teeth in pain. Yun Shi on the side was even more surprised. This is a treasure made for her by the clan. It is sacrificed from a strange treasure. No. Shi Zhang used the sacred method of fighting to evolve the precious technique of Suan Ni, condensed a big golden hand, and grabbed the two crystal pendants. Let go. Yun Shi became impatient, and her calm demeanor was instantly broken. Apart from being two very powerful treasures, these two pendants have a special meaning to her, and they must not be used, fall into the hands of others. The decorations on top of her head jingled softly, and they all flew up autonomously, including jade hairpins, step shakers, jade bells, bracelets, etc., all of which were powerful treasures, emitting glazed light, flying towards the stone bell come. Chapter 78 Xiao Jin transforms, Shi Hao gets beaten. Seeing these precious treasures exuding a powerful aura, Shi Zhang didn't want to procrastinate any longer. These things have mysterious and unpredictable powers, and it is very likely that they were accidentally suppressed. It depends on whether you are stronger in the unity of heaven and man in the celestial race or my innate holy body and Tao body. Shi Zhang began to mobilize the power of his body, and a hazy purple glow appeared on his body surface. For a moment, he felt that this side the small world no longer confines and restrains him, but is full of kindness. Yun Shi in the distance was surprised. She suddenly couldn't feel the existence of Shi Zhang, and the world that blended with her also began to reject her, as if trying to squeeze her out. How could this happen? Yun Shi was a little flustered, as a celestial being, she was born with a strong affinity with the world, but now she is no longer accepted by this small world because of the person opposite. Boom. There was a soft sound, and she was forcibly interrupted from that state of unity between man and nature, as if she was listed as an unwelcome person by the surrounding world, and she was squeezed out abruptly. Yuan Shichao's face was full of surprise. It was unbelievable that the other party was even more friendly than herself. Could it be that he is also a celestial being? Even his blood is stronger than mine. For a moment, Yun Zai's heart was turbulent, and there was another meaning in her eyes when she looked at Shi Zhang. Shi Zhang used the sacred method of fighting to evolve the precious technique of Suan Ni, and once again condensed a golden palm, and slapped the opponent on the head, intending to suppress it first. Seeing that Yunshi was invincible, the servants of Tianshan Mountain made a move immediately, sacrificed a powerful treasure, shot a colorful horse, and scattered the golden hand. Those two crystal pendants flew back to Yunshi's ears independently. She still wanted to say something. The sealer of Tianshan Mountain directly sacrificed a land-shrinking talisman, the dense runes wrapped them, and the bright light covered them, and then instantly disappeared in place. Shi Zhang saw Yun Zai's complex expression at the moment before he left. He guessed something and was thinking about it, but he was immediately attracted by the little sun that was gradually dimming. The tens of feet of light began to shrink and dim, and the energy fluctuations gradually decreased. When it descended to more than 10 meters, there was still no figure of Xiao Jin in the light. Most of the people were a little strange, because they had seen Xiao Jin, whose wings were more than 10 meters wide, but now they didn't see him. The light continued to shrink, and everyone's eyes widened, holding their breath and waiting for Xiao Jin's figure to appear. I saw it, the little boy shouted in surprise, and everyone saw a golden wing in the direction he pointed, but it was only stained with blood. Could it be a failure? Some of Huo Ling'er's followers felt a little nervous. Oh, I read it wrong. Xiao Budian changed his words quickly, because this wing was obviously the half-blood Jinpeng's before, and it was just a misjudgment due to excitement. The light was still gradually dissipating, and Xiaojin's figure was still not seen until the remaining 2 meters in size, but Shi Zhang saw a human arm. In the end, after the flames completely dissipated, there was only a 5 or 6-year-old girl standing there, looking at everyone with a smile on her face. The little girl was wearing a blue skirt with patterns of lotus leaves and flowers on it. She was wearing 2 braids. The exposed skin was as delicate and fair as jade, which could be broken by blowing. Her big watery eyes were full of smiles. Xiao Jin, Xiao Budian exclaimed. Well, it's me. The little girl nodded, leaned against Shi Zhang, and rubbed her head against his chest affectionately. Shi Zhang had expected it a long time ago. He had already seen that Xiao Jinli's transformation form was just a step away. After devouring the half-blood Jinpeng this time, he reached that level naturally. The transformation form is nothing more than normal. What a cute little doll. Huo Ling'er looked at Xiao Jin's extremely cute appearance now, and her girlish heart instantly overflowed, and she immediately rushed forward to touch Xiao Jin's baby fat face. When Huo Ling'er was doing something to Xiao Jin, Xiao Budian couldn't wait to drag away the remaining Jinpeng's wings, took out the pots and pans from the Chenkin bag, and put the grill on the grill to prepare to roast the Peng's wings. Little Jin is so good, and even knows to leave me a wing. The little boy said cheerfully. His hands and feet were unusually quick to pluck hair and burn fire. Xiao Jin, who was surrounded by human figures, was all amazed that a giant beast that dominates the world turned into the timid porcelain doll in front of him, and even a pure-blooded beast couldn't transform so early. But Shi Zhang knew that the key point was that the golden-winged rock was the king of the beasts, not to mention that Xiaojin's blood had returned to his ancestors, and he had surpassed ordinary pure-blooded beasts by a large margin. When Xiao Budian roasted the Peng Kai until it was fragrant, everyone's attention was attracted. Shi Zhang also used a large cauldron to stew a pot of wolf meat soup, which came from the Silver Wolf King on the plain, and added a lot of elixir. They slaughtered Wu Wangfu, Tuoba family, and Yu clan people one after another, and got a large number of elixir. There is a feeling of wealth and wealth. Everyone sat around in front of the firewood, drinking broth and eating grilled wings, but even though the food was very tempting, Huo Ling'er ate very gracefully, and the little one buried his whole face in the golden roasted wings. There was harmony at first, but the little one began to feel restless with his mouth eating roasted wings. Junior sister, you should eat less when you are so fat, and you will be able to suppress the beast skin in the void until you can't fly. Shi Zhang felt a little with a big head, his younger brother is too much to be beaten for speaking. Seeing Huoling's face that was about to go berserk, he gently touched the little one with his knee. Little Budian didn't realize it and continued, "Your chest muscles are not strong at all, they are all fat, shaking and shaking, wouldn't it be inconvenient to fight? It's time to fight." Sure enough, at the next moment, Huolinger stood up with a bang, the runes on her body flickered, her hands formed seals, and instantly blasted a fiery fire dragon at the little one. Little Bu nodded and was still buried in the chicken wings, unable to dodge for a while. The pants on his butt were lit. Seeing Huolinger's face that was about to explode, he quickly jumped up and ran away. "Brother, I'll come to you when I suppress this big fat man. Help me put away the unfinished Peng Kai." Xiao Budian was chased until his butt was smoking. His voice came from a long distance pass back. Shi Zhang smiled wryly, and continued to eat wolf meat and Peng's wings with Xiao Jin. Huolinger's followers didn't dare to stay for a moment, and immediately got up and chased after him. Xiaojin tried cooked meat for the first time after turning into a human form, and immediately fell in love with the taste. With his left hand, Peng Kai in his right hand, he worked from left to right, and his mouth was full of oil. Chapter 79 The head is soaring, Tai real water. Until the two of them ate so much that their bodies were glowing, their skin flushed, and their pores sprayed out their energy, and the little one didn't come back. Shi Zhang was afraid that he might encounter danger in Beiduan Mountain, so he decided to set out to search. The smile on Xiao Jin's face didn't disappear after she took shape. It was obvious that she liked her current form very much. Shi Zhang smiled and flicked her shofar braids, and didn't ask her to change back to her body to carry herself. Shi Zhang took Xiao Jin to chase along the direction that Xiao Budian left. On the way, he could see the ground and rocks that had been burned from time to time. It seemed that Huolinger was really angry this time. "Brother." Shi Zhang shook his head and chased after him all the way. After passing through a large mountain forest, the surrounding area gradually becomes desolate and dry, as if we have come to a large gobi, with chaotic rocks and withered weeds struggling to survive in the crevices of the rocks. Shi Zhang looked around, but didn't find Xiao Budian's figure, so he left a mark here and continued on his way. Behind the desolate Gobi Desert is an endless desert, with yellow sand all over the sky, wind and clouds, and scorching sun, as if you have come to another world. Shi Zhang walked in. In the memory of his previous life, he encountered Tai true water in the desert, and he had a feeling that the little one was probably in this desert. Suddenly, he saw a big red bird on the far side of the sky, and two figures could be vaguely seen on the bird's back. Shi Zhang was very familiar with one of them, and he could tell at a glance that it was the little one. "Didn't you say you came to find me?" Shi Zhang smiled wryly, but luckily he didn't just wait there. Now that the direction was determined, Shi Zhang hurriedly chased after him. About a quarter of an hour later, Shi Zhang saw the two-in-one bird hiding behind the sand ridge, discussing something furtively. Shi Zhang didn't hide his figure, and after approaching for a certain distance, the little boy who was discussing looked up and saw Shi Zhang. His big eyes shone with brilliance, and he shouted in surprise, "Brother!" But the little one shouted in a low voice, and then immediately hooked Shi Zhang, as if he didn't want to disturb something. Shi Zhang and Xiao Jin stepped forward. The big red bird almost blew its hair when it saw Xiao Jin, but fortunately the little one was quick-eyed and quickly grabbed its long beak. "Brother, let me introduce you, this is Da Hong, and this is Xiao Tian." Shi Zhang looked at the fire skylark and nodded. The boy was about 15 or 16 years old, dressed in a silver robe, with handsome features, a pair of sword eyebrows full of heroism, and a very arrogant temperament. He was smiling and looking at Shi Zhang, expressing his friendliness. Shi Zhang looked at the little boy, and found that he was smiling, and his big eyes were crooked, but he turned sideways to Xiao Tian, not letting him see. Shi Zhang understood in an instant, this little guy probably fooled Xiao Tian just as he did in the memory of his previous life, like a ghost. This brother is full of heaven, full of heroic spirit, and his horns are tall. At first glance, he looks like golden scales in a pool. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Shi Zhang laughed. The silver-robed young man had a smile on his face, but when he heard Shi Zhang praising him, he felt relieved, and the smile on his face grew stronger. He knew that when the words, "horns of the head," appeared, the full smile froze in an instant. Xiao Budian also held back his laughter, but he soon came to his senses that he still had business to do. "Brother, the Yu clan is communicating with Tai Junshui in front of us." We want to snatch it, but there are several sealers. I didn't expect you to come, so it will be easy. Xiao Budian said. Shi Zhang climbed up the sand ridge, looked with his head, and there was indeed a group of people wearing blue robes not far away, about a dozen of them, each with solemn expressions, chanting something in front of a small pool. The small pool is only 1 meter square, but the sun is dense, the color is transpiring, and the gorgeous divine brilliance is sprayed. The crystal clear liquid is swaying in the pool, swaying the intoxicating light rain. Good stuff. Shi Zhang sighed inwardly, seeing the sacred wave like a vast ocean with the naked eye through such a far light. A golden piece of paper was suspended above the heads of the members of the Yu clan, and the voices of the gods chanting could be vaguely heard. Shi Zhang recognized at a glance that it was the decree of the rain god, and he had torn it apart in the false god realm before. But this one has no words and no killing power, only the remaining rain god breath. The divine liquid in the pool seemed to be alive. Following the thoughts of the people of the Yu clan, it kept churning, as if being moved, and someone kept approaching it, but it didn't leave, and the faces of the surrounding people also became invisible. The treasure was as excited and flushed red. You guys are so happy about my things. Shi Zhang cursed secretly, turning their faces from excited red to unlucky green in a short while. Xiao Tian looked at Shi Zhang, who was a few years younger than himself, with distrustful eyes. Shi Zhang also felt it, smiled at him, and asked, "What plan did you have before?" Xiao Tian took out a crystal clear bead from his bosom, which was covered with dense runes, exuding a mysterious the power of. This is the fixed light bead prepared for me by the family. It can hold Tai Junshui in a short period of time and prevent it from escaping, but the time is very short, only a few breaths. It is, Shi Zhang said. Ah, Xiao Tian doubted his ears a little. The 8 or 9-year-old boy in front of him actually said that he wanted to snatch something from several sealers. You can use the fixed light beads to fix them all later, and then just hand them over to me. Shi Zhang ordered. Xiao Tian still looked bewildered, but Xiao Budian looked excited, secretly thinking that his brother was too domineering. While talking, Shi Zhang stared at the movements of the Yu clan group. During the time he was talking, they were already collecting Tai True Water. Yu Wencheng's face was full of excitement, even his beard was trembling. This is the sky that protects our Yu clan, and we will surely rise up. When Yer achieves the status of god, it will be the day we establish the Rain country, ha ha ha. Our Yu clans it is destined to be incomparably brilliant, reappearing the glory of ancient times. Yu Kun looked up to the sky and smiled, full of vigor, as if he had returned to his youth. After bringing this Tai True Water back, the Yu clan will surely prosper because of it. At that time, these people will be the heroes of the Yu clan, and their names will be passed down from generation to generation, enjoying the glory of the ages. The Tai True Water had already flown out of the pool and entered the jade cauldron prepared by the members of the Yu clan without leaking a single drop. Ha ha ha, Yu Wenchen was shrouded in a black robe, laughing out loud. He and Yu Wencheng took a huge risk to seal their cultivation and came in. If they go out this time, the two of them will surely soar into the sky and rise to the top. Glorious lintel. What's so funny? When they were extremely excited and proud of the spring breeze, 3 teenagers, a cute little girl, and a big fiery red bird appeared beside them, looking at them with a smile on their faces. Them. It's you. You dare to appear in front of this old man, you're looking for death. Yu Kun was furious. The 2 people they hated the most dared to appear in front of her at the same time. Chapter 80 Brother Yu Kun, Lightning Rages. At the same time, Yu Kun's heart skipped a beat, with a vague premonition. The members of the Yu clan who entered Baidwan Mountain this time were divided into 2 groups. One group was the arrogance of the cave realm, responsible for training and intercepting the targets. And they took the decree of the gods and went directly to the desert to look for Tai True Water. Before, the 2 teams separated on the plain after passing through the god's cave. Logically speaking, they should be behind him, and the target to be intercepted appeared in front of his eyes. Could it be? Shi Zhang sneered. Dense runes appeared all over his body, flowing metal-like luster. He shouted. These runes instantly separated and merged into the void, creating an almost transparent enchantment. Are you crazy? You are looking for your own death. Someone from the Yu clan laughed and said, the oldest of these people in front of them was only 14 or 15 years old, and they dared to imprison themselves and a few sealers in the barrier. Do it, Shi Zhang yelled, and everyone on his side moved. Xiao Tian drew out his saber, which was densely covered with runes. It was a very rare treasure, and under his urging, a powerful aura erupted instantly. His cultivation was not weak, and he was definitely a rare and powerful existence at this age. As soon as he made a move, people from the Rain clan were severely injured in an instant. The little guy also turned into a stream of light and rushed out, without a trace like an antelope's horns hanging on its horns. It shuttled through the crowd, and blood kept flying up. What frightened the people of the Yu clan the most was that the little girl who looked innocent and harmless to humans and animals before had suddenly grown in size, becoming a black gold giant beast with a wingspan of 15 meters. It made the sky darken, and the ominous aura of the ancient demon bird swept the audience. "I'm a mother." Stared at by those murderous black gold giant eyes, the legs of some members of the Yu clan who were not strong-willed trembled like chaff, and they couldn't even hold the weapons in their hands steadily. Xiaojin's strength has taken a big step forward after devouring the half-pure Jinpeng, and more importantly, the belief and aura of dominating the world have been formed, and the oppressive force has increased greatly, making people unable to fight. Not only the members of the Yu clan, but even Xiao Tian was taken aback. Fortunately, Xiao Jin's oppressive aura deliberately avoided his own troops, which made him calm down. Fire Skylark Dahong was extremely excited. It was forced by Xiao Budian before to stay with Xiao Budian, but it did not expect that there would be such a pure ancient magic bird here, and now it would not leave even if it was killed. If you stay with this pure blood golden winged rock for a long time, affected by its aura, the probability of its blood returning to its ancestors will be greatly increased. It spread its wings, spewed out a lot of flames, and the heat wave was billowing, covering the people of the Rain clan. It was sparing no effort to express itself, so as to win the qualification to stay with Xiaojin. Naughty beast. Yu Wenshan was so angry that his beard stood on end when he saw the deaths of his own people one after another, and he was about to deal with these overwhelmed brats. "Take care of yourself first." Shi Zhang sneered, and a large number of metal-like runes gushed out from the barrier, adhering to the bodies of the three sealers in front of him, slowing down the speed of Xianxia in their bodies, and giving them a powerful look. Great reduction. This is the treasure technique of Moore and Kyaner. Yu Wenshan was very familiar with this kind of power, and immediately recognized it. Shi Zhang didn't answer. Holding the fairy sword in his left hand and the golden thunder dragon wrapped around his right arm, he rushed towards the three of them directly. The brilliance of the fairy sword was brilliant, and a dazzling sword energy of more than 10 meters burst out, covering all three of them. Arrogance. The three of them were furious. The opponent was obviously a boy who hadn't even reached the age of 10. He actually wanted to attack the three of them with 1 against 3 at the same time. This made them feel insulted. "It's just 3 old bastards, Hugh is crazy." Shi Zhang sneered. The previous 7 sealers of the Tuoba family were beheaded, so what are these 3? They each shot, and the runes flowed, blocking the bright white sword energy. Shi Zhang swung his right fist, and a lifelike little dragon flew out, even the scales and horns were clearly visible, and flew towards Yu Wenshan. "Huh!" Yu Wenshan snorted coldly, rolled up his sleeves, and a black vortex suddenly appeared, trying to take the golden little dragon into it. Bang! The golden little dragon was taken in half, and the second half exploded directly. Yu Wenshan was submerged by golden lightning, runes intertwined, and a large piece of flesh and blood on his body exploded black. When the other 2 sealed fighters saw the battle, their faces were a bit unfriendly. The combat power of the opponent was so strong that they were difficult to parry with their current sealed cultivation base, so they were not their opponents. What happened to Moore and Kyaner? Yu Wencheng shouted angrily. The young man opposite him had such a powerful combat power, which made him panic. "What do you think?" Shi Zhang said with a stern expression and a murderous tone. "Zuzi, I'm going to peel you to the bone and boil your soul." The 3 of them were furious. This is the hope of the Yu clan. The pillars of the Yu clan will be the pillars for a long time in the future. Now there is a high possibility that something unexpected will happen. The aura of the 3 members of the Yu clan began to surge, reaching the limit of the cave heaven realm in an instant. This kind of sealing power is greatly discounted on them, because several people already have cultivations beyond the realm of the cave, and as long as they release the suppressed energy in their bodies, they can still reach the peak of the cave realm. Shi Zhang's mind moved, a thought appeared, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Old guy, go all the way." Shi Zhang smiled, waved to them, lifted the barrier, and motioned for the little one to leave quickly. The three of them were puzzled at first, but they suddenly felt that their cultivation bases that were sealed by the opponent's runes were suddenly released. They had already reached the limit of the cave realm, and now they broke through in an instant, reaching the next cultivation base. Everyone present felt the incomparably powerful aura emanating from the three of them, and suddenly felt bad, and quickly distanced themselves from the three of them. An incomparably bright lightning suddenly appeared in the originally clear sky, heading straight towards the three of them. Xi Zhang performed the Tianpeng fighting dragon art. With the power of Tianpeng added to his body, he took out the golden bone scissors, and under his urging, a terrifying power erupted, and instantly cut off Yu Wencheng's arm holding the jade tripod. Holding it, it turned into a golden streamer and fled quickly. No, the three screamed, and quickly returned their cultivation to the realm of the cave, but unfortunately it was no longer valid. They were sensed by the power of Baidwan Mountain's rules in an instant, and immediately sent down thunder to erase it. Boom! The original position of the three people has now turned into a sea of thunder, submerging them. The violent thunder and lightning raged like an ancient beast, destroying everything there, and all life in a radius of 100 meters was wiped out. Remove. Chapter 81. Sit on the ground and divide the spoils, devouring the real water. Dazzling lightning made this golden desert pale. Xi Zhang and Xiao Budian could clearly feel that terrifying power thousands of meters away, irresistible. The Tai true water in the jade cauldron had spiritual wisdom and wanted to struggle, but after being fixed by Xiao Tian's Dingguang bead, Xi Zhang put it into the human race bag. After a full quarter of an hour, the lightning there gradually dissipated, and there was nothing left in a 100-meter radius except for a large pit. Even the sand there was roasted and melted, turning into a large pool of transparent liquid. Several people approached, feeling the remnants of the violent thunder and lightning power, and they all felt a little palpitating. Brother, you are too ruthless. Xiao Budian smiled, observed carefully, and made sure that there was no breath of life. Let's go, find a place to share the spoils. Xi Zhang said, in a good mood, not only wiped out all the people of the Yu clan, but also got all the Tai true water. This is a treasure, if it is put outside, even a little bit will be disputed. God bloody. Xiao Jin changed back to the appearance of a porcelain doll. The human race is the spirit of all things. Many creatures of other races will choose to transform into the appearance of the human race. She likes this form very much. However, Xiao Tian, who had seen how powerful Xiao Jin was, put away the slightest contempt in his heart. Everyone found a relatively hidden corner. Xi Zhang took out the jade tripod. It kept struggling and shaking in it, reflecting the surrounding space into a fairyland-like colorful rays of light. Luckily the Ding Guangju was showing its power, that's why it didn't get out. Who are you? Why are you imprisoning me? Tai Junshui's voice directly reached everyone's minds. Although this Tai true water gave birth to a will, it was only a short time after it was born, and it was rather hazy. Of course I caught it to eat, or else I caught it and watched it. Xiao Budian asked. Hearing the words, Tai Junshui struggled even more violently. Like the waves of the sea, the jade tripod was shaking. Xi Zhang made a move, adding a small barrier, calming it down a little. Let's take what you need, just don't waste it. Xi Zhang said, took out the container and treasure that was plundered along the way, and let out part of the Tai true water in the cauldron. The Tai true water was 1 meter square in the desert, but it was only the size of a fist when it fell into the jade tripod, so the stone bells only drew a drop from the mother's body, and when it fell into the treasure, it would fill a basin. The little guy was amused. He just opened his mouth and swallowed a mouthful. His whole body glowed suddenly, even the eyes, nose and other places were spraying out the essence, covering the place like a tide. Oh my god, it can't be wasted. Xiao Budian opened his mouth, and the Tai water came out of his mouth immediately. He quickly held it with his hands, poured it back into his mouth, closed his eyes tightly, and sat cross-legged to refine it. Xiao Tian was dumbfounded. Is this also possible? Brother, you are too fierce. This is Tai true water, not a panacea. You devour it, but it refines you. It's okay, he can do it. Xi Zhang said with a smile. Xiao Jin was still unafraid, and swallowed a mouthful, and the black golden light on his body suddenly burst out, and the power of the ancient divine bird surged out. They are all fierce people. Xiao Tian had an unacceptable expression on his face, looking at the two of them like looking at freaks. I can do it too. Da Hong screamed strangely, raised his head, opened his long beak and swallowed part of it. But it exploded quickly, spit it out as if drinking magma, sprayed it into the black pot of its own treasure, and urged the power of the rune to suppress it. Xizhang smiled, put the Tai True Water in front of him, calmed down, his body began to glow with purple gold light, and his body gradually began to blur, as if he was about to disappear into this world. "Oh, baby, your brother is about to ascend to heaven." Fire Skylark shouted. "Improve your height." Xizhang raised his hand and knocked on it, in case it disturbed the little one with its blah blah. The stone bell continued to move the world, and the purple golden light began to spread, evenly distributed in this small world, turning the tens of meters around into a purple gold halo. At this point, Xizhang stopped, because he thought it was okay, so he began to unite the world to bewitch the Tai True Water in front of him. This basin of Tai True Water has left the mother body, and the self-awareness is even more confused, leaving only a primitive instinct. When the stone bell body is in harmony with the Tao, there is no big obstacle to communicating with it. It quickly flew in front of Xizhang, decomposed itself into light rain, and penetrated into his body through every pore of Xizhang. That's okay too. Xiaotian and Dahong were stunned, they immediately tied Xizhang and Dahuyu together. "Wait a minute, who did you call baby just now?" Xiaotian came back to his senses and asked Huo Yunk. Fire Skylark choked immediately. Before that, it and Xiao Budian almost beat Xiaotian up again in order to obtain the precious medicine, Desert Silver, but they still held back and did not make a move. One person and one bird were always fooling Xiaotian. Leaked. "It's nothing, this Tai True Water is rioting again." Fire Skylark laughed, and immediately went to suppress Tai True Water in a serious manner. "Oh, so it's you guys." Xiaotian suddenly figured it all out. Apart from the great benevolent people from the false god realm and the one who loves to eat animal milk, there is no other pair of such fierce brothers. No wonder this kind man looked at me strangely when we first met, and said that his head is so horny. Xiaotian felt that he was going to explode, and he was left in the dark with a group of people, and he even talked to the person he hated the most. People hook shoulders and backs and call each other brothers. "You guys." Xiaotian really wanted to scream at the sky, but he still held back. Seeing that the other party was still righteous this time, he forcibly held his breath in his heart, and waited for the baby to wake up before settling accounts with him. When Xiaotian was struggling in his heart, Xizhang had already refined all the true water of Tai in the treasure. Now every inch of his flesh and blood was like glass, shining brightly and spewing out colorful light, reflecting the desert around him. "It is colorful." Xizhang felt that he was still not satisfied, this was far from his upper limit. So he lifted the barrier on the jade cauldron, and wanted to refine the mother body of Tai True Water. Is he crazy? Xiaotian was dumbfounded. It was already a miracle that he could refine a part of Tai True Water, but he even extended his devil claws to the mother body of Tai True Water. This matrix has its own will and has mastered the power of runes. It can be said that it has been psychic. It is scary to think about introducing a living creature that has the power of runes and has consciousness into the body. Sensing the purpose of the stone bell, the mother body of Tai True Water immediately struggled violently, tumbling in the jade cauldron, splashing in all directions, and the liquid almost went out of the jade cauldron's mouth. Chapter 82 Tai True Water, refined for your own use. Xizhang continued to communicate with the state of body and Tao, but even though he tried his best, it was of no avail. Although the consciousness of Tai True Water is relatively hazy, it also clearly knows that the other party wants to refine itself. At the moment, it can't get in, and it is fighting frantically. The jade cauldron was hit by it, and the body of the cauldron swayed crazily, as if struck by a hammer, and the light of the Donghua bead also began to flicker on and off. "I can't clean up the pool of water anymore." Xizhang was ruthless, and once again mobilized his own rune power to suppress it, and at the same time tried to attract some water droplets as before, trying to slowly weaken the Tai True Water, and finally its mother body refining. Maybe it can be done. But now Tai Junshui seemed to feel the strong sense of crisis, and protected his whole body with the power of runes, fighting tenaciously to prevent Xizhang from succeeding. Oh, Xizhang was in a hurry. Mingming almost let the water drop out of the jade cauldron this time, but was thrown back by the mother body of Tai Junshui, which made him feel depressed that he could only guard the treasure mountain and not get it. The stone bell activates the runes, shining brightly, and the power that can be exerted in the state of harmony between the body and the Tao is stronger than usual, but the wisdom born from the transformation of Tai's true water also has a strong rune power. In the rally battle, The inside of the cauldron is full of brilliance, and the runes of various colors are intertwined and collided fiercely. Isn't it exciting? Shi Zhang was angry. Even so, many sealed people were easily dealt with, but the treasure he got could not be used. Give it to me. Shi Zhang used the sacred method of fighting to evolve the precious technique of Suani, condensing 2 golden hands of thunder and lightning, grabbed the body of the tripod, lifted it up, and flew towards himself. Shi Zhang opened his mouth wide and controlled Yuding to pour the Tai True water inside into his mouth. Can't eat. Both Xiaotian and Da Hong were startled. This was like pouring magma into their stomachs. How could this happen? They turned pale with fright, and strode forward to stop Shi Zhang. I'll try. If it doesn't work, I'll stop right away. Shi Zhang said. He felt that with his current state and physical strength, he could give it a try. The key is that he has a premonition in his heart when he is in harmony with the Tao, and there will be a real war in the near future. With his current cultivation base, he feels a great threat, which makes him urgently hope take this opportunity to make yourself stronger. Okay. Xiaotian and Dahong looked worried, and glowing runes appeared in their hands, ready to strike at any time. You are looking for your own destruction. Tai Junshui sent a voice. Noisy. Shi Zhang tilted the jade cauldron directly, urged the Dingguang bead with all his strength, suppressed the Tai True water, and poured it into his mouth bit by bit. When the first drop of Tai True water fell into Shi Zhang's mouth, he immediately felt extremely hot, as if he was holding a red-hot iron in his mouth. It was so hot that his tongue seemed to melt, and his face instantly turned pale, become flushed. The stone bell didn't stop. It still activated the Dingguang bead in its own rune power, turning the Tai True water into a string of thin streams, pouring it into his mouth continuously. Shi Zhang began to gasp for air, feeling as if he was swallowing magma. His throat and stomach were severely scalded, and he was almost perforated. Fortunately, Lu Shenfa was operating independently. Continuously he repaired the injuries in his body, otherwise he would have been unconscious. White mist was coming out of Shi Zhang's mouth, nostrils, and even ears. His whole body was like a boiling kettle, and his blood was boiling. The Tai True water in the jade cauldron was only the size of a fist. Half of it was swallowed by Shi Zhang in a blink of an eye. He felt that he had almost reached his limit. You know, every drop he swallowed would be a big pot if it was taken out alone. Shi Zhang's skin was completely red, like a boiled lobster, and even his clothes spontaneously ignited, turning into a pinch of black ash and falling to the ground. It's almost there. Shi Zhang thought to himself, this has reached the limit he can bear, and if he swallows it again, he will really explode and die. But when he was about to put down the jade tripod, the Tai real water in the tripod suddenly rioted, and a full third of the water ball rushed into Shi Zhang's mouth in an instant. The Tai True water in the jade cauldron instantly swelled, filled the jade cauldron to the brim, and almost overflowed. Da Hong and Xiaotian hurriedly activated the treasure to suppress it. The mass of Tai water that poured into Shi Zhang's mouth just now is the mother body that gave birth to spiritual wisdom. As soon as it poured in, Shi Zhang's body became riddled with holes in an instant, and his 5 sense organs were spraying out the fire formed by essence chi. Oh, it's over, it's over. Big Red exclaimed, it is a fire skylark, but it can feel that the temperature in Shi Zhang's body is higher than it at the moment. At this moment, everyone began to worry about Shi Zhang. After all, Tai True water was too domineering, and it was not something ordinary people could refine. Shi Zhang's body was swollen at this moment, his whole body was round, and the Tai True water was rampaging in his body, making his blood almost boiled dry, and his internal organs seemed to be boiled. Not only that, but the Tai True water is still urging its own rune power to refine the stone bell to replenish itself. Shi Zhang understands his current situation and has reached the most critical moment. He tried his best to mobilize all the power of runes, spreading all over his body, trying to suppress the Tai True water in his body. But this was not enough. His body shell began to crack, revealing the white bones inside, and only a little blood flowed out. Suppression. Shi Zhang's barrier evolving runes, there are thousands of them, flowing with metal light, all covering his body, suppressing his body, forcibly wrapping himself with the barrier, preventing his body from exploding. Fortunately, the power in Shi Zhang's blood seemed to be threatened, and purple-gold rays of light appeared in every corner of his body, cooperating with Shi Zhang's rune power to suppress the rioting Tai Junshui. Lu Shenfa was also repairing Shi Zhang's injured body. The green rune exuded a strong breath of life, constantly reshaping the injured muscle tissue. The purple, gold and green rays of light from Shizong's body came out through his body, and the divine brilliance emitted by the Tai True Water reflected his body colorfully. But these are far from enough. Tai True Water is still raging crazily in Shizong's body, and the massive amount of energy and divine substance it contains is about to explode him. At this time, the flesh and blood of the stone bell suddenly began to spurt Xianxia. One after another light spots appeared, and there was a loud chanting sound, as if 3,000 gods and Buddhas were resident in it, singing the sound of the great way for the stone bell. Beside him, the 9 caves emerged spontaneously, rooted in the void, and the magma in the crater flowed brightly, shining brilliantly, spewing out a huge amount of divine light, and the energy was so dense that it turned into white mist, like real little ones. World. Chapter 83 10 Holes in the Sky, Creating the Pinnacle. Xiaotian always thought that he was already a dragon and phoenix among men, but the young man in front of him was much younger than him, and he had already surpassed him and reached the pinnacle of this realm. People are more popular than people. Xiaotian sighed, the sense of superiority in his heart disappeared. Not only that, but in the 9 mouths of the cave, they also saw the living animal like Suan Ni and the black gold divine bird. What shocked Xiaotian the most was that the green lotus rooted in the chaotic mist, although it looked weak and boneless, exuded a supreme aura, and the manifested lines on it made them feel dizzy at a glance, chest tightness, hard to look straight. The 9 mouths of the cave spewed out Wuxia and trembled violently, causing a large amount of yellow sand to fly all over the sky. At the same time, Shizong's body also erupted with a strong aura of supremacy, as if a real god was awakening, making the souls of all creatures in this desert all trembling. The desert suddenly became dark, the sun that was originally so radiant shrank its brilliance, and it seemed that it did not dare to compete with the supreme being who was about to be born. As the chanting sound of Shizong's flesh and blood became louder and louder, the 9 caves frantically extracted spirit from the void, gathering on top of his head like a clear spring. The spirit energy and divine substances filled to the extreme in Shizong's body also turned into white mist through the pores and gathered on the top of the head, where a black spot gradually appeared. With the continuous replenishment of the spirit and divine substances, that black spot is also getting bigger. The rich aura of Baidwan Mountain was influenced by some kind of power, and they all condensed into light rain and rushed towards the stone bell, causing the entire desert to rain light, which was incomparably gorgeous. That black spot is like a sea of rivers, frantically absorbing all kinds of energy to strengthen itself, so that the aura of the entire desert is emptied. The little one also finished absorbing the true water of Tai and opened up the 8th cave, but the commotion was far less loud than that of Shizong at this moment. Is this the 10th cave opening? Xiaotian said tremblingly. He couldn't speak clearly, because his soul was also trembling. Boom! The black hole exploded, and a wave of substantial energy scattered in all directions. The little ones felt that the world jumped a bit, and a large area centered on the stone bell was sunken. Everyone was in palpitations. Fortunately, they left early, otherwise the consequences of being bombarded at close range by this aftermath would be disastrous. Everyone saw that the stone bell was suspended in the air at this moment, its body was transparent, and it was glowing all over. Accompanied by the loud chanting sound, it looked extremely sacred. The black hole on the top of the stone clock has disappeared, replaced by a sun-like cave, covering the other 9 caves, and the inside is filled with brilliant fairy light, exuding an immortal aura. Like breaking some kind of taboo territory. The 10th hole. Xiaotian pinched his face fiercely, thinking that it was like a dream. This kind of situation was unprecedented, even the oldest books had never recorded it. At this moment, Shizong opened his eyes and felt that he was stronger than ever before. What kind of pure-blood beast, what kind of sealer, what kind of strongest disciple of the ancient family, in this realm of the cave, he can strangle them all with one hand. Shizong let out a breath of energy, and felt the strong beating sound of the heart, as if someone was beating a drum, and the sound of blood flowing was like a surging river, rumbling and deafening. The 10th hole above his head is exceptionally powerful. It has more spiritual energy than the other 9 holes combined, and it also contains mysterious divine substances, which are constantly washing and forging his body to make it stronger. Shizong's innate sacramental body evolved again, and the purple-gold color in his blood became more intense, full of mysterious power, which made him feel unparalleled in every gesture, and could smash down a mountain with one punch. Not only that, but his affinity with Dao Dao is also higher. The whole world treats him like a family member, full of kindness. Shi Zhang reckons that if he fights Xianxia again, she will enter if he stands beside her within a certain range. Do not go to the state of harmony between man and nature. Shi Zhang looked at the little boy in the distance. According to his previous life memory, the bloodline of the holy body in his physique originated from the Wangtian Emperor, and the Taoist fetus seemed to be the embodiment of the extreme evolution of the bloodline after the fusion of the celestial and human race with the Destiny Stone. Thinking of this, Shi Zhang had the feeling that the predecessors planted trees and the descendants enjoyed the shade. The originators of these two physiques are still in the initial stage, but he has the fusion of their peak physiques. The Tai True water that was originally rioting was completely refined just now, and Shi Zhang's body is crystal clear now, with flowing precious light, as if poured from glass god gold, extremely tough. Shi Zhang retracted the 10 caves into his body, and his body fell into the water with a plop. He came back to see that the deep pit that had sunk just now had been filled with water from the underground river at some point. There was a clear lake. Not only that, but green grass and wild flowers grew beside the lake, which looked full of vitality. According to ancient records, if a genius or a treasure is born, or if a god awakens, it will be accompanied by visions of heaven and earth and auspiciousness. Now it seems that this is indeed the case, and there seems to be a power in the dark that records all this in this way. Shi Zhang kicked his feet at the bottom of the lake, and his whole body shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow, shot out of the water, drew a beautiful arc in the air, landed on the edge of the lake, took out his clothes and put them on quickly. Brother, you are so strong. Xiao Budian ran over, his big eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. It's nothing, you can do it after a while. Shi Zhang smiled and patted his head. Yeah, little Bu nodded, with fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Man of God, take me to fly. I will be your little brother from now on. I am obliged to stand in front of the saddle and back the horse. Da Hongtian leaned over with a cheeky face, with little stars in his eyes. The future potential of a person who has opened up 10 caves is absolutely limitless. As long as he grows up normally, he will be a god walking in the world, so the fire skylark can't wait to run over and hug his thigh. Okay. Shi Zhang pushed the bird's head out, and the saliva of this guy stayed on his trouser legs. Xiao Tian looked at Shi Zhang's eyes full of complex colors, and at the same time a hot fire was ignited in his heart. Not long after, he offered to leave. He is a competitive person. This Beidwan mountain is looking for other opportunities, trying to continue to open up caves. Shi Zhang was not stingy, and gave him most of the Tai True water, and gave the rest to Xiao Budian and Xiao Jin. He has reached the real limit of the cave realm. If he wants to go further, he can only rely on himself, and external forces are not very effective. Up. Chapter 84 Hot Pot Ingredients, Heaven Cracking Demon Butterfly. Before Xiao Tian left, he told Shi Zhang to go through this desert and walk some more areas to reach the ruins. He might get a treasure handed down from ancient times, but it was very dangerous there. He went there once and felt that his strength was not enough. After returning, I plan to return after becoming stronger again. He also heard the conversation between De Hong and Xiao Tian when he was refining the Tai True water, and he thought he was looking for Xiao Budian to explain his extraordinary head, but he didn't. He was also very nervous when Shi Zhang was refining the Tai True water, and planned to help out. He is a person who understands the seriousness and has a big heart, and is worth making friends with. Let's go find hot pot ingredients. Shi Zhang smiled at Xiao Budian. Now he really feels like the sea is wide open, and the realm of the cave can suppress all opponents. Okay, let's get on the road. The little one is also improving in strength, and his realm has gradually caught up, not much worse than those pure-blooded beasts. Coming here is still the outer area of Beidwan Mountain. Except for people like the Yu clan who came here specifically to find some kind of treasure, most people have already gone deep. Shi Zhang intends to hurry up and go there. Big Red offered to take them there to compete for the biggest treasure. It is very aware of the weight of the thigh in front of it. With this real dragon, it can definitely sweep away all the wolves, tigers and leopards, the benefits of. Shi Zhang saw what it was thinking, and did not refuse with a slight smile. At least this Big Red was already on his side, and he would not be stingy if there were benefits. The fire skylark's wings are 10 meters long. Although it is not as good as Xiaojin, it is still a powerful remnant. Most people dare not provoke it when it flies across the road. Of course, some people who thought they were powerful attacked and were suppressed by Shi Zhang with one hand. All the humanoid ones were beheaded, and those of other races were put away to eat hot pot later. In this way, it took them 3 days to pass through more than 20 areas, defeating a large number of geniuses, and finally came to a desolate area. Looking down from the sky, you can see the giant gate formed by 2 stone mountains. Inside, there are black smoke and evil spirits. From time to time, there are colorful lights from treasures. It is a heart-stopping magic land. In front of the stone gate, tens of thousands of creatures gathered, many of them were pacing back and forth, hoping to get the contents inside, but also afraid of the hidden dangers, thinking whether to go in or not. When Donghua flew here, his heart felt a little weak. I don't know how many creatures were buried in the bones, and it seemed that he could hear the roar of ghosts, which made him feel frightened. Xianxia didn't want to rush in so recklessly. Although he was confident that the cave realm was invincible, the threats on this land were far more than those alien creatures, so he asked Donghua to come down in front of the Shishin gate to investigate the situation first. With a long roar, Donghua got down and chose an open space. As soon as the 3 of them got off the bird's back, there was a sound of ridicule from the ancient relics. Anyway, you are also a powerful ancient relic, and you are willing to serve the human race as a slave. This is a disgrace to us. A ground dragon more than 50 meters long crawled over with golden luster flowing all over its body. Every step fell, the earth trembled violently. Xianxia glanced at it. The ground dragon was covered with scales the size of a water basin, and had a dragon head. It looked very mighty, and its strength should be extraordinary, so it dared to speak provocatively. We didn't treat it as a servant, but as a friend. If you think it is too hard, you can replace it. Xianxia said, still not afraid. Bug, you don't have the right to talk to me like that. The terraform dragon spoke out. Hey, just as Xianxia was about to make a move, the little one beside him jumped out like a little golden rock. It's just a big lizard, how dare you call me my brother? Xiaobudian's body was full of light, and he punched the giant beast like a hill to fly hundreds of meters away, with astonishing divine power. Roar! A black ape with a height of more than 10 meters flowed with metallic light. His face was ferocious and terrifying, his fangs were like knives, his arms were twice as long as his feet, and he rushed over beating his chest and roaring. Xiao Jin, who was wearing a lotus skirt, made a move, and each step fell more than 10 meters away. She jumped up from the ground, raised her forearm that was as white as a lotus root, and slammed at the black violent ape with a wave of her palm. There was a black golden light shining on Xiaojin's body, and it was just a palm, and there was a clear sound of bones breaking on the violent ape's chest. Not long after, Xiaobudian evolved a heavenly knife with the sacred method of fighting, and chopped off the head of the 50-meter-long terrain dragon, and the blood gushed like a fountain. Xiaojin also blasted a palm print, blasting out a large hole in the heart of the black demon ape. The little boy happily put them in the universe bag. His face was full of smiles. These 2 behemoths are enough to eat for a long time. All the people present looked sideways and divided the pedestrians into the most dangerous row. The ground dragon and the black giant ape were considered strong among them, but they were slaughtered in less than a moment, and the oldest one haven't shot yet. That's the benevolent man and the brat from the false god realm. Someone exclaimed and recognized them. Sure enough, it's as vicious as in the legend. Some of the survivors were trembling all over, and unconsciously stayed away from them. I heard that the brat would eat everything, and his strength was so strong that they were all in danger. Who is that little girl in a skirt? Someone asked. She killed the black giant ape just now with a dozen moves, and her strength is frighteningly strong. I don't know. There were quite a few knowledgeables in the crowd, but they had never seen Xiao Jin's transformed form, so they all shook their heads. Xianxia was quite satisfied. In this chaotic Baidwan mountain, fists are everything. Kill the 2 remnants first to establish their prestige, and no one will dare to target them immediately. This is the first time Xianxia has seen the little golden man attacking, but it still looks unrivaled. This is the advantage of a top-level creature, which is difficult for others to match. There were a lot of people present. Apart from the human race, most of them were those relics from the ancient times. There was a colorful and radiant sky-splitting demon butterfly. In fact, it can split mountains and fill seas, not weaker than pure-blooded beasts. There is also a strange bird with only 1 leg. Its body is blue, dotted with ruby-like light spots, exuding a terrifying aura. It is a pure-blooded ancient magic bird, by Fang. With a pair of sharp eyes he was staring at the sky-cracking demon butterfly, as if he wanted to devour it, but he was not sure. fearing that he would be killed instead. Shi Zhang didn't care about other things. He stepped towards the shaman. No matter what kind of beast it was, if he dared to provoke him, he would kill them all. With the previous bloody battle there, everyone consciously made way for them. Some people were afraid of being offended, while others hoped that they would take the lead in testing the water in the ruins to see how dangerous it was. Chapter 85 Silver Ants, Collect Treasures. The stone bell came close to the stone gate, and the sound of whoosh treasures breaking through the air could be heard from time to time, which was heart-pounding. He was thinking about whether to go in, when a group of bronze-colored ants appeared behind him. There were more than a dozen of them. This kind of ants can move mountains and fill seas when they grow up, and their strength is infinite, so they are also called god ants. Bugs, get out of the way. The leader is a silver-white ant, whose blood vessels can be seen to be extremely strong, and the tile is like a god made of gold. Its blood was extremely strong, like a small sun, and many nearby human races couldn't bear the impact of this blood, and retreated one after another. It can be seen that many ancient creatures have hostility and contempt for the human race, thinking that this race is not worthy of competing with them. Are you talking to me? Shi Zhang laughed, and an ant on the other side called him a bug. It is rare to be so arrogant. Of course, the antennae on the top of the ant's head moved, and a voice came out directly. Hey, Shi Zhang moved directly, and patted it with a big palm. Oh, someone exclaimed, this kind of god ant not only has a body as strong as a treasure, but also possesses divine power. The human body is not the strong point of the human race. It is unwise for most people to attack it like this. Looking for death, the silver god ant uttered, and raised its two strong forelimbs to stab at Shi Zhang's palm, intending to tear it apart. Many people thought that Shi Zhang's hand would definitely be pierced and then torn apart, but only a few extremely powerful creatures saw some clues. Bang! The ear-piercing sound of metal collision sounded, and the expected scene did not appear. On the contrary, Shi Zhang's palm slapped the two ant legs to pieces. The power of runes surged from that silver god ant, and the silver light was even stronger. It used its own innate treasure technique to make its physical body stronger. It's a pity that all this was in vain. Shi Zhang's white palm slapped it, which contained a huge force of collapsing mountains, and nothing could stop it. The silver god ant was cracked all over and died tragically. The rest of the god ants rushed forward, but they were all slapped out by Shi Zhang, just like slapping an ordinary ants, without any effort. Everyone was amazed. This young man was so powerful. He wiped out a group of god ants with just raising his hand, which far exceeded their expectations. Even the divine bird Bai Fang and the sky-cracking demon butterfly couldn't help but look sideways. Shi Zhang didn't care. The little one put away these ants, although he didn't intend to eat them, but the refining medicine should be pretty good. Feeling the sound of the treasure phantasm breaking through the air from inside, Shi Zhang decided to go deeper. After all, he would not get anything if he waited foolishly outside. The gate built by the two stone mountains is very wide, covering thousands of meters. When the stone bell stepped forward, a large group of creatures also followed, and the more confident and powerful ones rushed ahead of them, wanting to take the lead. After entering Shimen, there is a vast world, with ruined walls, weeds overgrown, black smoke, and broken bricks under the feet rattling, which makes people full of fantasy about the glory of this place. This place is very similar to the ruins where Lu Shen brought him into the false god realm, but it is far more magnificent and majestic than this place. Brother, should we go faster? Xiao Budian became impatient, watching a large group of people and the remnants surpassing them, while Shi Zhang was walking unhurriedly here, gradually falling behind. No hurry, Shi Zhang said with a meaningful smile. Here, not anyone who walks fast can gain anything. The faster he walks, the faster he may die. Sure enough, after they went 2 to 3 kilometers deep, the people at the front heard screams, and the golden light in front of them was shining brightly, as if 10 days were rising at the same time, and the ruins were all golden. More than a dozen powerful sacred artifacts led the way, driving countless treasures buried here, and launched a terrifying wave of gods to destroy all these outsiders. All of a sudden, all kinds of shining precious treasures flew all over the sky, accompanied by the dense sound of piercing through the air, piercing through the front group of people. Ah! The screams sounded one after another, endlessly, and those divine waves swept over, almost invincible and extremely terrifying. It was as if a boulder had been thrown into the calm water, and the crowd exploded in an instant, fleeing in all directions to avoid the slaughter of these treasures. Dum. The 7 strings on a bone chin that radiated silver radiance vibrated independently, sweeping away a gorgeous ripple, and dozens of powerful monks were cut off at the waist, dripping with blood. Woo. A purple horn made a loud noise, and rippled in a circle, shaking 2 powerful primordial relics into bloody mud. Hu. A dazzling celestial light flashed across the sky, and a celestial sword slashed across the night sky like a shooting star, splitting a tens of meters long magic bull in half, and blood spilled down the cracks between the rubble. It's all mine. Xiao Budian's eyes lit up, and he took out the universe bag to loot these treasures. Shi Zhang felt a little distressed when he saw Xiao Budian like this. Maybe others would think he was a money fanatic. It was because those people had families, all had backers, and had all kinds of treasures and techniques. And Xiao Budian doesn't have a strong backing, but also has to compete with the top powerhouses, so he can only do everything possible to support himself in order not to lose to them in this respect. Pay attention to your own safety. Shi Zhang whispered and untied the pouch of the race bag, ready to cut some really powerful treasures for the little one. The ruins are completely boiling, and there are treasures flying all over the sky, and people are dying every moment, which makes the black demonic energy here even stronger. The crowd kept running past them. Shi Zhang held the fairy sword in his hand, and chopped off a few remnants that wanted to take advantage of the chaos to attack him, frightening the crowd, and no one dared to approach them again. After the crowded crowd galloped past, those densely packed treasures flew over, including divine branches, horns, bone hammers, divine rings, and fairy swords, all of which were extremely powerful. They chased and killed everyone all the way, leaving behind many corpses. Shi Zhang shouted loudly. His body was covered with dense runes, and the divine light was shining brilliantly. The power of the runes poured into the bag frantically, and a powerful suction force was generated at the mouth of the bag, instantly sucking the 3 treasures over. They kept getting closer, and their stature kept getting smaller, until they finally shrank to the size of a toothpick and were taken into the human race bag. The little guy was also urging the Chenkin bag, and took a bone spear, which made his little face flush with joy. The 2 kept making moves, putting the treasures that were close to them into bags, while Da Hong and Xiao Jin hid behind them and were not attacked. An hour passed, the 2 attacked one after another, and gained a lot, but they alarmed the spirits of the treasures, and they turned around to attack the 2. Shi Zhang put Xiao Jin and Da Hong into the race bag, while he and Xiao Budian took care of each other, and continued to take risks in the magic wave of treasures. When they collected about 20 pieces of treasures, they suddenly felt that the place was shining with gold. When they looked up, it turned out to be one of the 10 strongest treasures, a golden ancient sword, approaching them rapidly. Chapter 86 Collecting the Immortal Sword, a Powerful Noble Phantasm. That ancient sword was extraordinarily powerful, like a small sun, bursting with immeasurable brilliance, gushing out sword energy, channeling spirits independently, trying to suppress and kill the 2 of them. Just now it destroyed everything, beheaded hundreds of outsiders one after another. No matter how powerful the opponent was, it would kill them with one blow. It was extremely terrifying. Its sword body is translucent and golden, as if carved from golden silk and beautiful jade, covered with mysterious lines, as if it can breathe, attracting the aura of this world to replenish itself. Be careful, Shi Zhang said with a sinking heart. This treasure is terrifying. It gave birth to a powerful weapon spirit. If one is not careful, he may follow in the footsteps of his predecessors. Okay. Xiaobu nodded in response. The fairy sword trembled and made a crisp sound. It moved, the sword body was raised, and the surrounding spiritual energy immediately gathered, making the lines on the fairy sword alive, flowing through the meridians like blood, and turning the spiritual energy into liquid into the sword body. Golden light shines. Shi Zhang held his breath and concentrated his attention, exuding a mountain-like oppressive power from the fairy sword, which made people breathless. He knew that there was about to be a shocking blow, and he was hesitating in his heart whether to put the little one in the human race bag. The fairy sword made a move, like a bright comet across the dark night sky. The golden fairy sword cut out an immortal light, extremely fast, and arrived in front of the 2 of them in an instant. Get away, Shi Zhang yelled. The 2 of them rolled over to both sides at the same time, passing by the sword energy, and even scratched the corner of Shi Zhang's clothes, causing him a dull pain in his body, as if he was about to be torn apart. When the 2 of them escaped and looked back, they saw a 1,000-meter-long gully cut out in the middle, with bottomless depth, and thick black earth energy billowing out from it. Both of them felt their scalps go numb. If they got hit, even a mountain of steel would be cut in half. The attack power was too strong. Shizong's first thought was to put Xiao Budian into the human race bag, but Xiao Budian felt something, shook his head and refused. The whole person ran like a spirit ape, opened the universe bag to try to contain this treasure. Seal. Seeing the situation, Shizong withdrew his mind. A large number of runes emerged from his body, pointed at the fairy sword, and the runes rushed towards it like flowing water. The fairy sword is full of light, and the sharp sword energy is as real as it is. Seeing these runes approaching, it autonomously cuts out a golden sword energy, cutting off most of the runes. Only a small part falls on it, but almost no effect. Feng. Shizong yelled. He knew that in the face of this kind of psychic treasure, he could only suppress it, and absolutely not attack it, otherwise it would make the sword spirit inside go berserk, which would be counterproductive. The 10 mouths of the cave crazily extracted the spiritual spirit from the void. The whole body of the stone bell glowed, densely packed runes emerged on its body, the brilliance was bright, exuding a metallic light, and it flew towards the fairy sword endlessly. Xiaobudian also made a quick move, opened the Chenkin bag towards the fairy sword, and urged it with all his strength, creating a strong suction force. The fairy sword swayed slightly, and approached the little one's Chenkin bag, but it soon made a clear trembling sound, and the sword body glowed independently, resisting this force. Shizong's large amount of runes also arrived in front of the immortal sword, and the immortal sword continued to cut out sword energy, destroying these runes, and even took a gap to slash at Shizong. With one click, a large piece of flesh and blood was immediately cut off, and Lu Shenfa operated independently, repairing his injured body. This willow magic method is extremely powerful. Although Shizong's current cultivation level is not able to play its offensive side, its recovery ability is absolutely unmatched by ordinary people. The body there will be regenerated soon. Although the sword chi from the fairy sword was domineering, there were still gaps in the end. With Shizong's full force, thousands of runes had already attached to the fairy sword, making its golden light and aura dim a bit. Dang! The body of the sword trembled slightly, and the lines on it absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy, forming a circular halo, which rejected all these runes and made it difficult to approach. At the same time, the sword body also hummed softly, and began to disperse the runes attached to it. When Shizong saw the formation, he immediately transformed these runes to construct a barrier, wrapping this small world and isolating the spiritual energy from the outside world. Xiaobudian urged the Chenkin bag in his hand with all his strength, and the ruined walls in the ruins, and even the huge stone weighing tens of thousands of caddies were all put into the bag, constantly exerting pressure on the fairy sword. The semicircular halo around the fairy sword gradually dimmed after it lost the supply of spiritual energy from the outside world. It began to wave the invincible sword energy to split the barrier. The stone bell is different from that fairy sword. He doesn't rely on the aura of the outside world very much, because he has 10 caves that are working at full strength, moving the boundless void and providing him with a steady stream of spiritual energy. When the barrier was cut, Shizong immediately urged the power of the runes to fill it up. After going back and forth, the halo around the fairy sword gradually dimmed, and finally disappeared completely. Without the resistance of that halo, Shizong continued to imprint the runes evolved from the holy method of fighting on it. The light on the fairy sword became dimmer and darker, and his figure began to shake. Take it. Shizong felt that the time had come, and frantically urged the human race bag in his hand. The asterisk character on it rotated rapidly, releasing a terrifying suction force. The fairy sword became darker and darker without the supplement of spiritual energy, and finally couldn't hold it, and approached the human race bag unsteadily. Although the sword spirit was still struggling and could pull back a certain distance from time to time, it still couldn't change the result of being subdued, turning into a golden toothpick, and putting it in the bag. It's done. Shizong rejoiced. This fairy sword is definitely one of the strongest treasures in this ruins, and now it has succeeded. The little boy's face was also full of excitement, but before the two of them could get a firm foothold, the treasure phantasm god Tide who had chased and killed the foreign monks had returned now, and this time there was no one else to help Shizong share the attention of those treasure phantasms' force. The two had no choice but to run away in a hurry. With so many treasures coming together, no one could hold back. They were chased by these treasures so that they went to the depths of the ruins. Their faces were half a month old, and they hadn't walked out of the ruins. From time to time, they could see the blood left by the outsiders. This time the wave of gods killed at least 2 or 3,000 foreign monks, with many bones, made the black smoke on this land thicker. In the past half-month, the two of them fought while hiding, and gained a lot. They both got nearly 100 pieces of treasures. Shi Zhang wanted to give the fairy sword to the younger one, but the sword spirit was extremely stubborn. When it was taken out of the bag, it rioted wildly and was almost escaped by it. Fortunately, Shi Zhang was prepared long ago and didn't let it succeed, but he gave up the idea of giving this fairy sword to Xiao Budian now. With Xiao Budian's current cultivation base, I am afraid that it cannot be lowered, and it is very dangerous to carry it with him. Chapter 87 Fire of the Phoenix, Mysterious Bone Tower. Shi Zhang had no choice but to cut the golden pangolin ancient to Xiao Budian, and the two continued to go deep into the ruins. But on the way, they also encountered other outsiders, each with their own supernatural powers. They even broke in amid the turmoil of Xianxia, and they were extraordinarily powerful. Both sides just glanced at them from a distance, and there was no conflict yet, but some creatures looked at them coldly, full of killing intent. Shi Zhang didn't take it seriously. They were all outsiders. Even if they reached the sky, they were all in the realm of the cave. He was not afraid at all. He dared to provoke and slap them all to death. In the past half a month, the two of them have figured out the law of Xianxia. Generally speaking, there will be a period of calm after the Xianxia riot, and the two of them took advantage of this moment to go deep into the ruins. Suddenly, there were hot waves ahead, and a large area of magma appeared, turning the sky into fiery red. The temperature was extremely high, which made people daunting. Earth Phoenix Fire. Shi Zhang had seen this kind of fire recorded in the ancient book of Zulu Academy. All melted into magma. Let's go in, Shi Zhang said, because in the memory of his previous life, there is something crucial to Xiao Budian's future, which cannot be missed. Okay. The little boy manipulated the golden bone scissors Yukong, and stood up by himself. Shi Zhang wanted to walk with the sword, and experience the chic feeling of the sword warrior in the memory of the previous life, but the immortal sword spirit disagreed. It made him want to throw it into the Earth Phoenix Fire and re-sacrifice it to erase the impulse of the sword spirit. But once the sword spirit is lost, the power of this fairy sword will be greatly weakened, so think about it or forget it. That's all. Shi Zhang could only evolve a pair of Xiaojin's golden rock wings with the holy method of fighting. Now that he is more proficient in one of the 9 secrets, the fighting character art, the more he can understand the true meaning. This pair of Kunpeng's wings are all condensed with the power of runes. Although they don't have any substantial attack power, they can fly anyway, which makes Shi Zhang very satisfied. The temperature of this piece of Earth Phoenix Fire is extremely high, with waves of heat. Even Yukong feels like he is about to be roasted. This mountain range is very large, stretching tens of thousands of meters. The stone bell and the little one fly slowly to avoid missing the treasure in it. Unknowingly, the Earth Phoenix Fire was slowly decreasing, and the magma gradually cooled down, exposing the scorched hard soil underneath. Shi Zhang raised his head, and found that the rest of the Earth Phoenix Fire was rushing towards the center of the mountain range, where the sun was shining brightly, and there were 7 colors of light shining in the firelight, which was particularly conspicuous, and he could faintly hear bursts of phoenix cries from it. Voice. The little guy also found out that the phoenix fire was so big just now that it covered this precious light, but now it is revealed. Let's go. The 2 used their precious skills to walk in the sky, and soon arrived at the center of the mountain range, where the 7 colored rays of light were shining, and there was indeed a translucent white bone tower floating in it, absorbing the phoenix fire like a whale, and the silk on it, the barely visible cracks are also gradually fading away. This bone tower is so strong. Xiao Budian exclaimed. Such a fist-sized bone tower actually absorbed the Earth Phoenix Fire that stretched for tens of thousands of meters, and only healed the almost invisible crack on its body. How terrifying it should be. Of course, Shi Zhang laughed. The two were not in a hurry, because the bone tower was repairing their bodies, and they didn't want to interrupt it, and finally got a mutilated treasure. Brother, is this little tower so powerful that we can subdue it? Xiao Budian asked. Try, Shi Zhang encouraged. Now the Earth Phoenix Fire has almost disappeared, and the cracks on the bone tower have been repaired, so we can start. Okay. The little one approached, and the bone tower seemed to sense it, and was about to rise into the sky. Use the runes recorded on the original true solution to communicate. Shi Zhang hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Xiao Budian, for fear that Xiao Budian would miss this extremely powerful artifact due to his appearance. The little one followed suit, and the bone tower immediately stopped, floating in midair. The light on its body flickered, flickering, just like its heart. In the end, after a quarter of an hour of communication, the bone tower slowly approached the little boy, gradually shrunk, and the light faded away, turning into a crystal tower only the size of a knuckle, which fell on the little boy's palm. The whole body of this small pagoda is crystal clear, like an exquisite ornament carved from fantasy fairy jade. The body of the pagoda is completely natural, no flaws can be seen, even the small crack from before has completely disappeared, no trace can be found. Although it doesn't have a strong energy to emit now, both of them are well aware of its extraordinary. The little one handed it to Xizhong. Xizhong smiled slightly, tied the small tower on the little one's hair, and touched it, patted his head. The bone tower has a mysterious origin, and if you want it to be sold, you have to pay a huge price. I am afraid that only a small one can play its true role. If you put it on yourself, the other party may not care about it. Instead of this, it is better to leave it. Brother, why do you seem to know everything? Xiao Budian asked. He felt that his brother was so amazing that he knew everything and was omnipotent. Because I'm your brother. Shi Zhang laughed. The secrets about him are too heaven-defying, like taboos. If you tell Xiao Budian, it is very likely that he will be infected with great karma. It is very dangerous. Once it is revealed, it will definitely trigger the butterfly effect of landslide and tsunami, and completely mess up the world. Hey, Xiao Budian smiled, as intelligent as he had guessed that his brother had a big secret, but he didn't continue to ask, because they were brothers who lived and died together, and he absolutely trusted his brother. Shi Zhang took Xiao Budian to go deeper, to find Master Gui's broken sword, because his Taoist celestial eyes saw that the black mist wrapped around Xiao Budian's forehead was getting thicker and thicker, which made him worried, and he wanted to get the broken sword sooner. Solve this worry. After walking in for another day, a towering mountain appeared in front of the two of them. It was extremely majestic, lying between the ruins, like the backbone of heaven and earth. The whole mountain is covered by thick black mist, and from time to time, you can see the rays of light from the treasures coming out of the black mist. It is very attractive, but it also contains extremely terrifying murderous intentions. It is a magical land where opportunities and dangers coexist. Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian flew over, and at the foot of the mountain, many strong men had already gathered, and most of those who made it to this point were the best of the remnants. Even so, there were seriously injured and dying people who retreated from the Black Mountain, but were quickly killed by the people behind them. Even the previously agreed allies did not lend a helping hand, but just watched with cold eyes. This is the horror of Baidwan Mountain. In addition to the danger of the environment, there are more monks who came in from the outside together. Most of the people who came in the past stayed here forever. The best class has 40% of the people get out alive, and the worst time is less than 10%. Chapter 88 Incomplete Broken Sword, a Powerful Good Man. My sword, my sword. A terrifying voice sounded from Xiaobudian, which startled him instantly. In fact, not only the little one, but also the stone bell beside him heard it. The voice was hoarse and deep, full of resentment and curses. Even if he was prepared, he still felt a little creepy. Ghost, why are you here? Xiaobudian asked, but there was no sound, the surrounding was silent, and his face was wrinkled into a bitter melon. It's okay, we'll just find Master Ghost's sword. Shi Zhang looked towards the mountain top above the clouds. He probably knew where Master Ghost's broken sword was. Okay. The little guy was a little upset, feeling like a knife was hanging over his head, and cursing was not like a clear sword. It was the most difficult thing to understand, which made him very depressed. At the foot of the mountain, there are already creatures climbing the mountain one after another. They couldn't bear the temptation of the glow of the treasure and decided to go. There are really many strong people at the bottom of the mountain. There are several hundred people in Mopushu, Baifang, Tianchuang Modi, Pixiu, and some disciples from ancient families. Shi Zhang also released Xiaojun and Dahong from the bag, hoping that they would also get some chances here, and even gave them some treasures for self-defense, so that Dahong's eyes were full of little stars. When the people down the mountain saw Shi Zhang and Xiaobudian, they all showed strange expressions on their faces. There is jealousy, hostility, worship, and even hatred. Shi Zhang sensed it, and raised his head to see the expressions of those people. It is normal for those alien races to hate them, but Shi Zhang also found that those human races that he had never seen before were also full of hostility towards them. Those are the group of 4 people I suppressed in the false god realm, they seem to belong to some family. Xiao Budian said. Oh, Shi Zhang nodded, that's why. Xiao Budian didn't deliberately cover up his voice. Many people present heard it and glared at Xiao Budian. Shi Zhang smiled slightly and didn't take it seriously. If these people hadn't thought about something small and precious, they wouldn't have ended up being suppressed. It's ridiculous to be hostile to them now. These so-called big families will always feel that they are right. If others dare to resist, it is like a crime. Whoever refuses to accept, come here and fight, and crush all of you with one hand. Shi Zhang smiled, with a relaxed expression, as if entering a land of no one. The faces of the 4 major families were ashen, and they looked at each other, but no one dared to make a move. After all, the group of people on the opposite side didn't have a good person, and they all had blood-stained prestige. On the contrary, many ferocious beasts stared at Shi Zhang coldly, their fangs gleaming. Boring. Shi Zhang waited for a while, but no one made a move. He passed through the eyes of many people staring at him, and began to climb the bluestone steps of this mountain. The bluestone steps have vicissitudes of life in antiquity, protruding into the clouds, with no end in sight at a glance, as if leading to a palace in the sky. There is an invisible oppressive force coming. The bluestone platform is not so smooth, but pitted. Most of the potholes are dark red, as if left over from the accumulation of blood. From ancient times to the present, a large number of geniuses come here every 100 years, and many of them are buried here, infected with too much blood. The amount of blood gave this mountain a terrifying demonic quality. On both sides of the bluestone slab, corpses with wet blood and many skinny skeletons can be seen from time to time. There are no obvious wounds on the body, but all the essence and blood have disappeared, as if sucked away by something. He stared very wide, and could not rest in peace. Those were left by the pioneers who came in this time, and there was no obvious danger around them, which made people feel uneasy. In addition, there are some huge skeletons on both sides of the bluestone slab, which have not been completely decayed for at least 100 years. They are all left by some powerful creatures, and some of them were born with primitive treasure bones, which are extremely precious. I don't know who took it away for a long time, leaving only these useless dross. Suddenly, a vine like a spirit snake quietly spread to the bluestone steps. Without making a sound, it immediately attacked Xiaobudian. The little guy turned around in time, and his left hand grabbed the vine man that was climbing over between the lightning and flint. A long dark red beard was about to be attached to Xiaobudian's body. The metal radiance of the flowing runes on Xiaobudian's body urged the magic to protect himself. When he pulled hard, the vine man let out a sharp scream, which was creepy. Shi Zhang was a little surprised. He knew very well how strong the little one is now. Even a boulder weighing hundreds of thousands of caddies can be lifted at will, but now he can't stop pulling a rattan like an ordinary person's wrist. A bright celestial light appeared. Shi Zhang held the immortal sword evolved from Do Zan Shengfa and cut it down, finally cut off the vine man. The vine man screamed like a ghost, dropped a section of the broken vine and retreated, and soon disappeared into the depths of the black mist. Shi Zhang didn't chase. The place was too weird. He didn't want to take the risk. So Xiaobudian pulled the knot of vine with both hands. It was tougher than dragon's tendons. From time to time, there are precious lights flying from the magic mountain, causing the climbing creatures to chase after them. Some people got the treasures with great joy, but more people were killed, and all the remnants of Tianzhou were turned into dust, which will be left to the later generations to lament. Shi Zhang and Xiaobudian also gained something. The key is that Shi Zhang's current cultivation base and race bag are too heaven-defying. This race bag looks ordinary, but it is a reward issued by the check-in system. There are no ordinary things. Bags. One of the precious treasures that were close was obediently put into the bag. Uncle Shikyun will be very happy next time. Shi Zhang touched the human race bag and said with a smile. They have gained a lot from entering Beiduan Mountain. After returning, they are enough to distribute a treasure to every household. The danger of going out hunting will be greatly reduced. On the way, the members of the 4 major families finally couldn't hold back any longer, and chose to sneak attack Xiaobudian and Shi Zhang, and even tried to attract special creatures from the magic mountain. But Shi Zhang and his group are too powerful. Shi Zhang crushed them after breaking through the 10 caves. No matter what formations or treasures they slapped, they all burst into pieces with one slap. It was simply unstoppable. As long as the 4 major families who attacked them all died on this magic mountain, the onlookers trembled for a while. This great benevolent man was too strong, faintly invincible, and almost no one could control the cave realm. Don't be afraid, I'm kind and talkative. I'm the reincarnation of the Buddha. Sweeping the floor won't hurt the lives of ants. Take care of the moth gauze lamp. Shi Zhang laughed, showing his neat big white teeth. I believe you are a ghost. A group of people looked at the corpse beside him that exploded into a rain of blood, complaining frantically in their hearts, and quickened their pace to stay away from these killing gods. Chapter 89 The Broken Sword Ends, Mysterious Charm. This magic mountain is too high. After 2 days of climbing, Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian and his team finally reached the top. They have already penetrated into the sea of clouds. Looking down, there is nothing but a vast expanse of whiteness, as if they have stepped into the heaven. The number of creatures on the top of the mountain also gradually decreased. Those who survived here are the real strong, and there are many pure-blooded beasts among them. The top of the mountain is extremely wide, as if it is in a plateau, and there are various huge stones displayed on it. They have different shapes, as if the treasures have been petrified here for too long. This is Fanbaoya, the legendary place where the saints shed blood during the ancient war. Most of them died in the battle here, but the treasures remained, as if they were protecting their masters. In a very conspicuous place on the top of the mountain stands an ancient stele with a row of bright red blood characters engraved on it. The place where the saints sleep, do not make noise and disturb, destroy Fanbao Cliff, or die. The bright red, death, the word, killing intent, is scattered everywhere, and no one will doubt its authenticity, because those who don't believe it have turned into blood and broken bones before everyone's eyes. All the Tianzhou became cautious here, and even the enemies of life and death temporarily put aside their grievances, and quietly searched for their own good fortune here. There is a treasure in this world, someone exclaimed in a low voice. Everyone looked along the place where the precious light radiated, and there was a huge stone cracked, the thick stone skin fell off, and the colorful precious light shone brightly, leaving a broken spear stained with blood on the ground. An old man with white hair knelt down on his knees and held him up. His wrinkled face was full of tears. They were the first to climb up the Fanbao Cliff. This old man who suppressed the realm searched for a long time here, and finally found and awakened the weapons of his ancestors in a special way. It's scary to find the treasures of the ancestors after coming out of the Holy Family. Someone exclaimed. It's hard to say, this battle spear has been broken, the spirit of the weapon is dead, and the power is not there. It needs a lot of treasures to warm it up. Someone made a judgment. No matter what, that person definitely gained a lot and made people jealous. Let's go to Ghost Master's broken sword, Shi Zhang whispered, and at the same time asked Xiao Jin and Da Hong to find their own opportunities. With the power of this inexplicable rule, unless they break the taboo here, otherwise there shouldn't be any danger. There are many huge rocks on the top of the mountain, and there are many strange rocks. Some are like goshawks fighting the sky, some are like tigers descending the mountain, some are like fairy swords out of their sheaths, and some are like war halberds splitting the sky. They are very vivid and lifelike. Are these all the reflections of ancient real objects? Shi Zhang secretly guessed, using the Taoist eye, but unfortunately the stone skin here has a magical power that cannot penetrate, which reminds Shi Zhang of Yi Hei's origin stone. The more you go to the middle, the more these boulders are, like a stone forest. Shi Zhang took the little one to search carefully for Ghost Master's broken sword. After searching around for a long time, the two of them found nothing, but Master Gui said, "My sword," from time to time, which made Xiao Budian want to jump. "My lord, there are so many stones here, can you tell me where they are or what the sword looks like, otherwise how can I find it?" "Don't worry, the sound will only sound when it enters a certain range, which is probably around here." "Okay." Xiao Budian regained his spirit and looked for Ghost Master's sword again. Suddenly, when the little boy passed a black cow dung-like stone, Ghost Master's voice suddenly became louder, and then the black stone began to crack, and black mist overflowed. Shi Zhang was a little speechless, which made Chujing feel emotional, and recalled the cow dung blasted by firecrackers in his previous life, emitting black smoke, which was exactly the same as the situation in front of him. In that piece of cow dung stone, a piece of rotten iron skin was exposed, which could be vaguely distinguished as the appearance of a sword, but the handle of the sword had been corroded, so thin that it could barely be held. The blade of the sword is also stained with rust. I don't know how many years it has been buried here. There are even a few small holes on it, and the lines have been polished, leaving only a little bit. Xiaobu nodded his head. He thought it was a big golden sword, but after searching for a long time it turned out to be something. When he complained in his heart, the boulder began to close again, which startled him, so he quickly held it with both hands and pulled it out vigorously. The moment the little one held it, a picture of the battle of the ancient saints was uploaded from the hilt. The sky was full of blood, the smoke was billowing, the stumps and broken arms were flying, and the endless land was sunk. Thousands of bloodshed. He was rushed by the evil spirit in the picture, his throat was sweet, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the small crystal tower in his hair trembled slightly, and he suppressed the killing intent. Xiaobudian let out a long breath, adjusted his internal breath, held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and pulled out the broken sword from the cow dung stone with a clang with all his strength. Master Gui's, my sword, voice no longer sounded. Xiaobudian suddenly felt relaxed all over, and a big stone fell to the ground in his heart. He put away the black sword, as if it were a treasure, and the onlookers covered their mouths and laughed. You guys know nothing, Xiaobudian muttered. If he found the treasures left by the other saints, his strength would increase at most, but if he couldn't find this broken sword, his life would be lost. Xiaobudian was full of joy, and a smile appeared on his face again. Xizhong also breathed a sigh of relief, really happy for Xiaobudian. Both Xiaojun and Dahong are still looking for opportunities, and Xizhong also wants to try his luck, traveling through this stone forest, hoping to gain something. Each of these boulders seems to hide a shocking treasure, but unfortunately, the stone bell's Taoist celestial eye can't see through anything, and can only slightly feel the charm of it, some strong and some weak. Even so, the things in these stones appear involuntarily, and no one can do anything about them. If they attack maliciously, they will be directly obliterated by the power of this part of Baoyu's rules, without any sympathy or reason. Xizhong rubbed his nose in depression. He was not reconciled and walked straight to the deepest part of the stone forest. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. The surrounding conditions did not change much, and the strange stone was laid out perfectly, without cracks or precious light, but Xizhong always felt that something was wrong, as if something was missing. It's the charm. Xizhong woke up in shock. He didn't know when the charm inside the stones around him gradually decreased until it disappeared completely, as if the treasure inside had been taken away, leaving only the empty shells. Xizhong used all the power of the runes in his body to activate the eyes of the Taoist fetus. The silver light shot out of the eyes was as real as the essence. He finally discovered the clues. There were some faint golden lines flowing under these boulders, as if there were like something flowing. Xizhong turned around, observed carefully, and found that almost all the stones had such a thin line of golden lines at their feet. They spread like spider webs, and they all flowed to the same place. Chapter 90 Mysterious Black Stone, Devouring the Treasure. Xizhong walked in while observing. After traveling for thousands of meters, he still didn't find the source. It's kind of scary. Xizhong observed the jagged and strange rocks that had no charm, only empty shells. Many of these stones originally contained treasures, which were left over from the battle of the ancient saints, but now they were taken away by the same method. No matter who it is extremely terrifying to think about it. After walking another few thousand meters, it seemed that he had reached the center of this precious cliff. Xizhong saw a circle of boulders that were much larger than the outside world, lifelike, full of verve, like a masterpiece of heaven. Xizhong was secretly startled. What can be displayed in the center of this precious cliff must be the relics of the extremely powerful saints, but now they are all empty shells, without any charm. Looking at the lines as thin as spider webs, which spread out from this circle of boulders, Xizhong felt that he was not far from the real center. Passing through this row of boulders, Xizhong walked in, but he was a little surprised. There was nothing in the middle of the boulders, which made him a little disappointed. No, there is a problem. Xizhong squatted down and observed carefully. These lines did not stop after passing through the circle of boulders, but continued to extend and converge. Finally, Xizhong found the real gathering place of those lines, which came from a small crack. He looked in, but found that the inside was dark, and there was a chilly wind that would freeze the soul. Could it be that the source is here? Xizhong muttered. This crack is only as wide as an ordinary person's thigh. Even if he wants to explore it, he can't go through it, and he can't destroy anything here, otherwise he will be obliterated by the power of the rules here. Suddenly, he saw a fist-sized stone in the gap between the cracks. This stone was off-white and had the same origin as the huge stone outside, not the black stone that built the mountain. Xizong was overjoyed, and stretched out his hand to grab the stone, but it was very laborious, as if it weighed 1,000,000 caddies. He tried his best to take out the fist-sized stone. Xizong let out a long breath. His heart was very excited. This boulder is absolutely extraordinary. Its charm is so strong that it almost turns into substance. It is like a shining little sun in the eyes of Dao Taishan, with a strong charm. He wanted to knock it open now to see what was inside, but he was afraid of being sanctioned by the power of the rules here, so he thought about it and put it in the human race bag. Xizong's face was as calm as an ancient well, calm and composed, but his heart was in a mess of excitement. He was almost sure that this stone had swallowed all the remnants of the saints that were nearly 1,000 meters away from the center of this precious cliff. Unbelievable. After Xizong and his group stayed at Finbao Cliff for several days, they also started to descend the mountain. Xiao Budian found the broken sword, but Huo Yunk found nothing and was a little depressed. It may be because Xiaojun's blood power is too strong. When she passed a boulder, the boulder broke by itself, and a string of small silver bells flew out from it. There were 3 in total, hanging on her waist independently, envious of others. It may be that the treasures here have been dusty for too long. When they meet someone with real potential, they will choose to follow, so that their light will shine in front of the world again. Xizong speculated that most of the treasures here have been born. Qi Ling has his own ideas. After leaving the Black Magic Mountain, Xizong couldn't wait to take the stone out of the human race bag. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he opened the bag, a voice came out of the bag and rang in Xizong's mind. "Get me out quickly." Fear. Xizong heard it instantly. The sound came from the golden fairy sword. Although Xizong didn't know the reason, he still urged the rune power to take it out. Unexpectedly, as soon as the fairy sword came out, the golden light trembled all over his body, and he clung to Xizong's arm tightly, as if he had found a long-lost relative. "What the hell did you put in here? It's terrible. It almost swallowed me. If you open this bag later, you won't see me." The tears formed by aura come. Xizong was at a loss. He didn't know why. This fairy sword spirit was not arrogant and stubborn in the first place. Why did he suddenly change his temperament? Suddenly, he thought of something, and sank his mind into the human race bag, and suddenly found that all the treasures he had obtained through hard work had disappeared, and there was only a handful of white ash left in the human race bag. IX. 1,000,000 muddy horses galloped past Xizong's heart. In addition to the precious treasures snatched from those big families, there are also treasures collected in the ruins at the risk of their lives. There are more than 100 pieces in total, all of which disappeared out of thin air. However, the elixir and the flesh and blood of the remnants inside were unharmed. Xizong hurriedly took the stone out of the ethnographic bag. Before he knew what it was, he lost hundreds of treasures without gaining any benefits. The golden fairy sword saw the stone as if it saw a ghost, and almost wanted to soar into the sky, but was caught by the stone bell, and it stopped after tens of thousands of runes were pasted on it. "Don't let me get close to it," the fairy sword spirit wailed. "Is it what it eats?" Xizong asked. The blade of the sword trembled slightly. "If I wasn't in the corner of this bag, I would have been swallowed by it." "You spit it out." Xizong's hand was full of metal-like brilliance. Several big eyes slapped it down, wanting to see what it was. Dang! Dang! Xizong slapped 2 palms, making a piercing sound of gold and stone colliding, and the mountains were trembling, but the dusty stone did not respond at all, not even a crack appeared. The little guy on the side came up, amazed. He knew how powerful a slap from a stone bell was. Even a small mountain could be blown apart, but there was nothing unusual about this fist-sized stone in front of him. "I don't believe it anymore." Xizong swung his palms, mobilizing the power of his blood to slap continuously. If there is a treasure in this stone, he will accept the loss of hundreds of treasures, and he can't lose everything. Let's suffer this loss for nothing. Half a quarter of an hour later, Xizong gave up, and he tried his best. Even with the power of Do Zan Shengfa and Tianpeng, there was still nothing he could do, but his palms were flushed red. Xiaobudian and Xiaojun also showed their special abilities, but in the end they all ended up useless, which made people helpless. Forget it, it's a big deal and throw it at people in the future. Xizong enlightened himself, and put it back into the human race bag. Anyway, there is no treasure in it. Chapter 91. Goodbye Yunshi, I want to find out. "Don't take me in," said the golden immortal sword. "If you don't take me in, what if you murder me? Shi Zhang said, this fairy sword is too powerful, and with his current cultivation base, he has to rely on a large number of sealing runes to suppress it. Jian Ling hesitated to speak. Forget it, I regret my life, I'd better take you in. Shi Zhang untied the opening of the human race bag. I can make a contract. The sword spirit was in a hurry, he was really afraid that Shi Zhang would take it in and feed it to that strange stone. Okay, let's stand. Shi Zhang laughed, he didn't know what that stone was, but he didn't want to put the fairy sword in it either. The sword spirit began to read a complicated speech. Shi Zhang could only understand a small part. It seemed to be a very ancient language, he had only seen some of it in the ancient books of Zulu Academy. Okay, you drop a drop of blood on my sword. The voice of the sword spirit sounded in Shi Zhang's mind, with a very reluctant tone. Shi Zhang translated in his mind for a while, and only dripped a drop of blood after confirming that there was no problem. The golden sword trembled, emitting a dazzling light, absorbing the drop of blood. At the same time, Shi Zhang also felt an inexplicable connection and induction with the fairy sword. Okay, I reluctantly believe you. After all, there is still a need for trust between people, so that our life will be better. Shi Zhang smiled, no longer so depressed in his heart, and finally got a blessing in disguise and made up for it. Immortal Sword was speechless and didn't want to answer, so he shrank and hung on Shi Zhang's hair. Besides them, many creatures also came down from the magic mountain. Some people were envious of the bell on Xiao Jin's body, couldn't bear the temptation, and tried to snatch it, but they were all beheaded. Oh, the female glutton has appeared again, Xiao Budian exclaimed. Because coming down from the magic mountain is a purple-haired woman covered by a halo of divine brilliance, with a fluttering long skirt and a slim figure, which is particularly eye-catching in the black magic mountain clock. Like a peerless fairy. It's you. Xianxia glanced at the little one, and immediately focused on Shi Zhang. Her beautiful eyes were full of hope, and she spontaneously dissipated the divine brilliance on her face. A pair of bright big eyes stared straight at Shi Zhang. The few sealers behind her walked up to her as if facing a formidable enemy. They were very hostile, and one of them was holding the treasure, ready to strike at any time. Seeing that Shi Zhang's expression was a bit unkind, Xianxia hurriedly waved her hands to stop their movements. Is there something wrong? Shi Zhang asked. Xianxia's vermilion lips moved, hesitant to speak, her eyes looking at Shi Zhang contained many meanings, but was suppressed again, her eyes regained her composure. Where are you going next? Go to the Spring of Immortality. Shi Zhang directly told him that he was confident that no one could control him in this cave realm, so he didn't need to hide it. The Spring of Immortality is in the magical medicine field, I can take you there. Xianxia said, her voice was light and pleasant. We won't divide you if we get it. Dahong interrupted, afraid that the woman in front of her was also here to hug her thigh. Yes, each according to their ability. Xianxia replied after seeing through its thoughts. Okay. The number of people in the team doubled in half in an instant, and Xianxia ran to Shi Zhang in the name of leading the way, and started talking. Didn't that girl fall in love with your brother? Dahong's curiosity began to surge. I think so. My brother is so strong and handsome, so it's only natural that he's so attractive. Xiao Budian said. As soon as these words came out, the four sealers around all turned their heads and looked at them with unfriendly expressions. What do you look at? My brother may not accept it. Xiao Budian stared at them without showing any weakness. Listening to Xiao Budian and Dahong's words, Xianxia talked with Shi Zhang calmly as if she couldn't hear her. Which family are you from? Xianxia gently parted her lips. Come from a remote mountain village, in the wilderness, not a big family. Shi Zhang said casually. He knew that this was the purpose of Yunzai's proposal to go with him. The battle made the other party suspicious, and he wanted to take this opportunity to find out his identity. Sure enough, Xianxia frowned slightly, she felt that the other party must be fooling her. How could it be possible for an ordinary mountain village to come out of a monster that he couldn't even defeat? Can you take me there if there is something wrong here? Xianxia asked pressingly, wanting to expose Shi Zhang's lie. Yes, do you want to help me guard the village? Shi Zhang laughed. It's no worse than a pure blood beast. This time Xianxia was a little surprised, she felt that the other party must have lied and dared not agree, but she didn't expect that the other party not only agreed, but also very straightforward, not even hesitating for a moment. Brother, you are so powerful, you subdued a pure blood beast and went back to guard the village without using your hands. The little boy yelled. Why is your affinity for heaven and earth higher than mine? Xianxia continued to ask. Is it strange? Maybe I, a great benevolent person, do good deeds every day and move the heavens. Shi Zhang smiled slightly. Xianxia was a bit big-headed, and this guy was as elusive as the rumors said, but her intuition told her that the other party must not be telling the truth, which made her feel that there was a big secret about Shi Zhang, perhaps just as she had guessed. The two talked all the way. Xianxia tried her best to insinuate, but she still couldn't get anything out of Shi Zhang's mouth. Even if you don't tell me, I can tell, Xianxia thought to herself, squeezing her white fists. After another day, the group finally arrived at the outskirts of the Shenyao field. Seen from the outside, the white mist here is transpiring, and those are formed by the gathering of aura, so thick that even the sunlight can't penetrate it. It's radiant, all the trees and grasses are carved like jasper, crystal clear and radiant, it's like a fairyland. It's a good place. Shi Zhang sighed, he could feel the strong spirit before entering, even ordinary plants and trees, not to mention the elixir, the effect of the medicine should be far better than that of the outside world. It is said that the ancient sages jointly opened up this place, and sprinkled a large amount of sacred soil to create such a precious place. Xianxia explained. Let's go in. The little one's eyes were full of little stars, and he was about to go in impatiently. There are strong field forces suppressing and other dangerous creatures here, Xianxia said, looking at Xiaobudian and Dahong. The meaning is self-evident, and I hope they will wait outside. Although Dahong had heard about the horror of this place for a long time, he felt withdrawn, afraid of being overwhelmed by the force field, but now that he was directly pointed out, he was unwilling to retreat, and raised his proud bird head. My lord. All right, quote. All right. Seeing Dahong's appearance, Xianxia no longer tried to dissuade her, but only looked at the three black-clothed sealers, and the three stood back immediately. I'll wait here waiting for Mist to come back. Chapter 92. One of the 10 evils, hit the god stone. When these sealed people are suppressed, their physical bodies are only at the level of the cave realm, which is weaker than some ancient relics, and they will undoubtedly die if they enter. Let's go. Shi Zhang led the way and walked forward. He wanted to test how strong the field power here is, in case the little ones couldn't bear it. Boom. As soon as he took the first step, Shi Zhang instantly felt as if a hill was pressing on his back. If ordinary creatures came in, they would definitely be crushed to pieces. Shi Zhang estimated, and felt that Xiao Budian and Xiao Jin should be able to bear it, so he waved to them to indicate that it was okay. Seeing Shi Zhang's relaxed appearance, Xianxia frowned. Could it be that the record is wrong or the field here has changed? Why is it completely different from what she imagined? She knows that Shi Zhang's physical body is strong, but it shouldn't be so strong. Almost ignore the state, right? It will scare people. Dahao spread his fiery red wings, shining brightly, as bright as a raging fire, and flew majestically into the magic medicine field. Pa-ta! The moment Dahong entered, she fell directly from the air, her body slumped to the ground. She finally struggled to stand up, her two slender legs were trembling non-stop, and her bones were rattling, as if about to break. In fact, if it hadn't eaten the panacea with Tai True water in the middle, and its physical body was strengthened, it would definitely be worse than this. Also, that's it, Dahong said intermittently, not wanting to lose face in front of Xianxia, who made her feel that she was weak. Xiaobudian, Xianxia, and Xiaojin all filed in, and rattling sounds resounded from their bodies. Seeing that everyone could hold on for the time being, Shi Zhang turned his head and walked towards the divine medicine field god. From ancient times to the present, this magic medicine field has grown and withered a lot of elixir, and the energy is rolling, and the aura turns into mist, making people feel refreshed after taking a sip. This medicine field is much larger than it looks from the outside, and more importantly, there are elixir everywhere, which is amazing. It's hard to find such a panacea in the outside world, but it's amazing that there are so many of them here. The little boy's eyes lit up, and he was about to pick it off, when Dahong's voice came. Yeah, I was wrong, I want to go out. In such a short time, Dahong couldn't hold it anymore, and moved out step by step. Forget it, I'll take you in. Shi Zhang opened the ethnographic bag and took Dahong in, fearing that it would be troublesome to find it. Can your treasure be used? Yun Zai's eyes widened. You must know that the field here suppresses the power of the runes, and the urging of the noble phantasm without the power of the runes will not work at all. I said that I do good deeds every day and move the heavens, you still don't believe it. Xizang said, this field has indeed suppressed the power of the runes, but the race bag rewarded by the check-in system is too heaven-defying, although the space is suppressed and reduced a lot, but still can barely push. This made Yunxi feel more and more that her guess was correct. How could an ordinary person have such a treasure that could resist the field laid down by the saints? Even the emperor might not be able to get it out. They are standing in the aisle of the magical medicine field, and on both sides of the road are medicine gardens, inside which are planted a row of elixir light. After Xizang told him to pay attention to his own safety, he stepped into the medicine garden. As soon as he stepped in, he immediately felt the pressure on his body 10 times greater, which made him feel a little strenuous. But it was just a little bit. Xizang happily pulled out the elixir one by one carefully, threw it into the seed bag, and ordered the big red inside not to steal it. Not long after, Xizang crossed 3 medicine gardens and picked more than 20 elixir plants, which filled him with joy. Everyone saw that he was as easy as going to the vegetable garden to pull radishes, and they started to itch in their hearts, and they also started to do it, but their physical bodies were not as perverted as Xizang's. Every time they entered a medicine garden, they would be oppressed by the force field, so that the corners of their mouths would overflow with blood. You can eat what you pick yourself. You don't need to keep it. I'll distribute it to you later. Xizang said, and he picked nearly 10 more plants while speaking, with a feeling of being rich and powerful. Yunxi was slightly envious. She knew that Xizang's words definitely did not include her, and at the same time secretly marveled at how this man's physical body was so terrifying. Under such a powerful force field, it was like going to a garden party. During this period, everyone was even attacked by all kinds of plant creatures. In this kind of place with abundant aura, those strange plants gave birth to spiritual intelligence and possessed not weak combat power. While picking the elixir, Xizang didn't forget to look for the most important thing here, the God Strike Stone. This is one of the 10 evils. If it is really rare, it is more precious than this entire medicine garden. But even if Xizang knew it was here, it would be difficult to find, because in the memory of his previous life, it was just a stone no bigger than a palm. When he had already picked 200 elixir plants, he seemed to have stepped on something hard under his feet, and at the same time, he heard a scream. Young man, your feet are too hard, you have trampled me on the mud I'm in, dig me out. Xizang immediately moved his feet away, and suddenly found that there was indeed a yellow-orange stone lying under his footprints, without any strange light, only half the size of an ordinary person's palm, with a nose and eyes, was staring at him. No wonder it's so hard to find. Seeing its appearance, Xizang thought to himself, if it closed its 5 sense organs, it would be no different from ordinary stones, maybe it would be picked up and piled up in a latrine. Why are you looking at the young master like this? Why don't you pick me out and make an apology? Dashan, she said crookedly. Shibadian, who is Shibadian? But the name is not bad, so I will requisition it. Dashan, she said. You're just a rotten rock, and you're still a chicken feather. Xizang was looking forward to it, but he didn't fight when he saw how cheap it was, so he quickly mended his feet again, making it sink deeply, went in. Pain, pain, pain. I'm about to crack. The sound of hitting the god stone came from the foot of the stone bell. Only then did Xizang slowly dig out the god-hitting stone and wipe off the mud on it. Young man, are you the reincarnation of a wild dragon? The physical body is so strong. The god-hitting stone complained. At this time, the others heard the conversation between one person and one stone, and all looked towards Xizang curiously. A stone that can talk. The little one looked curious. Can this stuff be eaten? Xiao Budian asked. Xizang smiled. His younger brother's brain circuit was really clear. He raised his hand and threw the god-hitting stone over. Taste it. Okay. The little boy took half of it and stuffed it into his mouth, then took a hard bite. Chapter 93 The Spring of Immortality, Kill the Beast. Oh, it hurts, let go. Dashenshi wailed, twisting his body, trying to break free. It can't be eaten, it's useless. The little boy responded after biting it for a long time, and took it out with a look of disdain. What, Grandpa, I still don't like you. Dashenshi jumped back onto Xizang with a proud face. I see that your young body is still so I decided to accept you as my younger brother, and I will take you to explore the world in the future. Dashenshi said. Xizang resolutely gave it a few slaps again. This guy is probably tired of staying in ancient times, and the elixir that is full of gardens is useless to him. Taking it out, and talking so grandly, even said that he would be accepted as a younger brother. On the contrary, Xianxia was thoughtful. She seemed to have seen this kind of talking stone in an ancient book in the family, and it seemed to have a great background. Forget it, see that you have no roots of wisdom, so I won't accept you as a younger brother. Shizong's physical strength is so strong that God beating she couldn't stand it after being slapped a few times, and hurriedly begged for mercy. Is there any holy medicine here? Shizong asked. This guy should know this place well after staying for so long. You still want the holy medicine? Boy, you are thinking too much. The god-hitting stone replied. What use do you want? Shizong said, ignoring it, pinning it to his waist, and continuing to pull out the elixir with his head down. But not long after, a bright golden light erupted from the depths of the magic medicine field, accompanied by bursts of dragon chant. The spring of immortality, Shizong and Xianxia said in unison. Let's go. Shizong put Xiao Budian and Xiao Jin into the seed bag, and quickly ran towards the depths of the medicine field, leaving Xianxia with a shocked expression on his face. This guy, Xianxia was amazed, a powerful remnant could be crushed into a pulp here, yet he ran so fast. Following Shizong striding forward, he soon entered the center of the magical medicine field, where he saw a few exceptionally powerful beasts, all of which were close to semi-pure blood, directing other creatures to collect medicine. When those creatures saw Shizong galloping over, they were frightened immediately, as if they had seen a miracle, and showed an expression of disbelief. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen the most handsome deity? Shizong ran like the wind, passing by them. Master, here comes a fairy. The half-blood beast shouted loudly, reminding the creatures in the deepest part of the medicine garden. There is a square pool in the depths of the medicine garden, where the golden light is gorgeous, and the divine brilliance gushes out, reflecting a large area nearby like gold, which makes people unable to open their eyes. In this area, dozens of creatures of different shapes are working hard to move forward. There are human races, fierce beasts, and even plants, all of which are the most powerful creatures. There are even pure-blooded beasts. Exudes a powerful ominous power. Shizong raised his Taoist heavenly eyes, with silver radiance flowing in his eyes, and finally he could clearly see the real bodies of those creatures in this area where the golden light was so thick and solid. There are Chelong, Mopushu, Baifang, Zhujian, etc., all of which are powerful pure-blooded beasts. They are all striving to approach the deepest golden spring, but no one has succeeded yet. Shizong also walked in, and the bones were crackling. The pressure inside was astonishingly great, much greater than outside. There were a few pools of broken bones and blood on the ground, which should be the creatures who couldn't bear the pressure and were crushed. Although some creatures didn't die for the time being, bloodstains appeared in many places on their bodies, like a piece of porcelain that was about to break. There were bursts of dragon chant again in the golden divine spring, and the golden divine radiance was dense, accompanied by violent shaking, as if a dragon was about to leave. A piercing sound came, a creature made a move, and wanted to kill Shizong, but he didn't want him to take a share of the action. Shizong raised his hand and cut off the hidden weapon. It was a cyan scale with a metallic texture, sparks flew everywhere when it hit his hand. The souls present were shocked. This newcomer was too strong physically, his body was like a god's gold, and he actually blocked this hidden weapon with his bare hands. Shizong's eyes were like knives. He scanned the audience, and soon found the creatures attacking him. It was a lizard, 20 to 30 meters long, like a snake like a dragon, with a black-blue light shining all over its body, with dense scales, and a pair of golden eyes staring at the stone bell full of murderous intent. Reptile, you are looking for death. Shizong walked forward quickly, and immediately launched an attack on this pure-blooded beast, domineering and fierce. Humble human race, speak loudly and forget that your ancestors worshipped our race and regarded them as gods. That asshole was also a ruthless stubble, swimming with its long and thick body like a stone bell. Why didn't you stand up and speak up when my family was able to hunt and kill your family to make treasures? Shizong quickly collided with Poisonous Snake. The two sides directly heated up with each other, and Shizong was in a hurry. He knew that none of the creatures present were good, so he simply killed the chickens to make an example of them. The scorpion is very powerful, a pure-blooded beast, that's why it dared to attack insolently, trying to clean up some of the creatures. But this time it found the wrong person and kicked an iron plate. Although Shi Zhang was small in stature, he was brave and invincible, and his momentum was like a rainbow. With a pair of iron fists, he was beaten back again and again, his body was cracked in many places, and blood was bleeding from his scales. The beetle roared, feeling insulted. It was an ancient ferocious beast, and it was physically no match for a human youth, which made it mad with embarrassment. It's a pity that its roar could not make up the gap between the two. Shi Zhang wanted to show his prestige, and he used heavy hands repeatedly. After dozens of moves, he beat the ass to pieces, and died tragically on the spot. Huh, Shi Zhang snorted coldly, his body was stained with blood, and he was mad with blood, with a terrifying ferocity. It only lasted a moment in the young man's hands before being blown away alive. Seeing the golden light trembling in the small golden pond in front of him, Shi Zhang didn't dare to stay, and walked forward quickly, surpassing a large group of creatures in an instant, and walked to the front row. When I got here, the pressure was even greater, as if I was carrying a big mountain on my back. I walked forward heavily, leaving deep footprints on the ground with every step. Shi Zhang adjusted his breathing. Now that time is running out, he must not let the spring of immortality escape, otherwise he will regret it very much. Shi Zhang was striding forward under enormous pressure. With his perverted body, he found it very strenuous. Unlike other creatures, he had no time to adapt to the pressure here. He was striding forward, trying to make himself immortal. Shenquan was in his hand. Every step here will make the pressure a little heavier, and the strongest group of creatures can only reach within 10 meters of the immortal spring. Chapter 94 Human Race Pride, Take Away the Divine Spring. What field can't stop me? Shi Zhang yelled. The blood in his body was rushing like a big river, his heart was pounding, and the sound was like thunder. Reduce field stress. With the support of blood power, Shi Zhang went forward bravely, under tremendous pressure, surpassed the other creatures at the forefront, and approached the spring of immortality. Everyone make a move, don't let him succeed. Someone shouted, wanting to unite the strength of the living beings present to kill Shi Zhang. Shi Zhang looked back at the green-scaled leopard, his eyes were very cold. It was the one who made the sound just now, and his heart was terrible. In his eyes, the green-scaled leopard was already a corpse. Although most of the creatures were afraid that Shi Zhang had just killed a pure-blood beast with iron and blood, but at this moment, relying on the idea of a large number of people, many creatures took action. Even though the field here is under great pressure and the power of runes cannot be used, they have tried their best, such as feathered arrows made of devil bird feathers, dark darts made of beast scales, and what's more, they used their tails to sweep up pieces. The boulder flew towards the stone clock. These creatures showed their unique moves, and they all shot with their physical strength. The arrows and scales hit Shi Zhang like a torrential rain, and the huge rock weighing tens of thousands of caddies hit Shi Zhang like a meteorite. Even though Shi Zhang is unparalleled in body and protected by a purple-gold precious light, he is under the strongest pressure at the position closest to the divine spring. Facing the attacks of so many creatures at once, there are many pure-blooded beasts among them. He was also hit with multiple wounds, and blood overflowed from his mouth. The expressions of all living beings are not very good. This newcomer's physical strength is too strong, and he resisted so many attacks without falling. You guys, don't get out alive. Shi Zhang's eyes were like sharp knives, and he remembered all the creatures he shot in his mind. Whoosh! There was a sharp piercing sound, and Shi Zhang suddenly turned his head. It was the green-scaled leopard, swinging its tail like a divine golden whip towards him. Do you really think I have a good temper? Shi Zhang grabbed the tail with one hand, pulled it over with his hand. The green-scaled leopard wailed, scratched the ground with four corners, and scratched a few deep cracks on the ground, but it still couldn't resist Shi Zhang's one-armed strength, and was dragged towards the fountain of immortality. The scales on the jade scale leopard's body did not break during the process of being dragged. As it got closer and closer to the spring of youth, the pressure in the field increased. Its body gradually disintegrated, and it was finally dragged to the side of Shi Zhang. Only a pile of rotten bones remained. Shi Zhang pulled off its tail, held it in his hand like a whip, and lashed at the nearest pure-blooded creature. The Chelong was furious, and several rips were pulled out of its body, and finally the tail of the green-scaled leopard broke off. Shi Zhang gave it a cold look, and continued to walk towards the fountain of immortality. You can't live, you will be torn here by me. Chelong said coldly. It is a pure-blooded beast with such a noble status. It was whipped by a human race today. Hearing this, Shi Zhang wanted to turn around and blow it up, but before the sound of the golden holy pool clearly indicated that the dragon transformed by the immortal spring wanted to leave, so he decided to get it first and then settle these grievances. It's really a fairy, Yu Shengling sighed, this human race is too heaven-defying, so many powerful creatures here can't do anything to him, and 2 fierce beasts were slaughtered. Seeing that Shi Zhang came out on top, all the living beings present were very unwilling, but they had no choice but to watch the young man wearing purple and gold radiance, bathed in golden divine radiance, looking like a god, step by step towards the golden pool, near. The ripples of the golden god pool were like a raging sea, making it very difficult for Shi Zhang to take a step forward, as if he was carrying a big mountain on his back while facing the impact of monstrous waves. Shi Zhang gritted his teeth, took one step at a time, and finally came to this golden pond. This pool is full of sand, crystal clear, golden rays shining like jewels, and there is a holy and majestic aura emanating from it, gushing out a large amount of rich essence, which makes the pores of the stone bell open, and the previous injury is instantly all recovered. But Shi Zhang saw that there was a place with the most intense golden light in the pile of golden sand, so he quickly took out the human race bag, untied the tie rope, and urged it to move. Short-sighted humans, don't you know that the power of runes is imprisoned here? It's ridiculous to try to activate the treasure. A pure-blooded creature spoke. After all, they are the race at the bottom. Although they are physically strong, they live at the bottom of the well, but they don't know the vastness of the sea. A cyan magic bird talisman echoed. Shi Zhang ignored them. It can be said that this human race bag does not belong to this world, and it does not rely entirely on the power of runes to activate it. Seeing that the golden glow was gradually dimming, he quickly activated the human race bag, and a wave came out. With a strong attraction, the silt in the pool of gods began to fly upside down into the human race bag. Quote. All the living beings were silent. They were sneering and sarcastic just now, but they didn't expect to be slapped in the face the next moment. But the eyes of those extraordinarily powerful creatures are full of fanaticism and greed. This kind of treasure that is not suppressed by the power of the field here must be a rare treasure that is hard to find in the world, which makes people's hearts move. The sand that was 1 foot square was continuously sucked into the bag by this powerful force, and the place where the golden glow was the most intense became brighter and brighter, and finally a golden dragon tail appeared. Bright, much more dazzling than before, so bright that even Shi Zhang couldn't open his eyes. The golden little dragon seemed to feel threatened, twisted desperately, and burrowed into the soil. I still want to run. Shi Zhang urged the human race bag even harder, and the word, asterisk, on it rotated rapidly, and the suction increased suddenly, and the mud and sand poured into the bag like a stream of water, and the golden little dragon gradually appeared. In real life, the little dragon was only over a foot long, golden in color, lifelike, with scales and claws, all very obvious, just like the real thing. Roar! The little golden dragon roared, struggling with all his strength, like a little sun, reflecting the entire space into golden yellow. All the other creatures present had fiery eyes. They all guessed that it was the little dragon in the form of the spring of immortality. It was simply a treasure with inestimable value. Gradually, the silt in the god's pool bottomed out, and the golden little dragon showed its full face, extremely blazing, with 2 big eyes that were very fierce, roaring towards the stone bell. It struggled desperately, but still couldn't get rid of the suction of the human race bag, gradually suspended in the air, turned backwards and twisted wildly, and finally sank into the human race bag. Shi Zhang tied up the mouth of the bag, hung it back on his waist, looked at the beasts with red eyes that were eager to swallow him outside the pool, he sneered, and strode forward. Chapter 95 The Devil's Poo Tree appears, all the bullies are here. What did I just say? Shi Zhang stepped like a dragon, after enduring the heaviest pressure from the immortal spring pool. Every time he took a step down, he felt a lot more relaxed, and he strode towards the creatures. Humans, don't seek your own death. The group we are waiting for is not something you can contend with. Offer your treasure, and I can let you live. Chalong said in a deep voice. One reptile, as I said, the one who attacked me just now can't even get out of Baidwan Mountain alive. Shi Zhang shouted, protecting his body with purple gold and precious light. He was like a god descending from the earth, and raised his hand to attack Chalong. Chalong was very shrewd. It knew that the human youth in front of him was physically invincible, so he turned around and ran away decisively, and fled towards the outskirts of the magic medicine field. Isn't it crazy? What are you running for? Shi Zhang threw out heavy hands one after another. A pair of fists were the most terrifying weapons. He blasted several very powerful beasts alive, and the blood rained down. Now those ferocious beasts are afraid. They are no match for this human race in the place where the power of the runes is suppressed. They will die in vain if they stay here, and run to the exit of the magic medicine field one by one. A group of ants. Shi Zhang chased after them, and fought several murderers along the way, but this also took him a little time. Most of the rest of the creatures ran out of the range of the magic medicine field. All of them waited eagerly for Shi Zhang to come out. Shi Zhang sneered. These creatures thought they were only physically strong, and wanted to suppress themselves with the power of runes. He walked to the edge of the exit of the magic medicine field. The creatures outside were extremely powerful. Half of them were pure blood beasts, and the other half were creatures comparable to pure blood beasts. Facing these mighty beasts, Shi Zhang raised his right hand, stretched out his thumb, and compared vigorously. Humble human race, you will die without a whole body. The creatures outside exploded in an instant, grinning and screaming at the stone clock, with murderous intent all over their ferocious faces. Hee. Shi Zhang sneered and rushed out quickly. The moment he was fascinated by the medicine field gate, a large net directly fell head-on. This big net is an extremely powerful treasure, exuding an aura that makes all spirits tremble. The whole big net is woven with the tendons of fierce beasts, and the joints of the tendons are crystal scales, like the night sky. It shines like the stars, exhaling terror and murderous aura. Shi Zhang raised his left hand, and an ancient golden sword appeared in his hand. The lines on it contained the aura of heaven and earth, and burst out with blazing light. What rotten thing, open it! Shi Zhang yelled, and the fairy sword sprayed several meters of sharp sword energy, and cut down with one sword. The blade collided violently with the scales, emitting a dazzling light. The scales on this big net are definitely from pure-blooded beasts. They are unbreakable. Shi Zhang turned his sword and cut on those connected tendons. Although the ancient beast's tendons were full of resilience, it still couldn't resist the power of the fairy sword, and several of them were chopped off one after another, exposing gaps. Shi Zhang stepped on the ground, soared into the sky, and rushed out from this loophole. The bullocks had a leopard body with wings, and a majestic glow above their heads. A whip flowed like a galaxy of precious light, which was very cold. Under its urging, the braid soared to dozens of meters and swept towards the stone bell. This whip was extremely terrifying. The ancient trees and huge boulders along the road were all shattered into powder. Almost everything was urged. It struck like a stone bell like lightning. Shi Zhang lowered his head. The whip tangled and swept the immortal sword in his hand, entwining it like a spirit snake. Shi Zhang exerted strength with his left hand, holding the hilt of the sword, and pulled the whip back. The whip was stretched straight and made a rattling sound. Zhu Jian was pulled so hard by the huge force from the other end of the whip that he quickly mobilized his own rune power and fanned two huge wings to barely stabilize his body. Shi Zhang sneered, took out the dusty stone in the ethnographic bag. Flashing runes appeared in his right hand, and threw all his strength towards the Zhu Chang. The stone had no light or terrifying aura, and it was only the size of a fist. It was very inconspicuous beside these fierce beasts that moved tens of meters. Boom! An earth-shattering loud noise erupted, and Zhu Jian, who was tens of meters long, seemed to be hit by an ancient savage dragon, and flew hundreds of meters horizontally. Half of his body was shattered, and he died on the spot. The rest of the creatures were shocked. The human youth had hit something, and killed a pure-blood beast in an instant. Without Zhu Jian's manipulation, Shi Zhang pulled out the immortal sword from the whip, and slashed towards the densely packed divine swords in front of him. These divine swords were all shot by Bai Fang, and there were a total of 108. They were transformed from the feathers of ancient demon birds, and possessed extreme penetrating power. On the mountain, there is still a large hole that is transparent from front to back in the mountain body. Shi Zhang's movements were as fast as lightning, and he frantically swung the fairy sword in his hand, splitting these feathers and feathers away one by one. Bai Fang stood in the blazing flames, surrounded by runes all over the sky, and the brilliance was brilliant. Under its control, the knocked-off feathers flew back and continued to attack the stone bell. Seal. Shi Zhang's body was covered with dense runes, reflecting a metallic light, and as he swung his arm and pointed at Bai Fang, those runes slid across his arm like flowing water and flew towards Bai Fang. Bai Fang was wrapped in thousands of runes in an instant. The flames on his body were instantly extinguished, and his aura was greatly reduced. Even fanning his wings became strenuous. and he wobbled in midair. They wanted to fight for rune power, but the stone bell rune attainment that opened up 10 caves was far superior to them, and instantly suppressed the powerful pure-blooded Bai Fang, and those feathers lost their control power and fell to the ground. You are nothing if you don't have the treasure that the old bird gave you. The Tianpeng wings condensed with runes on the back of Shi Zhang stirred up, drawing a stream of light from his figure, came to Bai Fang, and kicked it down fiercely. Bai Fang shot out, colliding directly with a mountain peak. Earth and rocks rolled down, and dust flew up. The branches of the magic poplar tree trembled slightly, and the black seeds scattered all over the sky, like small black holes, absorbing all the sunlight and not reflecting a single ray of light. The seeds of these magic cattail trees take root and devour human flesh and soul. I don't know how many creatures have been swallowed by it, leaving only a layer of dry skin. The seeds scattered by the magic cattail tree at this time are not its own, but a treasure made by an adult magic catfish tree for it, which is enough to suck up a magic rhinoceros tens of meters in an instant. Shi Zhang turned around, opened the human seed bag, and urged it with all his strength, harvest. The red asterisk character spun, and a strong attraction erupted, forming a hurricane, and collected all the seeds in the sky, in the bag. With a thought, Shi Zhang released Xiao Budian and Xiao Jin, intending to hand over Chelong and Mo Pushu without treasures to them for training. Chapter 96 The fierce beast is poor and strange, suppressing the Chelong. Brother. Xiaobudian saw the excitement on Chelong's face, and Xiaojin also became the real body in an instant, a black gold giant beast with a head of 15 meters. Leave these two to you, kill them or take them back to guard the village. Shi Zhang said, and at the same time approached Wu Wu and Changqi who were staring at each other. This Chelong is tens of meters long, covered with flame-like green hair. 4 blood-red hooves are very piercing, facial features are as fierce as ghosts, and sharp fangs are shining coldly like sharp knives. Changqi looks like a tiger, sounds like a dog, has black hair on his back, and a pair of gray-blue wings. His body exudes a terrifying ferocity, with sharp claws, as if he wants to choose someone to eat. Seeing it, the stone bell rang. The Changqi, who was fighting for the mountain treasure in the Kangmang Mountains, had devoured tens of millions of human races, and his body was full of blood and debts. Shi Zhang has already included it in the must-kill list, and the more powerful the offspring of the fierce beast, the fewer offspring will be born. It seems that this poor creature in front of him is its blood, and now it has provoked him again. It has its own will. Kill you first, and collect some interest. Shi Zhang moved, holding a golden fairy sword in one hand, and pinching the Kun seal with the other, and rushed forward. Roar! Wu Wu roared, and when he opened his mouth, 4 bright white rays of light spewed out, but in the seemingly warm rays of light, there was a terrifying murderous intent. These are the 4 fangs of the mighty Chelong, the sharpest. I don't know how many strong people have been torn apart. At this time, even the stone bell sacrificed can feel the strong smell of blood. Chop! Shi Zhang yelled angrily, and slashed out a golden sword aura tens of meters away. The golden light was bright and clanging, and a golden streak was drawn in the air, like a substance, sweeping away the 3 fangs. The black vortex on his right hand was spinning crazily, like a bottomless pit, even light could be swallowed into it. The swiftly galloping noble phantasm gradually slowed down in front of the black vortex, and finally stagnated completely, held by Shi Zhang in his hand. Although these treasures are powerful, these spellcasters are far inferior to Shi Zhang, and the power they exert is relatively weak, so they can be resolved by Shi Zhang with treasures. Death. The lines on the golden sword absorbed the spiritual energy in the world, and he slashed out again. The Chelong sacrificed several treasures one after another, but it was useless. It was cut, and it was also cut into 2 pieces. You're the only one left, Shi Zhang said coldly, approaching Changqi step by step. Changqi is an ancient ferocious beast with monstrous ferocity, the blood flowing in his body is full of bloodthirsty factor, but facing the young man shrouded in golden light, it doesn't have any fighting spirit, just wants to fight. Here people keep their lives in their hands. It let out a long roar, and sacrificed a 10-meter-long heaven knife. This is the sharp claw of the adult Changqi, which was sacrificed into a treasure and given to its heirs to sweep away the enemies in all directions in the Baidwan mountain. The blood-red heavenly knife slashed at Shi Zhang head-on, but it itself fanned the wings on its back to escape. Remove its wings for me, Shi Zhang said to the sword spirit of a mortal sword. Okay. The golden ancient sword trembled slightly, flew out of Shi Zhang's hand, turned into a golden streamer, and chased towards Xianxia. The whole body of the stone bell was shining, and black golden runes were all over his body. Facing the slashing sky knife, he directly used the Tianpeng fighting dragon technique. Dang! There was a violent trembling sound, and Shi Zhang hit the side of the sky knife with a fist, sending it flying. Xianxia. When the stone clock flew about 2,000 meters away, the huge Xianxia was falling from midair, and its wings were cut off from its back by the ancient golden sword. Shi Zhang didn't stop. The black golden light on his body radiated, passed by Xianxia's side, and blasted his head with a punch directly in his terrified eyes. The golden fairy sword floated beside Shi Zhang, and he opened the human race bag, put Xianxia in it, and started to rush back. The battle between Xiaobudian and Chalong has also entered a fierce battle. Xiaobudian turned into a little Tianpeng and struck the Chalong horizontally. Although he was small in stature, he was as powerful as a rainbow, and he had already chopped off the Chalong's 2 claws. Are you convinced? Follow me to guard the village. Xiaobudian asked while jumping up and down, hammering the Chalong. Ants. Chalong would rather die than surrender, fighting with the little boy, and could sweep the human youth away from time to time, but soon he rushed over screaming. On the contrary, when Shi Zhang was chasing Xianxia, the magic poplar broke away from Xiao Jin's entanglement and ran away. It hid very deeply, and even though it was knocked off by Xiao Jin's claws and a tree trunk was removed, it didn't erupt until the stone clock flew away, and it suddenly used it, hurt Xiao Jin, and fled away. Xiao Jin turned back into a human form, feeling lost and a little silent. Shi Zhang walked over to comfort her, knowing that the other party was a demon tree comparable to a pure-blooded beast, and Xiao Jin was still young, more than 3 years younger than Xiaobudian, so it was very rare to be able to do this. After the little one comforted him, Xiao Jin's mood improved, and together they ran for the little one, and they must not let the Chalong go. Xiaobudian fought with this Chalong for a quarter of an hour. This Chalong was arrogant by nature and refused to surrender. Xiaobudian finally blew the opponent's head off. Huh, brother, I won. The little boy was covered in blood, some from Chalong's and some from himself. This battle can be said to be very strenuous. Chalong is a pure-blooded creature with infinite strength, and opened up 9 caves, but he was still beheaded by Xiaobudian with his own strength, without borrowing the power of the treasure. It can be said that Xiaobudian was also traumatized, but his little face was very excited, and his big bright eyes were full of smiles. Excellent. Shi Zhang smiled and patted his head. He said these words sincerely, not comfort or encouragement. Because in the memory of Shi Zhang's previous life, Xiaobudian could only draw with those pure-blood beasts because of his realm at this time, but now he actually beheaded one alive. This shows that Xiaobudian is stronger than this time period in Shi Zhang's previous life memory. At the end of the battle, Shi Zhang released Dahong and began to clean the battlefield. Wow, what are you guys doing? Dahong was very surprised as soon as he came out and flew in the sky. When it was in the seed bag, it suddenly dropped so much crystal clear sand, and a little golden dragon got in. Later, it also collected some horrific black seeds, which frightened it to explode on the spot. When it saw the corpses of bullocks, Chalongs, and Wu on the ground, its huge beak couldn't close. These are pure-blooded beasts, and each of them is an existence that needs it to look up to. 3 cold corpses on the ground. Chapter 97 Pure-blooded beast, brutal brother. These thighs are really thick. Dahong was very excited, and began to tidy up the corpses. Let you yell at me in Duankong City, crazy, you are not dead now, stand up and fight with me if you have the ability. Dahong pecked at the bodies of the bullocks on the ground, very arrogant. Suddenly, the pile of rocks beside it moved, and it immediately flew into the air in fright. Oh, I almost forgot, here's one more. Shi Zhang stepped forward, dragged Bai Fang out of it, and wiped it on its neck with the fairy sword, sending it up to the west sky when it was dying. Dahong was very shocked. This is a pure-blooded devil bird. Shi Zhang just wiped its neck like a farmer slaughtering chickens and ducks, making it feel a little unreal. Shi Zhang found the dusty stone with his remaining spiritual strength. He used this stone very smoothly. He threw it down with all his strength. Even a pure-blood bullock was crushed to death by it. The harvest from this battle was huge. Not only did they get a large amount of flesh and blood from pure-blooded beasts, but they also got several powerful treasures, such as the dragon scale treasure net, Xianxia heavenly knife, Bai Fang divine arrow, Dao Wu fangs. The seeds of the magic cattail are all made from some of the sloughs of adult ferocious beasts. Dao Wu it is a rare beast, It cannot translate, but I will leave you an image so you can see what it is like. Shi Zhang asked them to choose by themselves. Xiao Jin took Bai Fang's magic arrow, and De Hong consciously didn't want it, but Shi Zhang told them not to be polite, so it happily got the Fang Fang. The dragon scale treasure net and Chongqi Tiandao stone clock were stuffed into Xiaobudian. As for the magic cattail seed stone clock, it was directly fed to that stone, because the magic cattail tree was not dead yet, and I was afraid that the spiritual power in it would still cause trouble. Simply destroyed directly. Young man, would you share some of the sand from the spring of immortality with me? Shi Zhang asked from the god-hitting stone at his waist. Why should I give it to you? Shi Zhang laughed. You took me to a place with such a strong field, I almost broke apart, but I gritted my teeth and held back for fear of disturbing you. Shouldn't I give some compensation? Xianxia said brazenly. Okay. Shi Zhang smiled. Since the god-hitting stone is one of the 10 evil spirits, he didn't intend to be stingy. Naturally, he wanted to cultivate it. Leave half of it for me, or I will directly refine you. Shi Zhang said, putting it into the human race bag. Wow! Xianxia yelled excitedly. He knew very well that half of the weight was enough for it to eat until it was full. It's time to eat hot pot. Xiao Budian took out the pots and pans, and began to deal with the bodies of these pure-blooded beasts. After getting the benefits, De Hong spared no effort to help, diligently took its black pot treasure to fill with water, and then activated the rune power to spray fire, and the water in the cauldron boiled quickly. Shi Zhang cut off Bai Fang's wings with a fairy sword and roasted them. He also took off Zhu Jian's 4 hooves and threw them into the pot. Ever since seeing Shi Zhang's unparalleled combat power sweeping away these pure-blood beasts, the immortal sword seemed to have changed his mind, and began to follow Shi Zhang sincerely. While these ingredients were still cooking, Shi Zhang wanted to go to the magic medicine field to pull out the elixir, but found that he couldn't get in, and was blocked by the power of the field. One person can only enter this magical medicine field once. Shi Zhang asked others to try it, and found that it was true. Shi Zhang originally wanted to go in and bring out all these elixir, but he didn't expect that there was such a restriction. There was only a wall separating him. Inside, the energy was surging, the aura was gushing out, the sun was dense, and the elixir was in pieces, but he could only watch from outside the door. He let out a long sigh. I only hate this group of melons when they die. Shi Zhang cursed secretly. If those pure-blooded creatures hadn't disturbed the spring of immortality, he had to give up the idea of continuing to pull out the elixir. In the end, he provoked him again, causing Shi Zhang to rush out without even thinking about it, impatient to kill them, so that now he can only look at the ocean and sigh. Thinking of this, Shi Zhang felt suffocated in his chest. He turned around and chopped off Wu Wu's head and threw it into the pot, and ran over to breathe fire with a red face and eagerness. Shi Zhang and his group can be said to be rich and powerful now. There are hundreds of elixir alone. In addition to the ones pulled from the magic medicine fields, there are also those that were looted along the way. They are thrown into the pot one by one just like ordinary herbs. The meaty aroma of the pure-blooded beast and the fragrance of the elixir are mixed together, making people's tongues flooded with body fluid. When the food is cooked, they can't wait to start it. Other creatures who arrived here one after another saw these fierce men feasting on pure-blood beasts, and they were all scared and grateful to take a detour. They didn't even dare to enter the magic medicine field, fearing that they would be thrown in as extras. Pot. Don't be afraid, I am the kindest person. If you want to enter the magic medicine field, just enter. Shi Zhang shouted, not wanting to hinder others from obtaining opportunities. That's right, why are you running so fast in human form? I don't want to eat you. The little one then shouted. Hearing this, they ran faster and disappeared into the sky in a flash, afraid that the two brothers would catch up. These two brothers are too ferocious. The pure-blood beasts bite one at a time. They can't be provoked. Those creatures trembled all over. De Hong can understand their psychology very well at this moment. It is drinking the soup made by Dao Wu. If it has not boarded the big boat of Shi Zhang, it is very likely that this Dao Wu is eating its wings. The pure-blood beasts were more ferocious than the other in life, but they were more delicious after death. A group of people ate until their tongues almost melted, their faces were flushed, their pores were open, and their bodies were spraying out their essence. These flesh and blood contained a large amount of divine essence, and eating them had great benefits. The flesh and veins all over the body were washed away by a hot energy, and the limbs felt incomparably comfortable. Big Red was the first one that couldn't eat it. It felt as if its body was on fire, and it was smoky. It quickly flew to the sky, flapping its wings vigorously to consume the excess energy. The place on Xiao Jin's body that was injured by the magic poplar tree was also healing rapidly, and the black golden light was shining brightly, like a small sun. The little guy ate for half an hour, ate a Xianxia leg, a bifang wing, and drank a lot of Dao Wu bone soup. He lay on the lawn in the distance with a round belly and looked at the sky peacefully. Suddenly, 8 caves appeared around his body, like real objects, manifesting on the grass, surrounding him, magma, gurgling, spraying out various colors of light, reflecting a large area of space in neon. Suddenly, the mountains trembled, and the 8 caves trembled violently. The boulders and ancient trees around them were smashed into powder one after another. At the same time, the 9th cave was gradually manifesting. The 9th mouth of the cave gradually solidified, and it was brighter than the previous 8 mouths. It was radiant, and the gushing energy was so strong that it turned into a white mist. The 9 caves shook rhythmically together, and the gushing energy turned into runes all over the sky, like a bright galaxy, surrounding him. Chapter 98 Double Pupil Shi, full of fighting spirit. Immediately afterwards, rune-shaped primordial ferocious beasts spewed out from these holes, including Suan, Wuwu, Baizi, Golden Winged Peng, etc., passing through the little one's body one after another. When the ferocious beast rune penetrated Xiao Budian's body, Xiao Budian seemed to have truly turned into a ferocious beast, and the aura exuding from his body also changed accordingly. For a while, he was like a kunpeng splitting the sky, for a while, he was like a dragon controlling thunder, for a while like a real dragon exploring the sea. It is so weird and powerful that even Donghua is secretly shocked when he looks at it. Shi Zhang ate and watched, comparing in his mind with when he opened up the 9th cave, feeling something. In the end, the 9 caves were in perfect harmony, and all of them entered Xiao Budian's body. He let out a long howl, and the mountains trembled. If I meet a pure-blood beast again, I won't have to fight so hard. I'll just capture it and guard the village. Xiao Budian looked excited. He realized that the powerful power of opening up the 9 caves was far better than before. Shi Zhang was also happy for him. Now that the little guy has caught up, he doesn't have to be as timid as before, and can wipe out enemies from all directions with his own combat power. The little one was hungry again after breaking through, and the 2 brothers sat down on the grass again, eating heartily. The 2 of them ate from sunset to dusk until the moon was bright and the stars were thin. Each of them was full of energy, and the beating sound of the heart in the body was like someone beating a heavy drum, strong and powerful. After putting away the rest of the beast's flesh and blood, Donghua suggested to go to the last fortune-telling place, Tianggu Forbidden Zone. Try your luck, because they have been in for so long, they may be forced to leave at any time, so they have to hurry up. Okay, Shi Zhang said, and at the same time, an inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart, which was very strange and he couldn't put it into words. After eating and drinking, the group set off on the road, passed through several golden gates dividing the Beiduan mountain area, and arrived at a brand new area. It was a vast expanse of land, desolate and inhabited, only accompanied by rocks and broken sand, mixed with yellow plants, lacking in vitality, completely different from the previous landform of the mountains. The only thing that catches the eye is the towering ancient trees that appear every few miles. The trunks are vigorous and powerful, like coiled dragons, and the crowns are luxuriant, like a big umbrella supporting the sky, standing tall in this desolate big next door, middle. A group of people sat on Donghua's back and approached the central area. The further they went, the more such big trees became, and finally they became a continuous piece. The crowns of the trees meet, as if a green continent appeared in the sky. Each of these trees is over 1,000 meters long, standing upright, and the vines wrapped around it are also as thick as an ordinary person's body, winding up along the trunk, as if to climb into the sea of clouds. It is said that the ancient saints fought here and shed endless holy blood, so that the land here has spirituality, so that such a lush and vigorous tree can grow. Donghua explained. Donghua drove them back and forth among the tree trunks, and Shi Zhang saw a pale yellow bone tablet standing on the ground in front of him, with 4 bright red characters engraved on the ground, Heavenly Bone Forbidden Zone. This bone monument seems to separate 2 worlds. Shi Zhang and the others are still alive and well, but on the other side of the bone monument, the grass and trees are sparse, and the air is full of grayish-white smoke. From a distance, it is full of bones, appeared in pieces on this land like piles of chaotic stones. Shi Zhang looked at these piles of bones, and was shocked in his heart. That battle was so tragic that so many souls lay dead here. The evil spirit here is extremely heavy. Donghwa's whole body trembled, and he didn't dare to fly in directly. Shi Zhang didn't bother it, and let it land. As soon as they landed, there was an earth-shattering battle in the depths of the restricted area. The pure-blooded creatures were fighting each other, causing the earth, which was made of bones, to tremble. It's too strong. I'll just die miserably when I go in. Many creatures shook their heads in front of the bone monument. To be involved is to die. When the group of creatures saw Shi Zhang and his group coming, they all gave way to them. Many of them had seen them sitting on the grass and eating pure-blooded beasts, so they couldn't help but move a little bit farther away from them, feel at ease. Boom! In the restricted area of the sky bone, a giant blue beast was attacking. It was covered in runes, and it was dazzling. The two wings on its back trembled slightly, and a mountain split open. It was extremely terrifying. This is the sky-cracking demon butterfly. Who is it fighting with? The onlookers were very curious. The sky-cracking demon butterfly seemed to have gone all out, so who would be its opponent? This devil butterfly turned into a stream of light, flapped its wings and slashed forward. The rune light on its body turned a large area of space into blue. Boom! Faced with the powerful blow of the sky-splitting demon butterfly, its opponent just waved his hand and blasted him out, shaking away a cloud of mist, and only then did the creatures outside see his true face. It was a young man wrapped in divine radiance, with a slender body, black hair shawl, and a pair of eyes shining like a god. Every step he took would shake the mountains and ravines. It's still the double-eyed man Shi Yi. He has been fighting here for a long time. He seems to be looking for the bone and the mount, but now he has set his sights on the sky-cracking demon butterfly. Someone revealed the identity of the boy. Others avoid pure-blooded creatures and try their best to protect themselves, but he actually wants to take it as a mount. What a demeanor at this time. Shi Zhang's blood was on fire the moment he saw this figure. He had been waiting for him in the Void God realm for a long time, but he was still unable to fight, and now he actually met him here. Following Shi Zhang's yell, Shi Yi, who was attacking the sky demon butterfly, also stopped, and turned his head to look at this side. The two were separated by thousands of meters, but they found each other at a glance. This is the strongest mutual induction. At this moment, the world in the eyes of the two is only the other side. The aura contained in the eyes of the two sides collided fiercely in the air, sparks came out of friction, and an invisible ripple swayed around Shi Zhang's body. Shi Zhang finally knew where his previous sense of crisis came from, and Shi Yi was much stronger than he had imagined. He already thought that no one could restrain him in the cave realm. But on this Shi Yi, he felt the long-lost dangerous aura, which he had never experienced in fighting against 5 pure-blooded beasts holding treasures at the same time, but this feeling also made Shi Zhang's blood boil, full of fighting spirit. "It's you," Shi Yi spoke, and the space was shaking, resonating with it. The two had never met each other, but Shi Yi knew Shi Zhang's identity instantly. Chapter 99 Fierce Battle, Stunned Beasts. "It's me." Shi Zhang strode away, his body instantly disappeared in place, and he went towards the depths of the Tianghu restricted area at an extremely fast speed. Shi Zhang ran like a gust of wind, and approached the opponent rapidly, but Shi Yi was not to be outdone, and directly abandoned the sky-cracking demon butterfly, rushing towards Shi Zhang. For people of their level, the distance of these several thousand meters can be reached in the blink of an eye, and the two sides collided in an instant, palming each other. Boom! A loud voice sounded, and the gray mist scattered like a wave. The two mountain peaks near them collapsed directly, and a large amount of earth and rock fell down. The area where the two met just now appeared. A huge pit of hundreds of meters, the earth sank directly. The sky-cracking demon butterfly next to it was like a duckweed in a stormy sea, rolling on the ground and flying far away. The entire restricted area of the sky bone was silent for a moment, and the pure-blood beasts that had been fighting for life and death before stopped, not daring to make any more moves. The remnants at the bone monument were stunned. A pure-blooded beast was blown away in the aftermath of the confrontation between these two. Are these two descendants of the gods? How could it be so strong? Shi Zhang and Shi Yi also flew hundreds of meters away from each other, looking at each other across the big pit, their eyes rubbing and colliding in the air as if they were real. Just now they all slapped palms with pure physical strength, but it turned out that they were evenly matched. Shi Yi's whole body was wrapped in sacred brilliance, like a god descending from the earth, with a detached demeanor, without anger and prestige, with a supreme demeanor. On the other hand, a purple golden precious light appeared on Shizong's body, noble and powerful, like a god of war, powerful in all directions, and his eyes were full of confidence, capable of suppressing and killing all opponents. You are very strong, beyond my expectation. I can feel the killing intent in your body. It's not just because of the Rain clan in the false god realm. Everyone in the world thinks that you are targeting me because of your quarrel with the Rain clan, but I know the truth is absolutely not like this. Your target was me from the beginning. Shi Yi said, his face was calm and indifferent. Shizong's heart skipped a beat. This opponent was not only powerful, but also had a very vicious vision. He actually saw his intentions directly. But even if Shizong's heart is a little turbulent, on the surface he still looks like an ancient well without waves. So I want to ask, why are you doing this? Shi Yi said, and a wave of mental fluctuations passed through his eyes to Shizong. Shizong sensed it very keenly, and with a cold snort, he dissipated this spiritual force. I just want to kill you, that's all. Shizong moved, not wanting to procrastinate any longer. The blood in his body was already stirring and boiling, making him eager to have a hearty battle. He jumped out like a skypung, and instantly crossed the distance between the two, raising his palm like Shi Yi and blasting away. Shi Yi's body didn't shrink back, his whole body glowed, his body became as crystal clear as white jade, and he stretched out his body to fight with Shizong. Boom, 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 the two fought swiftly and violently. Every blow caused the world to shake. The world in Manai is clear. The creatures at the Bone Monument were terrified, and they felt timid due to the intensity of the battle. They were considered very powerful existences, otherwise they would not be able to get here, but none of them felt that they could compete with the two human youths. If they go up, I'm afraid they will be blown up with a breath of blood. The little guy stared at the two fiercely fighting in the Sky Bone Forbidden Zone. His fists were clenched and rattling, causing him to lose his supreme bone, and the person who was degraded and almost died was right in front of him, but with his current strength, he was not enough to match the opponent. You can only watch here as a bystander. He took out a handful of elixir from the Chenkin bag and swallowed it in big gulps, desperately wanting to increase his strength, hoping that he could take revenge on himself. In less than a moment, the two people in the Tianggu restricted area have fought thousands of times, like two ancient savage dragons fighting. Their battlefield is constantly changing, the earth is full of potholes, boulders and trees have already melted make dust. Oh my god, the people at the Bone Monument exclaimed. The two had already hit the top of the mountain. Under their full force, the mountain collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally was beaten to the ground alive. The dust covered the sky, covering their figures, only the divine brilliance and purple gold precious light could be vaguely seen shining in it. Anyone who tells me that the human race is easy to bully me will kill him. A black magic rhinoceros said. Its body more than 50 meters long was trembling, it was terrified in its heart, and wanted to get away from these two dangerous people. The human race was a little farther away, but it still held back, not wanting to miss this wonderful battle of the young gods. Boom! The golden lightning and the purple divine light clashed, and both flew upside down, with obvious wounds on their bodies. It's been a long time since no one could hurt me, Shi Yi said, his eyes were shining, he was delighted to see Lai Shen. Not only hurt you, but I will kill you, Shizong said, his momentum was like a rainbow, his blood was surging, his clothes fluttered, green runes appeared on the wounds on his body, and he healed quickly. Yes, it seems that you have a great opportunity, Shi Yi said, and the wound on his body was also healing rapidly. The boy at the Bone Monument also has a deep killing intent towards me. He must be your younger brother, a brat from the false god realm. Shi Yi turned his head and looked in the direction of the little one. Wait, it seems that the rumors are true, he is the son of Shi Ziling. Shi Yi's eyes were shining, and he discovered Xiao Budian's true identity. You have no right to mention him. A golden little dragon appeared on Shizong's arm and blasted towards him. Haha, so that's the case, he actually carried it over and didn't die, you are really a good brother. A purple rune appeared in Shi Yi's palm, and a purple unicorn rushed out. The two collided in the void, golden thunder and purple light filled this small world, the earth became riddled with holes in an instant, and some huge white bones were bombarded into pieces. Cut. Shizong was bathed in thunder and lightning, using the sacred method of fighting to evolve a fairy sword in his hand. The fairy sword was dazzling, bursting with endless light, and slashed at Shi Yi's head. Fix. Shi Yi yelled softly, the chaotic mist flowing in his pupils fixed the tens of meters long sword aura in midair. Broken, Shi Yi gave an order, and the sword chi shattered like a mirror. His whole body was shrouded in divine brilliance, and his words followed suit, like a real god walking in the world. Shizong's body was glowing, metal-like runes covered his whole body. He pointed with one arm, those runes broke free from his hand like flowing water, and flowed towards Shi Yi. Dum, thump, thump. Shi Yi's body was like divine gold, and when these runes hit him, there was a sound of metal and stone handing over. Chapter 100 Double Pupils Open the Sky, Tianpeng Bolong. The treasure technique of Ziqian and Zemo. Shi Yi didn't panic. The chaotic mist flowed from his eyes and flowed all over his body. All the runes attached to his body were melted away and dissipated into the world. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shizong had already approached, piercing the sky with the immortal sword in his hand, cutting 3 times in a row, illuminating this small world. These 3 swords contain a kind of momentum, which Shizong felt from the sword energy left by the former sage of Zulu Academy. Shi Yi suddenly felt that the surrounding space was squeezing him, making him unable to avoid the sword. Open, Shi Yi yelled, and a black light shot out from his right eye, like hell's ghostly fire, crushing the void and making the whole world tremble. The bright fairy sword was instantly dissolved after being hit by this black light, like a raging fire meeting ice, dissipating without a trace. Suppress. Shizong resolutely abandoned this fairy sword, and a black cauldron evolved into a big black cauldron, which is exactly the entrance of Shikyun. Go in. Clang, clang, the cauldron rang twice, and then exploded in an instant. The black bell and cauldron fragments flew randomly. Shi Yi broke free with his extremely strong attack power. His black hair danced wildly, like a god like a demon. But what he didn't expect was that the moment he broke free, Shizong really hit his body. An old fist hit his face and instantly sent him flying for thousands of meters, hitting the mountain like a human cannonball, deep into the mountain. The one sank in, and the earth and rocks rolled down. The great good man is so powerful that he even suppressed the double-pupiled person. Some creatures exclaimed, in their eyes, the double-pupiled person is an invincible myth, and now they were thrown away with a punch, which made them feel unbelievable. Nice job, beat this cataract to death. Dahong cheered happily, with an excited expression, as if it had knocked Shi Yi away by itself. Who? A Taoist figure burst out from the inside, covered by the streamer, quickly fought with Shizong, and exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. His eyes were shining brightly, like little suns, shrouded in light. On Shizong. Shizong felt very uncomfortable, as if all his movements had been captured by the other party, and he felt like he had nowhere to hide. Shi Yi avoided Shizong's blow from a strange angle, and then blasted him out, breaking several big trees one after another. You're a little slow, Shi Yi smiled, as if he had a chance to win, with a warm smile on his face. A green light appeared on Shizong's chest, and the pain there quickly disappeared. His expression was cold. I'll see if you can keep up with my speed. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant black gold color appeared on Shizong's body. The ray of light sprayed a lot of divine brilliance and runes behind him, condensing a heavenly rock that dominates the world, with eyes like knives, staring straight at Shi Yi. Golden winged rock. Shi Yi's face was no longer so indifferent. No, this is the golden winged rock that evolved from Kunpeng. The double pupil is indeed powerful, and has the ability to detect the mysteries of the world. Others think it is a picture of a golden winged rock with mixed blood, but Shi Yi quickly saw through its real body. Shizong remained calm, and the endless spiritual energy turned into light rain and poured into his body frantically, making his momentum soar, and his state reached its peak. Shi Yi's face also became serious, and he had a hunch that this would be a blow that would shatter heaven and earth. Tianpeng Fighting Dragon Technique. Double pupils opening the sky. Both sides performed a powerful move, which made the whole world tremble, and the space was shaking, as if it was about to split open. The stone bell let out a long cry, like a black golden sun disappearing in place in an instant. With one arm, flapping its wings like a celestial rock, it struck the opponent horizontally. And Shi Yi's eyes were extremely blazing. Chaotic air flowed out from the pupils, and a chaotic mist area of about 10 feet appeared in front of him, with the beginning of all things, and the aura of opening up the world filled it. This is his absolute domain. Once the chaotic energy is released, it cannot be invaded by any means. The black gold Tianpeng transformed into a stone bell slammed into it fiercely, and the black gold light splashed in all directions, constantly invading and compressing the double pupil area. The chaotic gas seemed to explode like a pot, crazily surging and rolling, trying to block the stone clock. "Break me," Shi Zhang yelled, and the 10 caves moved the void, replenishing his spiritual energy, making the black golden light on his body more intense, filling the world, and the white chaotic mist seemed to be evaporated. The general is constantly decreasing, and Shi Zhang's figure is also getting closer. Big drops of sweat appeared on Shi Yi's forehead, and he was also trying his best to activate his double pupils, continuously dripping chaotic mist, making this area more solid. Both sides are doing their best, one is oppressing with all their strength, the other is resisting with all their strength. This space seems to be squeezed by these two extreme forces, and black cracks appear. Boom! This extreme energy collision finally exploded, and a blazing white light appeared in this field, instantly illuminating the entire forbidden area of the sky bone in white, and both sides flew upside down hundreds of meters, smashing on the ground. A long ravine was drawn. Shi Zhang jumped out of the ravine, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The power of the double pupil was indeed powerful. This was the first time that his Tianpeng fighting dragon technique was blocked. In previous battles, when this technique was used, it was always destructive. The sacred light on Shi Yi's body also dimmed. He wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand, and his eyes became even hotter. Very good. Just as the two of them were about to make another move, the golden barrier that originally divided Baidwan Mountain gradually blurred and disappeared. The golden portal also dimmed, and the entire Baidwan Mountain was completely integrated into one. At the same time, a terrifying aura emerged and swept the earth. A dull voice sounded from the sky, very hasty, and was approaching the restricted area of the sky bone. This sound got closer and closer, and finally the whole earth trembled. What is that? The people in the Tiangbu restricted area looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a huge monster with a height of more than 100 meters appearing in the gray mist, rushing towards the magma, with two blood-red eyes as big as a house. Big, murderous, and rushed over. Not only that, behind this colossal monster was densely packed ferocious beasts, sweeping over like a tide like the sea. It seems that there is no way to decide the outcome today. Shi Yi said, ever since he showed his prowess, no one of the same realm can resist 10 strokes in his hands, not even a pure-blooded ancient beast, now unexpectedly met, and was interrupted by external force, which made him feel sorry. Leave your head on your neck first, and wait for him to come and get it in person. Shi Zhang said coldly, flapping the wings of the Tianpeng on his back, and quickly flew in the direction of the little one. If he has the ability, he can come and get it at any time. Shi Yi said, and disappeared in place. Although they represented the ultimate combat power of the cave realm, they were ultimately restricted to the cave realm, and once the seal of Baidwan Mountain was broken, those unrestricted protozoa began to clear Baidwan Mountain.